Chemical Warfare, Book 1, Chapter 1. Dante Mercer had learned, at an embarrassingly early age, that dread had a sound. It was not thunder, though thunder had teeth. It was not the crack of a rifle, though his uncle had once taught him to respect the language of distance and impact. Dread, in Dante's experience, sounded smaller than that. It sounded like a phone vibrating against a scarred kitchen counter in a one-bedroom apartment that smelled faintly of old coffee, laundry soap, and the takeout he had meant to throw away the night before. It sounded like his own pulse filling the quiet before he picked up. It sounded like Jill. Her name glowed on the screen while the morning light leaked through the blinds in thin, unforgiving lines. He stared at it for 2 rings, then 3. They had been apart for less than a week, which meant everything between them was still warm enough to burn. He had not blocked her only because part of him had been stupid enough to believe there were decent endings in the world. Maybe she wanted to apologize. Maybe she wanted to explain herself. Maybe she was lonely. Maybe he was. The truth was uglier than all of that, but hope had always been a stubborn thing in him. He answered on the 4th ring. Hello. Jill did not waste time on small talk. Her voice was tight, rushed, and thin around the edges, as if she had been holding herself together with both hands and was losing her grip. Dante, I have some bad news. He sat up in bed so fast the blanket tangled around his legs. His first thought was irrational and immediate, a young man's fear born of cheap apartments, bad timing, and a life held together by hourly wages. Are you pregnant? There was a beat of silence on the other end. It should have embarrassed him, but dread had already started its work. He was 22. He had a body built by labor, old football habits, and the discipline his uncle had hammered into him after his mother died. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and in the kind of shape that made strangers assume he had his life together. They did not know about the rent that came due too soon, the father he avoided whenever possible, or the job at the chemical supply warehouse that paid just enough to make quitting feel impossible and just little enough to make staying feel insulting. Dante, Jill said sharply, will you focus? This is serious. He dragged a hand over his face. I'm listening. Just tell me. I went to the doctor because I was having stomach problems. Dr. Ross ran tests. Blood work too. He stood and paced to the kitchen, bare feet cold against the tile. The apartment seemed smaller by the second. Okay. The results came back today. Fear, frustration, and the remains of old affection collided in him until they came out mean. Jill, just say it. Her breath hitched. When she spoke again, it was almost a shout, as if volume could force the words out faster. I have an STD. For 1 full second his mind went perfectly blank. Then heat rushed up the back of his neck so violently he had to grip the edge of the counter. What the hell are you talking about? I'm telling you what the doctor said. I never cheated on you. She started crying, and his anger did not soften. It sharpened. I said I never cheated on you, Jill. It was Tom. The room tilted. He knew he had hurt her. He just did not understand how the English language could still function after arranging itself into that sentence. My father. The question came out low, dangerous, almost calm. You slept with my father? Jill's crying deepened into defensive fury. This is exactly why I didn't want to tell you. You always explode. You think this is me exploding? He asked, and then he laughed once, a hard sound with no humor in it. Out of every man in the city, you picked him? We were fighting all the time. He listened. He listened, Dante repeated. That's your defense. She started throwing curses then, half sobbing, half shouting, and none of it mattered. A pressure had built behind his ribs so fast it felt like his body was turning into a bomb of its own. He ended the call before he could say something that would follow him for the rest of his life. The phone rang again almost immediately. He let it. It rang again. And again. By the 7th missed call he had thrown on jeans and a gray t-shirt. By the 12th, he was shoving his wallet into his back pocket. By the 20th, he was out the door, taking the stairs 2 at a time because the elevator was too slow for the fury in him. Outside, the city moved with its usual indifference. Cars drifted through intersections. A woman with a stroller waited at a corner cafe. Somewhere nearby, somebody laughed. Dante hated all of them for continuing, as if his world had not just cracked down the center. The bar and grill he chose was not special. That was the point. It sat 3 blocks from his apartment, tucked between a pawn shop and a laundromat, with a neon beer sign buzzing in the window and smoke darkwood inside that made everybody look a little more tired and a little less exposed. He had been there twice before with coworkers after late shifts. The waitress did not know his name, which was a comfort. So did the fact that no one inside cared what kind of man he was when he walked in. He ordered ribs because chewing felt like work and work felt useful. He ordered beer because numbness sounded better than clarity. The first pitcher went down too fast. The second took longer. By the third, anger had loosened into something heavier. Betrayal had always seemed like a dramatic word when other people used it. Sitting alone in a booth with sauce drying on his plate and condensation gathering beneath another glass, Dante discovered it was actually a physical sensation. It was a caving in behind the sternum. It was an ache in the jaw from clenching too long. It was the humiliation of realizing the ugliest people in your life had chosen each other and left you standing in the wreckage. He thought about calling his father then, not because he wanted answers, but because rage wanted a target. He could already hear Tom Mercer's voice in his head. Defensive, smug, maybe drunk, maybe pretending none of it mattered. Dante's uncle had once told him there were some fights a man should walk away from if he wanted to remain himself afterward. Dante suspected this was one of them. That did not make walking away easier. By the time midnight crept close, the crowd had thinned to a few regulars, a couple arguing softly near the door, and a man asleep over a basket of fries. The staff had started the end-of-night ritual of wiping surfaces and stacking chairs in sections they could close down early. Dante sat with one hand around his glass and stared at nothing. That was when he noticed the woman approaching him. She moved with a quiet confidence that drew the eye before beauty did, though she had enough beauty to stop conversation if she wanted. Tall, blonde, green eyes that seemed brighter in the low light than the room had any right to allow. She wore a white blouse beneath a fitted dark jacket and a black skirt that suggested she belonged in an office tower, not a neighborhood bar at midnight. Nothing about her looked careless. Even the way she tucked a strand of hair behind one ear seemed deliberate. She stopped beside his booth. "You look like a man who's trying very hard not to punch a wall." Despite himself, he let out a rough breath that almost qualified as a laugh. "Is it that obvious?" To anyone paying attention. He looked up at her fully then. She was around his age, maybe a year younger, though there was a steadiness in her expression that made guessing difficult. "And you've been paying attention?" "Yes. That would be creepy if you weren't this pretty." A smile touched her mouth, small and real. "Good. I was hoping honesty would be our starting point." Bold move. Sometimes the night calls for bold moves. There was no flirtation in the way she said it, or not only that. It felt more like observation, like she had already measured something in him and was waiting to see if he would match it. He gestured toward the opposite side of the booth. "You want to sit, or are you just here to diagnose my mood?" She sat. "Zoe. Dante. I know." That would have unsettled him more if he had been sober. As it was, he blinked and squinted at her. "Do you make a habit of learning strangers' names before talking to them? You paid with a card 3 drinks ago." He considered that, then nodded once. "Fair." The waitress passed. Zoe asked for coffee. Dante raised an eyebrow. "You don't drink." "I do. Tonight I'm driving." There was something in the answer that felt practiced. He could not have said why. Still, her voice was warm, her expression attentive, and there was an ease to her presence that had no business existing between strangers. Conversation came easier than it should have. She asked what kind of day he was having. He said, "A terrible one." She told him hers had not been much better. When he looked skeptical, she leaned back and said, "My girlfriend left me for a man twice her age." That snapped his attention into place. "You're kidding." "I wish I was." He stared at her for half a second and then, absurdly, started laughing. It came out harsher than he meant, but she laughed too, and the sound of it cut through the sludge in his head. "My girlfriend," he said, "slept with my father." Zoe's eyes widened. "That is somehow worse." "Thank you. I appreciate the validation." "You should." They talked after that not like people trying to impress each other, but like the only 2 survivors of a very specific shipwreck. The details came in pieces. He told her about his mother dying when he was 6, about learning to make himself useful because grief did not pay electric bills, about his uncle teaching him to shoot, camp, and stay calm when things went bad. He did not mention that he sometimes still woke with the sound of hospital machines in his ears, though he could feel the old memory humming in the background. Zoe told him she had grown up with a father who believed preparation was its own moral duty. She worked in logistics for a private contractor, though she rolled her eyes when she said it, like the term was a lie everyone involved had agreed to tell. She had a brother once. When Dante asked where he lived now, a shadow crossed her face so quickly he almost missed it. He doesn't, she said. Dante lowered his gaze. I'm sorry. She studied him for a moment, then nodded as if storing the apology somewhere important. Hours passed. The lights brightened in stages that signaled closing time. Chairs scraped. The waitress brought the check. Dante reached for it, and Zoe put 2 fingers over the edge first. I invited myself to your table, she said. Let me pay for the coffee. It was 1 cup. It was excellent coffee. It was diner sludge. She smiled again. Then let me reward the sludge. He let her, mostly because the argument felt pleasantly normal. Outside, the summer air had cooled. The sidewalk gleamed faintly under streetlights. Zoe's car was parked at the curb, a dark sedan clean enough to suggest discipline and old enough to suggest practicality. Dante walked her to it because that was what decent men did and because he did not yet want the night to end. At the driver's door, she turned toward him. Up close, he could see she was tired too. Not drunk tired. Something deeper. The kind of exhaustion that lived behind the eyes. I'm glad I came over, she said. Me too. She hesitated, as though weighing something. We need more people like you. He frowned. People like me? People who can be hurt without becoming cruel. Before he could answer, she stepped in and kissed his cheek. The touch was soft and brief and entirely more intimate than a drunken stranger had any right to be. Then she opened the car door. Wait, he said. Was that a compliment or a recruitment speech? Zoe laughed quietly. Maybe both. They exchanged numbers. He watched her drive away with the uneasy certainty that he had missed the meaning of something important. On the walk home, his phone buzzed with missed calls from Jill and one from his father. He ignored both. A text arrived before he reached his building. Meet me tomorrow. St. Peter's Park. South side by the swings. 11 a.m. No smiley face. No heart. No question. It read less like a date than coordinates. Dante stood under the yellow light outside his apartment and stared at the message until the screen dimmed. Then he went upstairs, lay fully dressed on top of the bed, and looked at the ceiling for a long time before sleep took him. The last thing he thought before drifting off was that Zoe had looked at him all night like a person making a decision. Chapter 2. Dante woke at 10:13 with the taste of old beer in his mouth and sunlight cutting across his face like accusation. For a moment he did not know why he had slept in his clothes. Then memory hit in layers. Jill, Tom, the bar, Zoe, the message. He groaned, rolled off the bed, and checked his phone. No new texts from Jill. 2 more missed calls from his father. Nothing from Zoe beyond the park address and time. He showered fast, scrubbing at his skin harder than necessary, as if he could wash the previous day off with enough force. Steam filled the small bathroom. In the mirror afterward, he looked like a man who had slept badly and been disappointed by most of the world. His light brown hair was still damp when he dragged a clean shirt over his head. He skipped shaving. He did not know whether he was going to a date, a confrontation, or the kind of strange joke that made sense only to women with unreadable smiles and precise directions. By the time he reached St. Peter's Park, the city had already settled into its summer rhythm. Children ran in loose, bright arcs across the grass. Parents clustered in pockets of conversation. A teenager pushed a stroller with one hand while staring at her phone with the other. The air smelled like sunscreen, cut grass, and hot pavement. The south side of the park was the quieter end, where older maple trees threw broad patches of shade over a playground with peeling paint and metal swings that squealed when they moved. Dante slowed as he approached, scanning the benches. He did not see Zoe at first. He sat anyway, partly because he was early and partly because his uncle had taught him years ago that waiting from a seated position made people underestimate you. The habit had stuck. He rested his forearms on his knees and watched the park without really seeing it. His mother would have liked days like this. That thought arrived unexpectedly, and with it came the familiar frustration of loss made incomplete by time. He remembered pieces of her in flashes rather than a whole person. the smell of some citrus perfume, a laugh that started low and surprised itself into brightness. Strong hands, soft voice when she tucked him in. Then the hospital had swallowed the rest. Machines, whispers in hallways, adults trying too hard to smile. Afterward, there had only been his father, already half gone into his own selfishness, and then his uncle stepping in wherever he could, carrying pieces of boyhood Tom Mercer could not be bothered to hold. Dante. He turned. Zoe stood behind the bench in denim shorts and a pale pink top that left her arms bare to the sun. Her hair was up in a ponytail, and without the office clothes from the night before she looked younger, more immediate, less like a beautiful mystery and more like a woman who had chosen practical shoes because the day might require walking somewhere inconvenient. He found himself staring long enough for her to notice. A flush colored her cheeks. Have you been waiting long? Not really. He stood. You look different. Good different, or witness protection program different. He smiled despite himself. Good. Some of the tension in her shoulders eased. That's nice. Come on. I want you to meet my dad. He blinked. Your dad? Yes. We met last night. I know. Are you in the habit of introducing men to your father the morning after meeting them? Only when it matters. There was no playful edge to it. The answer landed with enough seriousness that his humor thinned. He searched her face. Zoe, what exactly is this? She looked toward the children on the swings for a second, then back at him. For the first time since he had met her, he saw something like fear in her expression. Please just come with me. It will not take long. If, at the end of it, you think I'm insane, I'll drive you straight back here and you will never have to see me again. That was a strange promise. The stranger thing was that he believed she meant it. All right, he said slowly. I'll come. Her relief was visible. Thank you. The drive took them out past the denser parts of the city into a neighborhood of older brick homes with trimmed lawns and chain-link fences. Zoe drove with both hands on the wheel, focused in the way people were when they were thinking too much. Dante watched the road and the profile of her face in turns. You said last night you worked in logistics, he said. I do. For who? Private contracts. Government support. Supply chains. Too many acronyms. None of them interesting. That sounds like the answer of someone avoiding the question. She glanced at him and almost smiled. It sounds like the answer of someone who has signed too many non-disclosure agreements. I don't know whether that's reassuring or alarming. It depends on your taste. They turned down a quiet street and pulled into the driveway of a modest red brick house with a deep front porch and flower beds that had been weeded recently by someone who did not love the task, but loved order. A broad-shouldered man stood near the front steps waiting for them. Even from the car, Dante could see the way he held himself. Weight balanced, eyes alert, nothing wasted. He wore jeans, work boots, and a faded flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled to the elbow. His hair was gray at the temples and cropped short. He looked like a man who had never mistaken comfort for safety. That's my father, Zoe said. Fred met them halfway up the walk. He did not offer much of a smile, but he did offer his hand. It swallowed Dante's. Fred Holloway, he said. Dante Mercer. I know who you are. Dante looked at Zoe. She looked away, suddenly fascinated by the porch rail. Fred noticed. Don't take it personal. I like to know who's around my daughter. Come inside. The house smelled like grilled meat, coffee, and old wood. Family photos lined one wall of the hallway. A radio sat on a side table in the den, larger than anything most civilians kept, its black casing marked by use. Static whispered through the speaker in brief, restless bursts before Fred turned a knob and silenced it. In the backyard, Fred said. Stakes are almost done. The yard was deeper than the front suggested, enclosed by a weathered fence and shaded at one end by an oak tree that had seen better decades. A charcoal grill smoked near the patio. On the table beside it sat a bowl of salad, thick ceramic plates, and silverware laid out with military symmetry. Zoe moved easily through the space, carrying bread from the kitchen, setting napkins, checking the dressing. She belonged here in a way that made Dante aware of how little he had ever belonged anywhere. He noticed a framed photograph propped against the back window from the patio side. In it stood Fred, younger and leaner, with his arm around a dark-haired woman and two children between them. The boy, maybe 18 in the picture, wore dress blues. The girl beside him, younger but unmistakably Zoe, leaned toward him with unguarded admiration. The boy's smile had the same open intelligence Dante had glimpsed in Zoe the night before. "Your brother?" Dante asked quietly. Zoe's hands stilled over the salad tongs. Fred, at the grill, did not turn around. "Yes," she said. "What was his name?" "Jack." There was no room in her voice for a follow-up question, and Dante respected it. He only said, "He looked like a good man." This time Fred did turn. They ate outside. The steaks were so rare they seemed almost argumentative, but Dante had grown up with hunters and men who distrusted overcooked meat, so he did not complain. Zoe hid a smile when she caught him noticing the center of his steak. Fred ate as if chewing were a side task his body handled while his mind stayed elsewhere. The conversation, at first, stayed ordinary. Fred asked about Dante's work. Dante explained the warehouse, solvents, industrial cleaners, drums marked with enough warning labels to make a man wonder what future illness he was stacking for $14 an hour. Fred asked whether he had ever handled protective equipment. Dante said yes. Respirators, goggles, gloves, containment procedures. Enough to keep accidents from becoming headlines. Ever used military-grade filtration gear? Fred asked. Dante set down his fork. No. Fred grunted once as if filing that away. After the plates were cleared, Fred led them into the den. The curtains were drawn against the afternoon sun, turning the room cool and dim. There was a map of the United States pinned to one wall with colored marks across the West and the Central Plains. Another map, smaller and more detailed, showed mountain topography Dante could not immediately place. Shelves held books on engineering, field medicine, communications, weather, and what looked like old Army manuals. The radio on the table was joined by two others. One emitted a low hiss beneath a clipped voice speaking too far away to make out. Fred poured 3 fingers of whiskey into short glasses and handed one to Dante. Zoe took hers without argument. That alone made Dante uneasy. Fred sat in an armchair that seemed to have learned the shape of him over years. "Zoe says you're good people." Dante looked from father to daughter. "She says that a lot." "It matters," Fred said. "To what?" Fred leaned back and studied him with a patience that felt almost clinical. "To whether you get told the truth." Dante waited. Fred said, "The world is about to come apart." Zoe winced as if she had hoped for a gentler opening. Dante stared at him, waiting for the punch line that did not come. Fred went on. "Not metaphorically. Not politically. I mean governments failing, cities choking, food chains breaking, communications collapsing. The whole structure." Fast. Dante set the untouched whiskey on the side table. "I'm going to need more than that." "You'll get it," Fred said. "A close friend of mine still has access to channels most men never hear. There's been movement for weeks. Quiet movement. Relocation of assets. Supply diversions. Strategic silence from the wrong agencies at the wrong time. We're past brinkmanship now." Dante shook his head. "War." Fred's expression hardened. "Something worse, because bombs are clean by comparison." The chatter points to biological agents and chemical dispersal systems. Maybe mixed deployment. Maybe staged strikes to make attribution impossible. The point isn't who starts it. The point is what follows. Panic. Retaliation. More releases. Infrastructure failure. Civil unrest. A death spiral with flags on it. The words were impossible, but Fred did not speak like a man indulging fantasy. He spoke like a mechanic describing a machine that had already started to fail. Zoe sat forward. "I know how this sounds. Believe me, I do. But I've seen enough to know my dad isn't guessing. I saw purchase orders routed through shell suppliers. Protective equipment moved under false civilian codes. A surge in communications restrictions. Whole categories of transport changed without explanation. People in my office were nervous, and the ones who knew anything were nervous in a specific way." "Why tell me?" Dante asked. The room went still. Zoe answered first. "Because last night you were angry and humiliated and drunk, and you still behaved like a decent man. That can't be your standard for the end of the world." "It isn't," Fred said. "Your uncle taught you fieldcraft. You work around hazardous materials. You're young, strong, and from what Zoe says, you don't come apart under pressure. Most important, you don't smell like greed from across a room." Dante almost laughed from disbelief. "You're recruiting?" Fred folded his hands over one knee. "I have a hardened shelter in the Rockies. Off-grid. Filtered air. Water recycling. Backup power. Enough room for a small group if that group knows how to behave. My intention was always to take Zoe, myself, and 2 others if the time came. Jack was supposed to be one of them. He paused, and for a moment the loss in the room became a 4th presence. Jack is gone. Time came anyway. Dante looked at Zoe. What happened to your brother? Her throat moved before she answered. Training accident was the public story. The real story? Dante asked. Fred said. Later. The refusal had weight behind it. Dante felt it, but he let it pass. How long? He asked instead. Fred's answer came without hesitation. Days. Maybe a week. Not longer. The den seemed to contract around him. Through the curtain's edge he could see a bright strip of afternoon. Hear a dog barking somewhere down the block. Hear a lawnmower in the distance. Everything outside continued in obscene normalcy. This could be a mistake, Dante said. Yes, Fred replied. It could. But if I'm wrong, you lose a little money, a little time, and perhaps your pride. If I'm right, staying here gets you dead. Zoe's eyes never left Dante's face. I would not have brought you if I wasn't certain. He thought of Jill's messages. His father's call. The apartment that barely felt like home. The job with the chemical smell baked into his clothes. The humiliating smallness of his life. Strange as it was, the choice before him did not feel like a leap away from something stable. It felt like the world had finally named the chaos he had always sensed beneath ordinary days. What do you need from me? He asked. Fred's jaw eased by a fraction. First, your word that you tell no one. Not your friends. Not your ex. Not your father. Panic starts early when enough people hear the whisper. Second, you start closing your life down today. Cash what you can. Buy practical clothes, boots, basic tools, medical supplies if you can get them without drawing attention. Third, you prepare to leave within 48 hours. And if I say no? Zoe looked down at her glass. Fred said, then Zoe drives you home, and this conversation dies here. Dante sat back and ran both hands over his face. When he lowered them, he realized his heart was pounding. You said the world is going to choke itself to death, he murmured. Fred nodded. And you're asking me to trust 2 people I met less than a day ago. Yes. Dante looked at Zoe. Her fear had returned, but it stood beside something else now. Hope, sharp and stubborn. She wanted him there. Not because she was lonely. Because, for reasons he still did not fully understand, she believed he belonged in the narrow future they were building. He picked up the whiskey and drank it in one swallow. It burned all the way down. When do we leave? He asked. Chapter 3. The next 3 days passed with the feverish logic of a man dismantling his old life before he had time to mourn it. Dante closed his bank account first. The woman at the credit union asked whether he was moving, and he said yes, because it was easier than the truth. He withdrew what little savings he had, folded the cash into an envelope, and tucked it inside his jacket as though it were enough money to matter. After that he sold what he could. The second-hand television went to a mechanic from the warehouse. The couch to a neighbor in the building who had been sleeping on an air mattress since her divorce. The cheap coffee table he left in the hallway with a handwritten free sign, because nobody sensible should spend money on a table that flimsy. He paid the landlord a fee to break the lease early. The landlord acted offended until Dante slid the cash across the desk. Then offense turned into paperwork. He called the warehouse and quit with 1 day's notice. His supervisor, a red-faced man named Keller who believed loyalty was something hourly workers owed to management in exchange for not being completely mistreated, asked whether Dante had another job lined up. Dante said, something like that. You're making a mistake, Keller told him. Dante thought of the drums in the back loading bay, the sour chemical tang that lived in the place even with the ventilation running, and the headaches that came after long shifts around solvents no mask seemed to filter entirely. Wouldn't be my first. Keller snorted and said he could pick up his final check Friday. Dante knew he would never see the man again. The thought lifted a small weight from his chest. At night, he slept badly. Not because he doubted Fred, though doubt still existed in him. It was because the world outside remained offensively ordinary. His neighbors argued over parking spots. An ice cream truck played the same warped tune down the block every afternoon. Teenagers laughed too loudly in the courtyard behind the building. The sun rose. Traffic moved. Somewhere, People planned weddings and complained about gas prices. It was hard to believe in apocalypse while hearing somebody upstairs vacuum. But every morning there was another text from Zoe. Training starts at 7. Wear clothes you can ruin. Bring water. Fred says your footwork probably sucks. Don't eat a big breakfast unless you want to throw up in front of me. The messages did more than organize his days. They steadied him. Fred's training started in a rented storage unit on the industrial edge of the city, one of several front locations, as he called them, with the tone of a man revealing only as much as he had decided to reveal. Inside, the unit had been transformed into a practical little world of preparedness. Shelves held sealed bins labeled with dates and contents. A workbench ran along one side. There were packs, ropes, field radios, water filters, boots, spare clothing, medical kits, and to Dante's surprise, a rack of firearms locked behind steel mesh. You keep all this here? Dante asked the first morning. No, Fred said. I keep what can be lost here. That was as close to humor as the man usually came. Training with Zoe was nothing like flirting in a bar. She was patient, but not gentle. She corrected his stance with a tap of her boot to his ankle and his shoulder blade. She showed him how to check seals on masks and fit filters correctly, how to clear a jam on a compact rifle she handled with the easy competence of long practice, and how to move through confined spaces without wasting motion. She had a way of explaining things that made his mistakes feel solvable rather than shameful, which only made him more aware that she was watching. On the second day, Fred had them run drills in full protective suits. The first time Dante sealed himself into the hood and gloves, the world narrowed instantly. His breath sounded too loud inside the mask. Heat gathered at his spine. The rubber smell of the suit sat in his throat. Fred made him move crates, assemble a portable filtration line, and disassemble it while Zoe timed him. Sweat soaked the back of his shirt within minutes. Slow is smooth, Fred said. Smooth is fast. Panic gets you dead. People really say that. Dante muttered through the respirator. People who survive do. When Fred stepped outside to take a radio call, Zoe helped Dante out of the suit. Her fingers worked the stubborn seal at his neck with brisk efficiency. When the hood came free, cool air hit his face like mercy. You did better than I expected, she said. He drank half a bottle of water before answering. That sounds like an insult dressed up for dinner. It isn't. She smiled. You learn quickly. Most men try to impress my father. You just listen. That's because I'm terrified of disappointing him. That makes one of you. He looked at her. You disappoint him? A shadow passed across her face. She sat on a crate and leaned her elbows on her knees. Not anymore. I used to. After Jack died, I think he didn't know what to do with the fact that I was still here. I didn't know what to do with it either. Dante sat beside her, leaving enough space to make retreat possible if she wanted it. You don't have to talk about him. I know. She folded and unfolded the strap of a pair of gloves in her lap. That's why I am. He waited. Jack was a Marine first, she said. Then he did work that was harder to explain. Contracted work. Security, support, sometimes retrieval. The sort of missions that do not get parades. Dad was proud of him and afraid for him in equal measure. Jack pretended not to notice. You admired him. I worshipped him when I was younger. She gave a small self-conscious laugh. He taught me how to drive stick, how to throw a punch, how to read contour lines on a map. He said if the world ever went bad, the people who survived first would not be the strongest. They would be the people who stayed useful. Dante heard the echo of Fred in that. What happened? She looked toward the mesh locker where the rifles sat in dim, ordered rows. He came back from a job overseas quiet and furious. Said he had seen something that would not stay contained. Said some governments were playing with things they would never be able to call back. He and Dad fought for weeks because Dad wanted him out. Jack said he had to finish something first. Her throat tightened. Then he died in what the report called a vehicle accident. Dante turned toward her. And you don't believe that? No. Her answer was immediate. Neither does Dad. He understood then that Jack's absence was not only grief in this house. It was a wound with a shape, a missing piece around which everything else had been rebuilt. Fred returned before Dante could ask more, face set hard in a way that made both of them stand. What happened? Zoe asked. Nothing yet, Fred said. A hospital in Denver just doubled an order for nerve agent antidote injectors through a shell intermediary. That is not a normal Tuesday. Neither of them replied. Fred looked at Dante. How much contact do you still have with your father? None I want. How much could he learn if he came looking? Dante considered. My apartment. The warehouse. Maybe a couple bars I go to sometimes. He doesn't know anyone who matters to me, because there really isn't anyone. Fred nodded as though that, too, had been weighed in Dante's favor. Good. Leave the phone active one more day. After that it goes dark. The phone became a kind of poison in Dante's pocket. Jill sent texts that swung between apology and accusation. Please answer me. We need to talk. You can't just disappear because you're mad. Dr. Ross says you need to get tested too. I was going to tell you sooner. By the time Tom finally messaged, it was only 6 words. We should talk man to man. Dante stared at the screen until his thumb hurt from holding the phone too tightly. Then he handed it to Zoe, who read the message and looked up with such immediate contempt that he laughed in spite of himself. He thinks he deserves a conversation, she said. He thinks a lot of things. What are you going to do? He took the phone back. For a moment he pictured driving across town, knocking on his father's door, and proving to himself there was still enough sun in him to ask why. But that would not be the real reason. The real reason would be to hurt him. Dante knew it. Knew, too, that Tom Mercer was not worth carrying into the end of the world. I'm done with him, Dante said. That evening, after training, Zoe took him to a surplus store outside the downtown core, where the owner greeted her by name and did not ask questions about bulk purchases. They bought thermal layers, wool socks, gloves, a camp stove, water purification tablets, and an absurd number of batteries. Zoe moved through the aisles with intent, checking expiration dates, comparing stitching, rejecting anything she did not trust. Dante carried the basket and watched her choose. You've done this before, he said. She set 2 compact first aid kits beside the register. My father started preparing when I was 12. For war. For collapse. She shrugged. War. Pandemic. Grid failure. Weather events. Social unrest. He did not care what shape it took. He only cared that modern life was one power outage away from panic. That sounds paranoid. It did to me too, she said. For a long time. And now. She glanced at him over the stack of supplies. Now I think paranoia is just foresight that has not been proven yet. They loaded the purchases into the trunk of her car under a sky gone bruised purple with evening. The parking lot was nearly empty. Somewhere nearby a radio played an old country song from inside another store. The ordinariness of it all pressed on Dante until he had to say something. What if we go all the way out there and nothing happens? Zoe leaned back against the car door, crossing her arms loosely. Then we come home embarrassed and overpacked. And if something does happen? She held his gaze. Then I would rather be embarrassed beside you in a mountain bunker than dead in this parking lot. The honesty of it struck him silent. She watched him another second, then softened. Dante, you don't have to keep pretending you aren't afraid. I am too. He let out a breath. You don't act afraid. I act busy. That helps. Sometimes. He stepped closer without deciding to. The heat from the day still lived in the asphalt, rising around them. Up close, he could see the fine gold strands that had loosened from her ponytail near her temples. You asked me to come because you thought I was good people, he said quietly. Was that the only reason? Her lips parted, then curved faintly. No. He put one hand on the roof of the car beside her shoulder. Good. This kiss was nothing like the brush of her mouth against his cheek outside the bar. It was deliberate, searching, and warm with everything they had not named since meeting. Zoe's fingers curled lightly into the front of his shirt, as if testing whether he was real. Dante kissed her back with a care that surprised him. For a few suspended seconds the parking lot disappeared, along with Jill, Tom, Fred's warnings, the maps, the radios, the possibility of mass death. There was only the clean electric fact of Zoe leaning into him. When they parted, both of them stayed close. We're really doing this, he said. Yes. He smiled once, rueful and amazed. You know this is insane. Yes, she said again, and this time she smiled too. But it's happening. On the final night before departure, Fred came to Dante's apartment to help carry down the last of the bins. He moved through the rooms with an appraising eye that missed nothing. He checked the windows, the locks, the hallway sight lines, the dumpsters behind the building. When they were done, Dante took his phone from his pocket, removed the battery, and dropped both pieces into separate trash bags that would leave in different directions. It felt more permanent than quitting the job or giving up the apartment keys. Standing in the empty living room, Dante looked around at the faded paint, the cheap blinds, the water stain near the ceiling in the kitchen. For months, he had hated the place for how temporary it felt. Now, with his life stripped out of it, he understood something stranger. Even temporary places can witness you. This room had held his worst hangovers, his silent meals, his anger, his loneliness, and the 1 or 2 nights he had let himself imagine a different future. It deserved a goodbye more honest than he expected. "Well," he murmured. Fred waited by the door with 2 duffel bags slung over one shoulder. "Anything worth leaving a note for?" Dante thought about Jill and Tom, about the people who would find him gone and create their own stories to fill the space. He shook his head. "No." Fred nodded, then shut the door. Dante did. The latch clicked into place with the small final sound of a life closing. Chapter 4. They left before dawn in 2 vehicles and a silence too full to be called calm. Fred drove a panel van loaded with storage bins, tools, fuel canisters, and the kind of practical weight that made the suspension sit low. Zoe and Dante followed in an aging pickup Fred had acquired under circumstances Dante suspected would become a story only after trust deepened further. The truck smelled faintly of canvas, old leather, and motor oil. A road atlas lay folded on the seat between them beside a handheld radio that crackled to life whenever Fred wanted to change course. The city was still half asleep when they merged onto the interstate. Sodium lights glowed over empty exits. Delivery trucks rolled in slow lines. The horizon ahead was only beginning to pale. As the skyline fell behind them, Dante turned in his seat and watched the buildings recede until they became a gray shape against the morning. He expected grief. Instead, he felt an odd stillness, as if the life he had left had been ending for much longer than he realized. Zoe drove the first stretch. She wore a dark tank top beneath an open overshirt, practical pants, and the focused expression of someone who trusted motion more than stillness. Fred's voice came through the radio every hour or so with gas stops, route changes, or reminders to check the mirrors. State patrol ahead at mile marker 180. Keep it clean. Take the next fuel stop. Fill both cans. Don't buy anything with a card if you can help it. They ate standing up at gas stations, lived off jerky, fruit, and terrible coffee, and spoke in the shorthand of people who had accepted the strangeness of their task because resisting it would only make it harder. By afternoon, the plains had opened wide around them, gold and flat and wind-scoured beneath an enormous sky. Every few hours, Dante saw something that made him wonder whether Fred had been right to move when he did. A convoy of military trucks heading east with tarps drawn low over their cargo. An urgent line at a rural pharmacy. 2 helicopters moving north in formation. Once, at a rest stop, he overheard a man on his phone say that his brother's hospital had locked down a wing for some kind of contamination event. When he mentioned it to Fred over the radio, there was a long pause before the older man answered. "Keep driving." The second day brought mountains. At first they were a blue suggestion against the horizon, soft enough to seem painted. Then they grew teeth. Rock rose behind the land in sharp distances, streaked with late summer snow and sheltered cuts, pines dark against the slopes. Dante had seen mountains before in photographs, and once on a childhood trip, so brief it felt borrowed, but seeing them like this was different. They seemed less like scenery than judgment. Ancient, unmoved by the fragile plans of men. By late afternoon, Fred's voice came over the radio. "We're stopping for the night." The hotel he chose sat outside a small mountain town where the tourist season had not yet fully ended. It was cleaner than Dante expected, with heavy beams in the lobby and framed photographs of elk and rivers on the walls. The clerk barely glanced at them after Fred paid cash for 2 rooms. 2 rooms? Dante asked once they had their keys. Fred looked at him without expression. "You snore." "I don't think so." "Then count your blessings." Zoe bit the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing. Fred had errands, which could have meant anything from checking routes to meeting a contact in a grocery parking lot. He disappeared before either of them could ask. Zoe paused outside Dante's room, shifting her overnight bag to the other hand. "Meet me downstairs in an hour," she said. "And shower. You smell like fear and highway." "I was going for rugged." You missed. She walked away with the easy confidence of a woman who knew he was watching. The restaurant off the lobby tried hard for rustic charm and came close enough to qualify. Low lights, stone fireplace, heavy wooden tables. Dante arrived first in a clean black t-shirt and jeans, hair still damp. He caught himself scanning exits before choosing a seat and wondered when Fred's habits had started infecting him. Zoe entered 10 minutes later and stole the breath from him. She had changed into a simple dark dress that skimmed her figure without trying too hard. As if beauty were an afterthought it was too late to avoid. Her hair was down now, falling over one shoulder in bright waves. She wore minimal makeup, just enough to catch the warm light and make her eyes look greener than ever. He stood before he realized he was doing it. "That look on your face," she said as she sat. "I'm going to need you to repeat it later." He lowered himself back into the chair. "You look incredible." Good answer. Dinner should have felt absurd under the circumstances. Instead, it felt strangely precious, like a pocket of stolen normalcy in a life racing toward rupture. They ordered trout for her and steak for him, though Zoe ended up stealing bites from his plate and giving him half her roasted potatoes because she said restaurants always pretended vegetables were decoration. They talked more softly than they had in the city. The road had stripped something away from both of them, leaving less room for pretense. Dante told her about his Uncle Leonard in more detail then. About summer weekends in the woods, sleeping under tarps, learning to identify tracks, tie clean knots, shoot straight, and respect weather. Leonard had never said he was trying to save the boy Tom Mercer was failing to raise, but he had done it anyway in 100 practical lessons. "He sounds like the kind of man people remember accurately," Zoe said. Dante looked at the table. "He died when I was 19. Heart attack. Just dropped in his driveway carrying groceries." "I'm sorry." "Me too." He rolled the stem of his water glass between his fingers. "He would have believed Fred quicker than I did." "Why?" "Because he'd seen enough of people to know what they were capable of." Zoe was quiet a moment. Jack would have liked him. There was no easy response to that, so Dante only nodded. When the plates were cleared, Zoe leaned back and studied him over the candle stub between them. "I did not bring you into this only because you seemed useful," she said. "I know. I need you to really know." He met her gaze. "I do." A warmth moved through her expression then, something deeper than flirtation and too early to call love, but heading toward it with a dangerous steadiness. Upstairs, outside her room, she produced a bottle of champagne from behind the ice bucket stand in the hallway, as if by magic. "You bought that today?" "And other things." He raised an eyebrow. "Other things" sounds ominous. It can be. Inside her room, the bedspread was turned down and a box of condoms sat very obviously on the nightstand, beyond plausible deniability and well into invitation. Dante laughed, sudden and helpless. Zoe set the bottle on the desk and looked almost shy for the first time since he met her. "I wasn't sure if the world deserved us being sensible tonight," she said. He stepped toward her. "I think the world has forfeited its vote." She laughed once, and then he was kissing her. The night with Zoe had none of the frantic emptiness of a man rebounding from betrayal. It was slow and honest, and unexpectedly tender. They touched each other like people memorizing something they feared could be taken away. In the dark after, with the mountains silent outside the window and the air still carrying a trace of cold from the wall unit, Zoe lay with her cheek on his chest and her fingers idly tracing the line of an old scar near his ribs. "Knife?" she asked. "Fence post," he said. "I was 15 and convinced I could vault it." "That sounds painful." "It was educational." She smiled against his skin, then went quiet. When she spoke again, her voice had changed. "Sometimes I think I already started grieving before anything happened." "For what?" "The world." Her fingers stilled. "For grocery stores and power lines and stupid arguments in parking lots. For people buying birthday candles because somebody they love is turning 6. For all of it." Dante looked up at the dark ceiling. "Maybe that's what preparing is. Grieving in advance so you can still function when it gets real." "That sounds like something my father would say if he were trying to be poetic." "He'd hate that." "Yes." She tipped her head back to look at him. "Dante." "Yeah. If we survive this, I don't want us to pretend this was only because the world was ending." The truth moved through him clean as cold water. "We won't." They slept only a few hours. By dawn, Fred had them loading the vehicles again. All business. No visible interest in their night beyond one single glance at Dante that carried the exhausted resignation of a father choosing not to know certain things in detail. From the town, they followed a two-lane road into the high country, then turned off onto a narrower route that roughened quickly into an old logging track. Pines closed around them. The sky shrank to strips between branches. Dust rose behind the tires. After another hour, Fred stopped the van where the track ended near what looked like an abandoned cabin tucked into a fold of the mountain. Its roof sagged on one side. Moss crept over the logs. Anybody passing by would have written it off as a dying remnant of some failed hunting season or forgotten miner's refuge. "This is the first mask," Fred said. He unlocked the cabin with a key from around his neck. Inside, beneath warped floorboards and a smell of old wood, was a hidden storage cellar packed with more supplies. Dante stopped asking where Fred had gotten things. The answers were clearly long, and none of them casual. From there, the real work began. They hauled gear by hand along a concealed trail that climbed through a narrow draw littered with granite and deadfall. The elevation punished lungs and legs alike. Fred set a steady pace that dared either of them to complain. Zoe sweated and strained and laughed once when Dante nearly lost his footing on loose shale, but she never slowed more than necessary. On the second trip, they saw the false cave mouth from 20 yards away and still almost missed it. Rockfall had been arranged with an artful natural ugliness. Behind it, partially earth-burned into the slope, waited a reinforced steel door the color of old stone. Fred entered a code, turned a wheel, and pulled. Cool, filtered air breathed out to meet them. Inside, the bunker was both more and less than Dante expected. It was not a secret military base from a movie, all glowing screens and dramatic corridors. It was tighter, more practical, and therefore more convincing. The entry chamber held decontamination nozzles, drainage grates, storage hooks, and a rack of sealed suits. Beyond that, a central corridor ran through concrete walls painted in matte light gray to fight claustrophobia. There was a compact kitchen, a common room with a heavy table bolted to the floor, a communications room humming softly with equipment, bunks built into 2 sleeping quarters, a maintenance section, batteries, tanks, fuel reserves, and a medical room that made Dante think uneasily of how much suffering Fred had prepared to treat. Power came from a mix of generators and a geothermal system Fred proudly described in exactly 9 words before moving on. Water ran cold and clean. Air moved with a soft, constant whisper through filtration systems housed behind thick doors. "Home," Zoe said, though her voice carried awe rather than comfort. They worked until darkness, bringing in the last of the gear from the cabin cache and organizing it by room. Fred assigned shelves and priorities with the authority of a man who had arranged this in his head 1,000 times. Dante's muscles shook by the time he finally dropped onto a bunk in the smaller sleeping room. Zoe leaned in the doorway, hair damp at the temples, breathing hard. "You alive?" she asked. "Define alive." "That bad. My soul is somewhere back on the trail." She crossed the room, sat beside him, and pressed a cool bottle of water into his hand. "You kept up." "Barely. Barely is still up." The bunker lights shifted to a lower evening setting automatically at 10. Fred was in the communications room by then, headphones on, scanning frequencies. Dante drifted between exhaustion and wakefulness until a sound moved through the structure so low and heavy he thought at first it was a dream. Then the floor trembled. Every light flickered once. Zoe was already sitting up in the bunk across from his when the second shock came. Deeper and closer in feeling, though distance made the sound only a thick, muffled concussion through miles of rock and air. Fred's voice came over the internal speaker system, sharpened by restraint. "Comm room." Now, they ran. Fred stood over the radios with one headset hanging around his neck, his face gone pale beneath the weathered skin. Snatches of transmission cut through static in broken pieces. Multiple releases. Denver event confirmed. Not nuclear. Repeat, not nuclear. Shelter in place. A voice somewhere farther west was praying. Another was shouting coordinates. Then the frequency dissolved into hissing. Fred turned. For the first time since Dante had met him, the older man looked exactly as afraid as he had every right to be. "It started," he said. "What kind of strike?" Zoe asked. Fred swallowed once. Mixed reports, but not nuclear. Chemical dispersal and biological deployment. Maybe simultaneous. Maybe staggered. They hit transportation hubs and dense metros first. There's already confusion over vectors. Another distant impact rolled through the mountain. Something metallic rattled in the next room. Fred moved immediately, handing them sealed packs. Masks. Suits staged at the airlock. Nobody opens an exterior door under any circumstance without my order. We run internal protocols from this moment forward. Dante took the pack. His hands felt steady, which frightened him more than shaking would have. Outside the bunker, far beyond stone and forest and darkness, the world was ending in clouds no one here could yet see. Chapter 5. Time changed character underground. In the first 48 hours, it still behaved like ordinary time. Minutes could be counted by tasks. Hours had shape. Fred organized the bunker into watches, maintenance blocks, exercise periods, radio rotations, meal prep, and sanitation checks, and the discipline of it kept panic from spreading into the concrete corners. Dante learned the sound of the air system, the vibration pattern of the generator when it switched load, the smell of the decontamination foam, and the exact number of steps between his bunk and the communications room in full darkness. By the fourth day, outside time had become rumor. They had no windows. The bunker's lighting cycled to simulate morning and night, but the body never trusted it fully. Dante would wake convinced it was dawn and find it was 3 in the afternoon by the clock. Zoe would sometimes pause mid-conversation as though listening for birdsong that could not possibly reach them through rock and steel. Fred seemed least affected. He moved through the routines he had built with the grim relief of a man whose terrible preparation had finally found its purpose. The radios told the story in fragments. No official broadcast lasted long. Some were emergency instructions clearly recorded before whatever came. Others were live until they vanished in static or screaming. Cities fell into silence in uneven patterns. A military channel carried terse contamination warnings and dead zones. Civilian frequencies filled with desperate requests for family, directions, medicine, clean water, transport. Sometimes there were long stretches of nothing at all, which Fred said were worst because silence could mean either distance or total loss. On the 6th day, they heard that the first strikes had not been one event, but many. Aerosolized agents had been released in transportation hubs. Modified pathogens had appeared in at least 3 major medical centers within hours of the chemical strikes. Nobody yet knew whether the diseases were designed to kill quickly, disable, or create cascading panic through symptoms alone. Reports conflicted. Some places burned their dead. Some places could not. Dante listened with his jaw set while Fred took notes in a ledger with small, precise handwriting. Zoe stood with her arms wrapped around herself so tightly that her knuckles whitened. That night, in the sleeping quarters, she whispered into the darkness, "I can't stop imagining the park." Dante turned on his side to face her bunk across the narrow aisle. The park, the swings, the parents. The little girl with the yellow shoes who kept dragging her mother toward the slide. Her voice trembled once and then steadied by force. "I keep thinking there must have been a minute when they still thought it was just a strange smell in the air." There was nothing useful to say to that. Dante got out of bed and crossed the aisle. Zoe lifted the blanket without a word and made room for him in the narrow bunk. They lay pressed together awkwardly and then naturally, her forehead against his throat, his hands spanning the tense line of her back. He had not known, before all this, how intimate fear could be. Routines saved them. Fred made him and Zoe exercise every day, no exceptions. Push-ups, squats, resistance bands, shadow drills in the corridor, dry-fire weapon work, suit practice, medical refreshers, filter changes, inventory rotation. "Idleness breeds weakness," he said. "Weakness breeds mistakes." They cooked from stores that reminded Dante how deliberately Fred had prepared. Rice, beans, canned meats, freeze-dried vegetables, powdered eggs, pasta, coffee sealed in thick mylar, spices vacuum-packed against moisture, even shelf-stable cheese that Zoe declared a miracle of science and poor judgment. She transformed bunker meals into something almost normal by sheer stubbornness. One evening, she fashioned a stew that tasted so much like home cooking Dante had to look away from the table for a moment. Fred noticed everything and commented on almost nothing. The first time Dante woke from a nightmare and found himself in the common room at 2 in the morning drinking cold water straight from the bottle, Fred was already there at the table with the ledger open beside him. "Bad dream?" the older man asked. Dante leaned against the sink counter. "Felt more like 10 bad dreams stitched together." Fred capped his pen. "That will happen." Dante studied him in the low light. "You sleep?" "When needed." "That isn't an answer." Fred grunted. "It's the one you get." Dante took another drink, then lowered the bottle. "You really knew this was coming." Fred's eyes moved to the closed door of the communications room. "I knew enough." "How?" It was not the first time Dante had asked. It was the first time Fred seemed willing to answer. "I spent 28 years in military intelligence and logistics," Fred said. "Not the sort of work that gets photographed. I built networks, moved things, listened when others talked too confidently, and learned that every government tells itself stories about control. After I retired, some of the people I trusted most stayed in. A few kept talking to me when they shouldn't have." Dante absorbed that. It explained the radios, the maps, the vocabulary, the ruthless practicality. "And Jack?" For a long moment Fred did not reply. When he finally did, his voice had changed. "Jack saw a field test that was never supposed to leave a report," he said. "A release disguised as an outbreak in a region no one powerful thought mattered. He brought back evidence. Not enough to stop anything. Enough to understand the scale. Enough to scare the right people." The air in the room seemed to chill further. "He was going to expose it?" Dante asked. Fred's mouth hardened. "He was deciding who he could trust. Then he died." That same old official phrase hung between them without being spoken. "A vehicle accident," Dante said. Fred's gaze fixed on him. "A brake line cut so clean it might as well have been signed." Dante said nothing. There was nothing large enough to put into the room after that. Fred looked down at the ledger. "I told Zoe it was an accident for 6 months. Long enough to become a coward. You were trying to protect her. I was trying to protect myself from hearing her say what I already knew." His jaw worked once. A father can fail by softness as easily as by cruelty. People forget that. The confession sat with Dante long after he returned to his bunk. By the second week, the broadcast changed. The first frantic flood gave way to patchier voices. Some areas were simply gone from the air. Others had organized enough to issue local advisories, quarantine boundaries, or calls for skilled labor. One rural emergency band mentioned drift zones, where chemicals had settled in low places and remained lethal. Another described roads blocked by abandoned vehicles and bodies. A National Guard frequency, weak and intermittent, referred to a containment corridor that no longer seemed contained at all. Then, one afternoon, a woman's voice cut through on a civilian frequency, so clearly all 3 of them froze. "Any station receiving. This is Dr. Lena Vance with St. Martha's Field Annex. We are out of atropine, broad-spectrum antibiotics, and sealed filters. We have 19 living. Repeat, 19 living. Anyone receiving, respond." The transmission repeated twice and then dissolved into noise. Zoe's hand had risen unconsciously toward the microphone. Fred's voice stopped her. "No. There are survivors," she said. "There are voices," Fred corrected. That sounded real. Real does not mean safe. Dante watched both of them. Fred looked carved out of stone. Zoe looked stricken, angry, and hopeful all at once. "If 19 people are alive," she said, "then more are." "Yes," Fred said, "and some of them will kill for clean water." She turned away before he could see the hurt in her face, but Dante saw it. That night, after Fred went to the comm room, Zoe sat on the floor of the bunk room with her back against the wall and her knees drawn up. Dante joined her. She took longer than usual to speak. "I hate that he's probably right," she said. Dante rested his forearms on his knees. "About not responding? About caution? About what this does to people?" She laughed softly, bitter and tired. "I spent years telling myself my father was preparing for a cartoon version of collapse. And now I am living inside his nightmare, and he still gets to be practical." He brushed his fingers over hers where they lay on the floor between them. "Practical doesn't mean he isn't hurting too." "I know." She leaned her head back against the wall. "He was softer before Jack died. Not gentle exactly, but warmer." Her mouth curved faintly at the memory. "Jack used to say Dad loved people the way engineers love bridges. constantly expecting failure, but invested enough to maintain them anyway. Dante smiled. That sounds right. She turned her face toward him. In the dim light, her expression lost its strain for a moment and became something open. I'm glad you came. He took her hand then, fully, threading their fingers together. I'm glad you asked. When she kissed him, it was quiet and aching rather than hungry. Later they lay together in his bunk because somehow it felt less like a borrowed place than hers. Outside the blanket, the bunker hummed with systems keeping them alive. Inside it, her bare leg tangled with his, and her palm rested over his heart as if checking whether it still knew the world existed. On the 19th day, Fred announced they would begin external readiness assessments. Neither Dante nor Zoe spoke for several seconds. Then Dante asked, "You think it's safe?" Fred snapped shut the inventory binder. "I think the filters outside have had time to show us something useful." Safe is a child's word. Zoe exhaled slowly. What exactly does an assessment mean? It means we suit up, use full protocol, and inspect the outer intake sensors, cache markers, and weather station uplink. We do not wander. We do not touch exposed surfaces with unprotected skin. We do not bring back anything that cannot be decontaminated. Fred looked at both of them in turn. And we do not let emotion write the mission. Dante felt the old field lessons of Uncle Leonard stir beneath the weight of fear. Check your gear. Breathe. Watch your footing. Do the next right thing. He nodded once. Across the table, Zoe straightened in her chair. Fear still lived in her eyes. So did resolve. When do we go? She asked. Fred's answer came like a verdict. Tomorrow morning. Chapter 6. Morning in the bunker began with the hiss of sealing tape and the measured terror of ritual. Fred laid the equipment out on the steel table in the airlock in exact order. Underlayers, suit, gloves, hood, respirator, secondary hood seal, overboots, harness, radios, sidearms and sealed holsters, utility knives, sample pouches, marker flags, and decontamination tags. He inspected each piece before handing it over, not because he doubted their ability to suit themselves, but because trust in gear was the only kind he considered sentimental enough to verify twice. Dante stepped into the suit and felt the world become narrower with each closure. Zoe stood across from him in her own gear, transformed into a human shape rendered anonymous by matte material and filtered glass. Fred checked the seal at Dante's neck, then the connection points at his wrists. Speak, Fred said. Dante's voice came back to him through the mask speaker, flattened and mechanical. Seal good. Fred turned to Zoe. Speak. Seal good. The older man gave one short nod and sealed his own suit with hands that had clearly done this under worse conditions than a bunker airlock. Mission order is simple. I take point. Zoe in the middle. Dante rear security. We stay online, maintain visual, and keep contact checks every 30 seconds if terrain breaks sight. No heroics. No improvisation unless I call for it. The outer blast door cycled. When fresh air hit Dante through the suit's intake, it did not smell fresh at all. Even filtered through layers, something faint and metallic rode the cold mountain air, a bitterness like pennies and burned plastic. The sky above the concealed entrance was painfully blue. Sunlight struck the surrounding stone with such ordinary beauty that his mind resisted placing catastrophe inside the same frame. The forest had changed. Nothing moved. That was the first thing. No birds. No insect buzz. No rustle in the undergrowth except the wind. Pines stood exactly as they had before, but the life between them had gone silent in a way that made the world feel held under glass. A squirrel lay near a rock 20 feet from the entrance, small and stiff, its body untouched by scavengers. Do not touch fauna, Fred said over the comms, as if the thought might have occurred to someone. They advanced along the concealed trail toward the intake monitoring post, a narrow panel set into rock behind camouflage netting. Fred knelt, checked the readouts, and transmitted numbers into the microphone on his chest for the bunker log. Zoe recorded them on a waterproof slate. What do they say? Dante asked. Airborne particulate load is dropping, Fred replied. Residual toxicity still high at ground concentration. Filters outside the drift channels took a beating. That means the low places are worse. The wind shifted. Dante tasted copper through the filters and told himself it was only imagination. The weather station lay farther downslope beyond a stand of aspen gone prematurely yellow. Dante had expected the trees to offer comfort. Instead, the color looked sickly, as if the season had been forced on them by violence rather than time. One grove showed leaves curled black at the edges. Beneath another, 3 deer lay collapsed where they had fallen, rib cages still, eyes already clouded. Zoe stopped. Even through the mask, Dante could feel the shock move through her. "Oh my God, keep moving," Fred said, not unkindly. "They were running," she whispered. "Yes." Something in Dante hardened and hollowed at the same time. He had hunted with his uncle. He knew animal death. This was different. There was no dignity in it, no exchange between predator and prey, no winter logic. Just life interrupted mid-flight by something men had cooked up in rooms with polished tables. At the weather station, Fred opened the instrument housing and swore under his breath. One of the sensor arrays had been partially fouled by residue. "I need the backup probe from the second cache," he said. "That's another half-mile," Zoe replied. "And uphill," Dante added. Fred looked at the readout again. "If we don't calibrate now, we lose trend accuracy for the next week." There it was, the apocalypse reduced to maintenance priorities. Dante almost admired it. They moved toward the secondary cache through terrain that punished careful footing. Loose scree shifted beneath boots. Granite outcrops created blind corners where Fred halted them every few minutes for contact checks. The silence pressed harder the farther they went. Then Dante saw the first body. A man in hiking gear lay wedged between 2 boulders as if he had tried to crawl into shade. His skin, visible where a sleeve had ridden up, was mottled dark around the veins. The lower half of his face had been covered by a bandana that now hung loose. There was a backpack 3 feet away, burst open across the rocks. Canned food. A map. A child's stuffed rabbit coated in dust. "Don't stop," Fred said. Dante had not realized he had. 100 yards later, they found the second and third bodies near a dry wash. One adult woman. One boy maybe 8 years old. Both wore improvised masks made from ripped shirts and duct tape. The woman's hand was still curled around the child's shoe. Zoe made a sound over the comms that Dante would hear later in his sleep. Fred did not push them onward immediately this time. He stood with his head lowered for 2 seconds that felt ceremonial, then said, "Keep the route in your feet. Feel it. Grief can wait until we get home." Home. The word struck Dante harder than the bodies had. At the secondary cache, hidden inside a false deadfall of timber and stone, the backup probe was intact. So were 2 sealed medical crates and a long-range antenna kit Fred had apparently stored months before. While Fred worked, Dante scanned the ridgeline out of habit more than expectation. Movement flashed near the trees. He brought up his hand. Whole. All 3 went still. There it was again. A figure between trunks, too tall for an elk, too deliberate for the wind. Dante's pulse kicked. Fred shifted slightly, tracking the same area. "Human," Zoe said. The figure stepped half into view. It was a man in what looked like scavenged winter gear and a full-face respirator, not military issue. He stood perhaps 80 yards away with a rifle slung across his chest and one hand raised, palm out. Behind him, another shape moved lower to the ground, smaller. Nobody spoke for 1 breath, then 2. Fred keyed his external speaker. "State your distance intent." The man's voice came thin through his own mask unit. "No hostile intent. Need water and filter cartridges." Fred's answer was immediate. "Cannot assist at this range. Withdraw." The man took 1 more step into the open. Dante saw then that the second shape behind him was a girl, maybe 12, wrapped in an oversized coat and carrying a pack too large for her frame. Her mask was a patched half-face unit with 1 cracked lens taped over. The man spread his hands. "We have supplies to trade." Fred repeated, "Withdraw." The girl stumbled. Instinct nearly pulled Dante forward before discipline stopped him. Zoe, closer to the center line, shifted too. Fred's hand snapped out without looking, ordering stillness. "We came from the South Road," the man said. "There are others. Armed. They're taking people alive." Every muscle in Dante's back tightened. Fred's voice went colder. "How many?" "Don't know. 6 maybe. Maybe more." The man's breathing crackled through the speaker. "They hit a quarantine shelter 2 days ago. Took filters, antibiotics, fuel, women dash." A rifle shot cracked from somewhere above and to the left. The stranger jerked and went down hard. The girl screamed. "Contact!" Dante shouted. Fred was already moving, shoving Zoe toward the rock face while Dante turned, scanning the ridgeline. Another shot struck stone above them and showered grit. Whoever fired had elevation and likely optics. "Smoke out," Fred barked. Zoe pulled a canister from her harness and rolled it downhill. White smoke burst fast, unnatural against the pines. Dante saw the girl trying to drag the fallen man by his sleeve. Another round snapped past, missing by inches. "Leave them," Fred yelled. But the girl did not, and Dante knew with sick certainty that if they withdrew now she would die in the next 10 seconds. He broke line. He hated himself for it, even as he moved. He sprinted low through the first wall of smoke, boots skidding on rock, hearing Fred curse his name over the comms. The dead weight of the stranger was worse than expected, but Dante did not try to carry him. He grabbed the girl by the front of her coat and yanked both her and the pack toward cover, just as another shot punched through the place where her shoulder had been. The shooter had them bracketed now. "Dante!" Zoe shouted. "Move!" he roared back. A second plume of smoke bloomed, this one from Fred. Through the white churn Dante caught only fragments. Zoe firing 2 controlled shots uphill toward muzzle flash, Fred dragging the wounded stranger by his harness, the girl stumbling beside Dante with panicked animal sounds trapped in her mask. They made it behind a granite outcrop barely wide enough to conceal them. Dante shoved the girl down. The stranger was bleeding from high in the chest or shoulder, hard to tell through layers and the spreading dark stain. Fred checked the slope with brutal calm, while Zoe pressed a sealed trauma pad against the wound. "We are done here," Fred said. "Exfil now." "Who shot at us?" Zoe demanded. Fred's answer was a grim clarity Dante would remember. Not desperate civilians. Organized predators. They retreated in bounding stages, smoke and rock and speed, keeping them alive where luck alone should not have. No more shots came once they reached the lower switchback, which disturbed Dante more than continued fire might have. It suggested patience, observation, a willingness to let prey lead hunters home. By the time the false cave mouth came into view, the girl was half collapsing between Dante and Zoe. Fred paused only long enough to check the treeline one final time before punching the entry code. The blast door opened. Airlock lights flared. Decontamination nozzles armed with a click. Inside the first chamber, as outer contaminants began to wash from their suits, the girl tore off her damaged half-mask before anyone could stop her. Her first ragged breath echoed in the confined space. She looked up at them with a face too thin for her age, dirt streaked across both cheeks, and eyes gone wild from fear. "There's more of them," she gasped. "They followed us from Denver. They're looking for the mountain bunker with the radio man." Fred went absolutely still. Dante felt every hair rise along the back of his neck. The girl's next words landed even harder. "They said if they found Holloway alive, they'd finally know what Jack died trying to hide." Chapter 7. No one spoke for the first 3 seconds after the girl said Jack's name. The decontamination nozzles hissed around them, washing the outside world from their suits in hard streams that smelled faintly of bleach, metal, and something sharper that caught in the back of the throat. Water ran in gray ribbons across the grated floor. Emergency lights pulsed red, then white, then red again. The sound should have been mechanical and ordinary by bunker standards. To Dante, in that moment, it sounded like a countdown. Fred Holloway stood, so still he looked carved from the mountain itself. Dante had known him only a handful of weeks, but even in that short time, he had learned the older man's silences had different temperatures. Some were thoughtful, some were tired. Some meant he had decided something and was not interested in hearing arguments. This silence was something else. It was the silence of impact, of an old wound tearing open under scar tissue. Zoe was the first to move. She crouched in front of the girl and caught her by both shoulders before panic could send her crashing into the sealed inner door. "Look at me," she said, voice low and steady despite the shock in her eyes. "You do not take another breath until I tell you to. Can you listen?" The girl nodded too fast. Fred snapped back to himself. "Masks stay on," he said. "Nobody touches skin. Nobody breaks protocol because a frightened kid says a dead man's name." His tone was hard, but Dante heard the strain beneath it. The wounded stranger sagged sideways. Zoe swore and lunged to support him while Dante caught his other arm. Up close, the man looked older than Dante had thought in the smoke, maybe late 40s, with a lean face gone gray from blood loss and exhaustion. A dark beard clung to his jaw in uneven patches. His eyes were half open, unfocused, but still intelligent enough to track voices. Inside airlock bay, Fred ordered. Secondary quarantine. Now. The inner door unlocked with a heavy metallic clunk. They moved fast. The girl kept trembling beside Dante as he guided her forward. She was lighter than he had expected, narrow through the shoulders, all sharp elbows and whipcord tension. Beneath the grime and fear, she looked barely grown. 17, maybe 18. There was a tear in her sleeve, another in one knee, and dried black residue along the hem of her coat, where some outside sludge had splashed and hardened. Her eyes kept darting toward Fred, the radio man. The mountain bunker was not some rumor after all. The secondary quarantine room had once been a storage bay. Fred had turned it into something between an infirmary and a holding cell. Plastic sheeting hung in sections from ceiling tracks. Portable air filters thrummed in the corners. 2 steel frame cots stood against one wall. Cabinets of supplies lined the other. Bright overhead light flattened everyone into exhaustion. Strip outer layers into the burn bin, Fred said. Masks stay on until I say otherwise. The girl obeyed first. Dante noticed that her hands were shaking so badly she could barely work the clasps on her suit. Zoe stepped in to help without a word. The wounded man drifted in and out while Dante and Fred cut away the worst of his gear. A bullet had entered high through the right shoulder and torn out along the back instead of through the chest. Lucky, Dante thought, though the amount of blood on the fabric made the word feel stupid. Pressure dressing, Fred said. Zoe had it in hand before he finished. Dante braced the man while Zoe sealed the wound. The stranger groaned once, then bit it off. His eyes opened fully. They were pale blue and fever-bright. Jack, he rasped. You're Jack's family. Fred did not answer. I'm Mara, the girl said suddenly through her mask, as if the room had become too full of other people's pain and she needed to force herself into it before she disappeared. Mara Quinn. That's my father. Dr. Elias Quinn. The wounded man gave the smallest nod. Fred's gaze sharpened. Doctor. Environmental toxicology, Quinn managed. Formerly, Fred repeated. Everybody's formerly something now. He checked the portable scanner clipped beside the quarantine door, ran the air sample sequence, waded through the blinking diagnostics, then finally gave a curt nod. Filters held. Air inside is clean. Masks off. Dante pulled his away and tasted dry, processed air. It had never felt as valuable as it did now. Mara ripped her mask off first and dragged in a breath that shuddered through her whole body. She looked on the verge of crying but held the line by force. Zoe helped her sit on one of the cots, then turned back to Elias Quinn. Can you save him? Mara asked. Fred answered without false comfort. I can try. He worked with brisk competence, irrigating the wound, checking pupils, starting fluids, injecting antibiotics from one of the bunker kits. Dante handed him instruments when asked and tried not to get in the way. Zoe stayed near Mara, talking to her in a calm voice that made the room feel less like a trap. At some point, Quinn drifted under, and Mara's control finally cracked. She bent forward, elbows on her knees, and pressed both hands over her mouth. Her shoulders shook once, twice, then again. The sounds she was holding back were small enough to be worse than open crying. Zoe sat beside her and wrapped an arm around her. Dante looked away to give the girl what dignity he could. Fred finished taping the dressing in place, stripped off his gloves, and scrubbed both hands down with sanitizer until the smell of alcohol filled the room. Only then did he speak. How do you know my son's name? Mara lowered her hands. Her face was raw and young and filthy. Because he saved us. The words landed in the room like another detonation. Zoe rose so quickly the stool beside her legs scraped against the floor. When, outside Denver, Mara said. About 3 weeks ago. Maybe 4. It's hard to tell now. Fred's jaw worked once. Start at the beginning, he said. Mara glanced at her father, then back at Fred. There were holding zones in the city. That's what they called them on the loudspeakers. Safe processing centers. Medical triage. Clean water. Shelter. Everything people were desperate enough to believe. They were camps, Elias murmured without opening his eyes. Mara swallowed. They packed people into convention halls and school gyms. They separated anyone with technical training. Engineers, medical staff, comms people, scientists. My dad had federal credentials from before. That made him useful, which is another word for prisoner. Fred looked at Quinn with renewed attention. Useful how? Quinn opened his eyes again, slow and painful. Because the attacks weren't just bombs. The room went quieter still. He took a shallow breath and continued. Some were dirty strikes. Some were industrial sabotage. But the worst releases used engineered carriers. Aerosol dispersal systems designed to survive heat, travel on dust, and react differently based on local chemistry. They were built to poison infrastructure as much as people. Water lines, filters, soil, livestock. They wanted cascading failure, not just body counts. Dante felt the floor beneath his boots more than he felt the words at first. He thought of the gray skies outside, the dead valleys, the stinging residue they scrubbed from their suits every time they went above ground. He had known the world was ruined. Hearing it explained made the ruin feel deliberate in a way that was almost harder to bear. My father worked on decontamination systems, Mara said. Emergency filtration, soil wash protocols, ways to make small areas livable again. That's why they kept him. Who was they? Zoe asked. Mara's mouth tightened. A group called the Meridian Cell. That's what the men in charge called themselves when they thought nobody important was listening. Not government exactly. Not military exactly. Pieces of both. Private contractors. Former command structures. People who still believe they should be the ones deciding who gets air, water, and medicine. Fred's expression went flat in a dangerous way. I've heard the name. Quinn gave a brittle laugh that turned into a cough. Then you know enough to be afraid. Dante moved before he thought, helping him sit enough to breathe through it. Quinn steadied after a moment and looked straight at Fred. Your son infiltrated one of their transit units, he said. He was running intel on their relocation routes and signal relays. He found me in one of the Denver sites. Found Mara too. He figured out Meridian wasn't building shelters. They were building choke points. Places to concentrate skilled survivors and break them into obedience. Zoe had gone very pale. Mara's voice softened when she said Jack's name. He got us out during a transfer. Shot one driver, rammed the second truck into a barricade, dragged my dad half-conscious through smoke while telling me to keep moving and stop looking back. He was bleeding before we even cleared the lot. Fred looked at the floor once, then back up. That was all the grief he allowed himself in public. What was he trying to hide, he asked. Mara hesitated. Quinn answered for her. A ledger. Not paper. Data. Names, supply routes, field sites, and atmospheric models. Enough to tell you where some of the worst release corridors will keep drifting. Enough to identify 3 functioning purification plants Meridian wants for itself. Enough to get people killed if the wrong hands control it. And Jack had it. Zoe whispered. For a while, Quinn said. Then he made sure nobody could take it from him alive. Zoe's eyes closed. Dante stepped closer to her without drawing attention to it. He did not touch her yet. She was holding herself together with the same hard discipline he had seen in Fred too many times to mistake. He told us one thing before he sent us north, Mara said. He said if we made it to the radio man in the mountains, we tell him Meridian knows the name Holloway again. We tell him the old relay list wasn't burned after all. Fred's face hardened at that. Damn it, Jack. Why would they want you? Dante asked. Fred looked at him, then past him, toward the sealed rock and steel outside the quarantine room. Because before the world ended, I helped build emergency communication redundancies for federal continuity sites. Tiny networks, buried repeaters, shortwave bridges, hardline backups. I retired before any of it got finished, but I knew enough names and enough locations to make ambitious men interested. Jack thought you had copies, Quinn said. I did, Fred replied. The words stunned even Zoe. He glanced at her. Didn't tell you because information is a disease. The less you carry, the less anyone can carve out of you. Zoe's grief flashed into anger. He died carrying it. Yes, Fred said. And now we know why. The old man straightened. For the first time since they had dragged strangers into the bunker, he looked not just wary but operational. His mind had moved from shock to logistics, from pain to the ugly work after pain. How many followed you? He asked. Mara rubbed both palms against her jeans as if trying to wipe memory off her skin. At least 6 when we broke away. Maybe more. They use spotters. They don't rush unless they know what they're rushing. The man leading them is named Calder Voss. Quinn grimaced. Former recovery command. If he wants this bunker, he won't quit after one failed pass. What does he think is here? Dante asked. Comms, Fred said. Records. Me. Maybe the ledger. Maybe all of it. And is all of it here? Dante asked. Fred did not answer immediately. Then he said, not all of it. Enough. That was somehow worse. Mara looked from one face to another. Jack said if they found you before we did, everyone else trying to stay human in this part of the country would get a lot more alone. Dante had spent most of his life feeling cut loose from anything worth defending. Job to job, rent payment to rent payment. One bad family tie wrapped around his throat like wire. In the bunker, in the mountain silence, he had started to build a smaller version of purpose. Training. Work. Zoe. Fred's reluctant approval. Survival. That had already felt larger than the life he had left behind. Now the world had widened again, and with it the danger. Fred pointed at Dante. You're on first watch with me in 20 minutes. He pointed at Zoe. Check inventory. Ammunition, med kits, filters, food, diesel. Assume siege. Then he looked at Mara. You're not dead, and that means you work. After you eat, you tell us everything Jack said word for word. Mara blinked at him. Some rough, understanding thing passed over Fred's face. Grief later, he said. Security now. Quinn managed a weak exhale that might once have been humor. That, he murmured, sounds exactly like your son. Zoe turned away before anyone could see what those words did to her. Dante followed her out after Fred dismissed them from quarantine. The main bunker corridor felt narrower than before, as if the mountain itself had pulled inward around the new knowledge. White utility lights hummed overhead. The air carried its usual mix of machine heat, canned food, detergent, and old concrete. But now there was another scent threaded through it too. Fear had a smell when enough people shared it. Not sweat exactly. Not metal. Something drier. Something electrical. Zoe walked fast. Dante let her take the lead until they reached the comms room. And then he caught her gently by the wrist. She stopped but did not turn. You don't have to say anything yet, he said. For a moment he thought she might pull away. Instead she leaned backward just enough for her shoulder to touch his chest. The contact was small and shaky and full of trust. He was supposed to come home, she said. Dante rested a hand lightly on her arm. I know. No, you know he died. That's different. Her voice trembled, then steadied by will. Jack always came home. Late. Bloody. Angry. Smug. Whatever he had been doing, he always came through the door like he had beaten the world at some private joke. I built a whole stupid part of my life around that. It wasn't stupid. It feels stupid now. She turned then, and the grief in her face hit him hard enough that he had to fight the instinct to promise things no one could honestly promise. He didn't even tell us goodbye, she whispered. Dante thought of what it meant to choose silence in order to protect the people you loved. He thought of his father, who had kept secrets for selfish reasons, and of Jack, who apparently had kept them for the opposite. Sounds to me like he did, Dante said, just in the way he had left. Zoe studied him for a long second, then stepped fully into him and buried her face against his chest. He held her there in the humming bunker corridor while the world outside rotted under toxic wind and men with rifles searched the mountain for them. He did not tell her it would be all right. He only held on until she could breathe evenly again. By the time Dante and Fred took the first watch at the entrance monitors, the bunker no longer felt like a hiding place. It felt like a target. Chapter 8. The mountain kept its own kind of time. Inside the bunker there was no sunrise unless somebody announced it. No evening except the schedule Fred enforced with military precision. The clocks mattered because their bodies needed order, but the mountain above them lived by weather, light, pressure, and the slow settling of stone. Sometimes Dante could feel that other time through the walls, as if the earth itself were listening. He stood beside Fred in the security alcove, watching the camera feeds from 3 hidden exterior positions. The black and white images showed scrub pine, broken granite, a section of the false cave mouth, and beyond that the slope descending into shadow. Nothing moved except wind lifting powdery residue across rock in pale ghost sheets. You think they tracked our trail? Dante asked. Fred sipped stale coffee from an enamel mug. I think professionals assume people under stress make mistakes and then wait to see which mistakes show up first. That's not an answer. It's the one you get. Dante folded his arms and stared at the monitor again. You know, for a guy who invited me into the apocalypse, you sure make mentorship feel hostile. Fred grunted into the mug. You're still here. That was as close to affection as the old man usually offered. They held the watch through one silent hour and then another. Dante checked motion sensors, lens alignment, the external pressure readings on the air intake housings. Fred double-checked all of Dante's checks without apology. When the old man was tense, he got even more exacting than usual. At last Fred set the mug aside. You want to know the truth? About why Jack trusted you? Dante looked over. You knew? I knew he was looking for someone before he left home the last time. Somebody decent under pressure. Somebody who could do hard things without enjoying them. That was his wording. Dante rubbed the back of his neck. That sounds like a compliment and an insult at the same time. Most useful truths do. Fred tapped one thick finger against the edge of the console. Zoe saw you first. Came home talking about some half-drunk kid in a bar who had every reason to start a fight and didn't. Said you listened more than you talked. Said you looked like you'd been carrying anger too long and were tired of letting it drive. Dante let out a faint breath. She told you all that. She notices people. Jack did too. Fred's face turned stony again. I didn't trust it at first. Good instincts can still get you killed. But then I met you. That review getting warmer anytime soon? No. Dante almost smiled despite himself. Fred did not. When this goes loud, the old man said, I need to know where your line is. My line. The place where fear turns you into something weak, stupid, cruel, or frozen. Everybody has one. The lucky ones find it in small moments. The rest find it when it matters most. Dante thought about the question honestly. He thought about Jill on the phone. His father. The first night in the bunker when he had lain awake imagining bombs breaking the mountain open. The first time he had fired at another human on the slope and felt afterward not triumph, not horror, but a hollow clarity that frightened him more than both. I get angry before I get scared, he said. Or maybe the anger is how the fear comes out. Fred nodded once, unsurprised. And after? After I think too much. That can be managed. What about your line? Fred's eyes returned to the monitor. My line is the people I love. Dante let the answer settle. By breakfast, Mara had showered, eaten half a can of peaches and all of 2 protein bars, and transformed from a wrecked fugitive into something only slightly less dangerous to look at. Cleaned up, she seemed younger. Her brown hair fell to her shoulders in uneven cuts somebody had made with a knife or multi-tool. She wore spare bunker clothes that were too large for her, sleeves rolled twice, waistbands cinched with cord. There was a nick across one cheekbone and a healing bruise at her temple. She carried her grief with the straight-backed stubbornness of someone who had learned early that if she bent too far, she might never stand again. Elias Quinn was awake, pale, and propped against pillows in the infirmary alcove. His skin still had that fever gloss, but the medicine had dragged him back from the worst edge. Zoe sat across from him at the small metal table with a notebook open. Fred stood near the door. Dante took the wall. Start from Denver, Fred said. Quinn nodded weakly. Meridian was consolidating technical personnel from multiple sectors. They called it stabilization. What they were really doing was deciding which communities would have a chance to recover and which would remain dependent on supply chains they controlled. Kings of the Ashes, Zoe said. Yes. Quinn looked at her with a scientist's tired bluntness. Except kings need subjects. Subjects need clean water and breathable shelter. My work, and the work of others like me, offered both. What did Jack take? Dante asked. Quinn lifted one hand off the blanket and let it fall back. Modeling architecture, mostly. Predictive flow maps. Not just where the contaminated plumes had gone, but where they would settle when winter pressure systems changed. He also took procurement records tied to 3 atmospheric scrubber arrays and a groundwater reclamation site called St. Maro. Fred's eyes narrowed. The old Federal Research Station in the San Juans. You know it. I know it existed. It still does, Quinn said. Or part of it does. Meridian wants it. Jack wanted them kept away from it long enough for independent survivors to reach it first. Mara spoke up. He said St. Marrow wasn't salvation. He said nothing in this world would be that clean. But he also said it had a chance. Working scrubbers, storage vaults, equipment, seeds, labs. Power if the turbines still held. A place bigger than a bunker. Bigger than one family with canned food and guns. Dante saw the thought move across everyone's faces. What about the ledger? Fred asked. Quinn looked apologetic. Jack split it. Fred's expression darkened. Meaning he moved the data off primary storage and hid the keys separately. Said if one piece was taken, the whole thing wouldn't mean anything. Quinn's mouth twitched with exhausted respect. He trusted nobody by the end. Probably a wise instinct. Mara reached into the oversized pocket of her borrowed sweatshirt and pulled out a tarnished silver chain. Hanging from it was a brass compass no bigger than a plum, the kind sold in old outdoors shops to tourists who wanted to pretend they understood wilderness. Zoe frowned. That was Jack's. He gave it to me in the drainage tunnel under Spear Boulevard, Mara said. Told me if he died and I reached Holloway, give it to Zoe. Not Fred. You. The room shifted. Zoe took the compass with careful fingers. For a second, she only stared at it. Then she turned it over and found the flaw in the casing. There's a screw here that doesn't belong. Fred held out his hand. Bench. They moved to the work table in the maintenance bay. Fred used a precision driver from the electrical kit to open the casing without damaging the frame. Inside, wrapped in oilskin around the needle assembly, was a sliver of folded polymer no larger than a fingernail. Dante let out a breath through his teeth. That's what he died for. No, Fred said. That's what he risked dying to keep from the wrong people. Different thing. They fed the sliver into one of the old offline readers. For a terrible half-minute, nothing happened. Then a single file appeared on the darkened monitor. Not numbers. Not code. A recording. Zoe's hand flew to her mouth. Fred pressed play. Static filled the room. Then Jack Holloway's voice came through, scarred by compression and distance, but unmistakably alive for those few stolen minutes. If you're hearing this, he said, either I got lucky or I got dead. Mara closed her eyes. Zoe made a sound so small Dante almost missed it. Jack continued, voice clipped with fatigue. Don't waste time cursing me. I know I should have come home first. Couldn't risk the trail. Meridian has assets in 2 states minimum and more money than morality. They are hunting a package tied to St. Marrow, and they know I know enough to make trouble. There was a pause in the recording. Paper rustled. A cough. Dad, if this reached you, they've probably remembered your old continuity work. Assume any fixed safe site on the Western redundancy list is compromised or watched. Use only dead frequencies. Burn the relay tabs in the red tin. Zoe, I'm sorry. That's not enough, but it's what I have. Zoe gripped the table until her knuckles blanched. Do not trust any uniform just because it still fits, Jack said. There are people doing good work out here, but they aren't the ones giving orders over loudspeakers. The partial ledger key is not on this drive. If I had to choose, I chose family and mobility over carrying everything in one place. The second piece is stashed at Granite Pass Lookout in the old fire tower west of the divide. I marked it under the floor where the north window used to be. If Meridian reaches it first, they get St. Marrow and every water corridor downstream. Another pause. Then his voice softened. And if Dad gives you hell about the route, tell him he was right about the drainage shelf under mile marker 42. It still washes out in spring. Fred blinked once, sharply, like a man punched by memory. Jack's next words were quieter still. I love you both. I know we don't say that enough. If Dante Mercer is there, it means Zoe ignored at least one of my warnings about handsome idiots, so make him useful. Keep moving. Don't let the world tell you what it gets to turn you into. The recording clicked off. Nobody moved. Then Dante said, because he could not help it. He knew my name? Zoe laughed once through tears, a broken sound that somehow held affection. Apparently, he was spying on my love life from beyond the grave before he even became a ghost. Fred leaned both hands on the bench and lowered his head. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost all gravel and become something bare. He came home 2 months before the bombs, he said. Stood right there, ate half a pie, argued with me about emergency redundancies, and asked me whether a man who survives ugly things can still build a decent life after. I thought he was asking for himself, Mara whispered. Maybe he was. Fred looked up. Grief had not made him softer. It had made him exact. Granite Pass is a day out in this weather if the roads are dead and the ash isn't blowing. Longer if we have company. We have company, Dante said. As if the mountain had waited for its cue, a tone sounded from the security console down the hall. Motion alert. Everybody froze. Fred reached the monitor first. Dante came up beside him. The feed from camera 2 showed the ridgeline east of the cave mouth. For a second there was nothing. Then a figure moved between the trees, crouched low, masked, carrying a long rifle with practiced familiarity. Another shape appeared farther back. Then another. Scout pattern. Deliberate spacing. No panic. No noise. Calder Voss had found the mountain. Fred keyed the internal locks. Steel doors began sealing section by section through the bunker with heavy, final thuds. No more theory, he said. Now we work. Chapter 9. The first thing Dante learned about Siege was that it was mostly waiting until suddenly it was not. The day stretched tight around them. Fred shifted everyone into roles with the speed of a man who had rehearsed disaster long before disaster earned the effort. Quinn was confined to the infirmary, whether he liked it or not. Mara was assigned to food prep, shell sorting, and radio log transcription after it became obvious she could write fast and had a better memory than most adults Dante had known. Zoe divided time between the med station, armory, and the upper maintenance crawl, where one of the ventilation backups could be manually sealed if the exterior intake was compromised. Dante worked security, ammunition staging, and trap placement under Fred's instruction. By noon, the bunker no longer resembled a hideout. It resembled a pressure cooker. Through hidden observation slits and camera feeds, they tracked for separate enemy passes. Nobody rushed the entrance. Nobody wasted ammunition. Twice the scouts approached close enough to test terrain with poles, likely checking for pressure triggers or trip lines. Once a spotter placed something against a rock and withdrew. Fred used the periscope mirror rig to inspect it from cover. A sensor beacon, he said. Marking sight line or lane. Can we shoot it? Dante asked. We can, and then they'll know exactly where our angle is. Dante gritted his teeth. So we just let them map us. We let them think they're mapping us. That was Fred's way. Patience edged with cruelty whenever necessary. By late afternoon, an ash wind rolled in from the southwest, turning the external feeds grainy and unstable. The sky went the color of bruised steel. Fine particulate hissed across rock and made every surface beyond the entrance look skinned raw. The mountain groaned now and then in the old, deep language of shifting cold. Inside, tension found smaller exits. Mara snapped at Zoe over ration counts. Zoe snapped back. Quinn tried to stand without help and nearly collapsed. Fred shut that down with one sentence. Dante discovered that handling fear while armed made every sharp word feel like a match near fuel. It broke for him in the generator room. He had gone there to haul 2 diesel cans into the ready position, more for movement than necessity. The bunker's heart beat through the floor in steady vibration. Heat from the machinery pressed against his face. He set one can down too hard, heard the metal ring against concrete, and suddenly saw his father's face as clearly as if the man were standing in the room. That smug mouth. Those careless eyes. The sheer rotten audacity of betraying both his son and the woman his son loved without enough shame to disappear afterward. Dante drove his fist into the cinder block wall. Pain shot up his arm. A voice behind him said, "That was a stupid place to put your feelings." He turned. Mara stood in the doorway holding a crate of sorted rounds against one hip. Her expression was not mocking, only tired and matter-of-fact. "You been watching me?" he asked. "No. I have eyes." He flexed his hand. The knuckles were split, not badly. Mara came farther in and set the crate down. Jack hit walls too. Doors. Truck hoods. Once a concrete pillar in a parking garage. Broke 2 fingers and then acted surprised the pillar didn't apologize. Dante let out a breath that almost became a laugh. "Sounds familiar." She studied him a moment. He said anger can be useful if you make it carry weight. Otherwise, it's just noise you make while somebody smarter beats you. That sounds like Jack. No, Mara said. That sounds like your old man out there. Dante looked at her more carefully then. You really think he's that dangerous? I think men like Caldervos don't survive this long by being careless. They survive by letting decent people underestimate what hunger did to them. Silence filled the generator room. Mechanical. Hot. Narrow. At last Dante said, "You trust us easy for someone who's been hunted this long." "I don't," Mara replied. "I trust Jack." "That's different." Then, softer, "And I trust the way Zoe looks at you." Dante had no answer ready for that. Mara stooped, pulled a small med wrap from her pocket, and tossed it to him. "Wrap your hand before Fred sees it and gives me a lecture on preventable blood loss." She headed for the door. "Mara," she paused. "What was Jack like?" "Really?" She leaned one shoulder against the frame, thinking. "Tired. Funny when he remembered how. Mean to people who deserved it. Better with kids than he wanted anyone to know. He moved like somebody who had learned the hard way that hesitation gets attached to graves. He talked about his family every chance he got, but always sideways. Like saying names directly would put them in danger." Her eyes shifted to Dante's bandaged knuckles. "He also said if the world fell apart hard enough, people would stop pretending they didn't need each other. He wanted to believe that." When she left, Dante stayed where he was a moment longer. Then the bunker alarm sounded. Not the motion tone this time. Impact. He was running before the echo finished. The first explosion hit somewhere above and east of the cave mouth. Not close enough to breach anything, but close enough to drive dust from seams in the concrete and make the lights flicker. Zoe met him at the junction, rifle in hand, hair tied back, expression hard as iron. "Upper vent array," she said. They took the ladder 2 rungs at a time and emerged into the maintenance crawl above the main corridor. It was cramped, all ducts and cable trays and insulation wrapped like dirty bandages around steel pipes. Fred's voice barked through the comms, set clipped to Zoe's vest. "Probe charge only. They're testing response." "Dante, panel 3. "Zoe, manual dampers." Another thump shivered through the mountain, closer this time. Dust rained down. Dante reached the access panel and opened it. 3 pressure gauges, 1 intake readout, 2 bypass valves. The numbers were holding, but 1 external microphone line had gone dead. "They clipped a sensor," he said. "Expected," Fred answered. Gunfire cracked outside. 3 shots. Pause. 2 more. "Not us," Zoe said. "No," Dante replied, listening. Someone out there was firing as cover while another moved. Fred's voice cut in again. "Contact at East Lane. Single shooter suppressing. He's trying to draw eyes." "Draw them from what?" Dante asked. The answer came as a metallic clang from below them, from somewhere very near the false cave structure. Dante's stomach tightened. From that, he and Zoe moved together, crawling the maintenance passage to the secondary observation slit that overlooked the disguised entrance from an ugly downward angle. Through the narrow armored glass, he saw a shadow pressed against the rockfall. The shape was working with deliberate speed, gloved hands fixing something compact against the lower hinge line, hidden behind stone camouflage. "Charge," Zoe breathed. Dante keyed the comms. "Breacher at the door skirt. Can you take him?" Fred asked. The slit angle was awful. All Dante could see was half a shoulder and the side of a hood. Maybe gets us dead," Fred said. "Wait." Dante hated waiting. He watched the intruder finish setting the device. The man's movements were efficient. No wasted motion. No nerves. He reached for what looked like a cable spool. Fred said one word over the comm now. Dante fired through the slit. The round hit low, punching rock, but the fragment spray and shock were enough. The breacher jerked sideways. Zoe fired immediately after, her shot cleaner. The man spun backward off the ledge and disappeared from view. The suppressing rifle outside answered with a furious string of shots into stone. "Move," Zoe snapped. They pulled back from the slit, just as return fire chipped the outer rock facade. Fred met them at the lower corridor armed with a shotgun Dante had only seen cleaned, never loaded. The old man moved toward the inner defensive position without hurry, which meant the situation was worse than shouting would have made it. "Did you kill him?" Fred asked. "Zoe may have," Dante said. "May have," Fred repeated. Today is full of that phrase. Another blast hit the exterior. Smaller. Sharp. The lights dimmed and surged. From the infirmary behind them came Mara's voice. "Dad." Quinn had tried to get up again. Dante did not know which sound reached him first after that. the scrape of boots above the rock fall, or the whisper of Fred breathing in through his nose the way he did when a terrible possibility had just confirmed itself. They used the first charge as cover, Fred said. For what? Dante asked again. Fred looked up toward the ventilation crawl. Secondary insertion. The answer arrived as a rattling metallic impact from within the ductwork overhead. Someone was already inside the mountain. Chapter 10. The vent crawl was too tight for fear. That was Dante's first clear thought as he dragged himself through the steel throat of the bunker with his rifle slung uselessly along his back and a pistol clenched in one hand. There was no room in the duct for panic to do anything dramatic. No room to flail. No room even to turn fully sideways. There was only forward, backward, and the thin line between breath control and stupid noise. Ahead of him, Zoe moved with brutal efficiency, shoulders scraping metal, flashlight clipped low and hooded with tape to keep the beam narrow. Behind him, Fred came slower but steady, shotgun abandoned below for a compact carbine better suited to the crawl. Somewhere beyond a junction elbow, they could hear movement. Not random, human, controlled enough to be frightening. The enemy had known about the upper service route, which meant Jack's warnings had come late, but not too late. Zoe raised a fist. Stop. The crawl branched around the manual damper chamber ahead. One route led to the scrubber intake. The other connected to the maintenance shaft above the infirmary. If an intruder reached the shaft, they could drop into the bunker spine behind their defensive line. Zoe pointed left. Dante nodded and angled that way. The metal under his palms was cold. Condensation beaded in seams and smelled faintly acidic from the air treatment chemicals cycling through the system. He could hear his own pulse in his ears, and, beneath it, another sound. Breathing. Not theirs. He flattened himself as much as possible and eased toward the elbow. The light from the intruder's lamp flashed once against rivets ahead, then vanished. Closer than he wanted. Dante slid the pistol forward 1 inch at a time until the muzzle cleared the bend. A face appeared at the same instant on the other side. Masked. Goggles. Dark hood. A flash of eyes widening in equal surprise. Dante fired. In the enclosed duct, the shot became thunder. His ears rang immediately. The intruder jerked back, slammed into the metal wall, and disappeared from view amid a curse cut short. Then everything moved at once. A second attacker behind the first opened fire blind through the duct. Rounds screamed off steel, throwing sparks and splinters of metal. Dante flattened hard and felt the vibration pass through his ribcage. Zoe fired from the opposite branch. Fred shouted something Dante could not hear over the ringing. The duct filled with smoke and echo and muzzle flash. Flash! Zoe yelled. Dante squeezed his eyes shut and tucked his face down. The stun charge went off farther ahead than he expected, still bright enough through closed lids to burn white across his vision. The blast hammered the metal tunnel and turned his bones to tuning forks. Then silence. Not true silence. Groans. Clatters. The whine in his ears. But the firing stopped. Move, Fred barked. They surged forward. The first intruder lay twisted under the branch collar, blood spreading black under tactical fabric. The second had dropped his weapon and was scrabbling backward in a haze of disorientation, one gloved hand over his visor. Zoe kicked the carbine away before he could recover it. Dante drove his forearm across the man's throat and pinned him against the duct floor. The attacker fought with vicious training, even half-stunned. An elbow caught Dante under the chin. Dante answered with 2 hard strikes to the ribs, and the man's strength folded enough for Fred to snap restraints on both wrists. Alive, Fred said. Not by my preference, Dante muttered, dragging air into his lungs. The prisoner laughed once through the respirator, a wet, ugly sound. You're Holloway. Fred did not flinch. And you're in my ventilation system. Bad career choice. They hauled him out the way he had entered, down the maintenance shaft, and into the service room, where Mara waited pale and armed with Quinn's sidearm despite Zoe's earlier objections. Quinn himself sat upright in the infirmary doorway with fever-bright eyes and a blanket over his lap, refusing sedation like a man who knew too much to sleep through the wrong hour. The intruder's mask came off first. He was younger than Dante expected, maybe 30, with close-cropped blonde hair and a tattoo climbing his neck behind one ear. There was blood in his teeth where he had bitten his own cheek. He looked at none of them with fear, only contempt. Fred knelt in front of him. Name. The man smiled redly. You first. Fred drove a fist into his already bruised ribs. The man sucked air and coughed. Name, Fred repeated. Lennox. Who sent you? Lennox spat blood on the floor. Same man who's going to own this bunker by morning. Mara's grip tightened on the pistol. Zoe leaned against the wall, breathing hard, face streaked with ducked grime and sweat. Dante wanted to go to her, to check whether the shake in her hands was from adrenaline or injury, but the prisoner held the room like a drawn wire. Fred's voice remained level. Calder Voss. Lennox grinned. He remembers your file, old man. Continuity contractor. Contingency relay access. Probable private caches. Son turned traitor and died for it. Daughter still breathing. Shame about that. Dante moved before he decided to. 1 second, he was by the table. The next, he had Lennox by the collar and was hauling him half out of the chair. Say her name again. Dante, Zoe snapped. Lennox laughed directly in his face. That's him then. Mercer. Voss said if you were here, it meant Holloway's daughter had developed a type. Dante wanted to break his jaw. Every old, ugly instinct rose up in him at once, hot and immediate and honest in the worst way. Then Fred said, not loudly, put him back. Dante held the prisoner a second longer. Then he obeyed. Fred studied him with a look that said both good and not good enough. He turned back to Lennox. What does Voss know? Enough. The man's gaze slid toward Quinn. Enough to know the doctor's still alive. Enough to know you haven't moved the ledger piece yet. Enough to know you don't have the manpower for a long hold. Quinn's face had gone bloodless. Fred caught it. They have the tower under watch. Lennox said nothing. Quinn closed his eyes once, then opened them. Granite Pass. Zoe looked at him. How would they know? Because I knew, Quinn said. And they had me in Denver for weeks. I never told them directly, but men like Voss collect fragments. Questions asked near other questions. Places maps stay open too long. The shape of what matters. He looked at Fred with exhausted guilt. I'm sorry. Lennox's grin widened. You should be. Fred rose. Dante had seen him angry. He had not seen him cold like this. We're done, Fred said. Zoe frowned. Done how? Fred looked at Mara. Take your father back. Mara did not move. What are you going to do? Something you do not need to watch. Lennox finally lost a fraction of his smugness. No, Zoe said. Fred's eyes shifted to her. This man is here because he was part of an insertion team into your home. He has told us enough to confirm compromise and not enough to reduce risk. We do not have a holding facility. We do not have manpower for babysitting. We do not have the luxury of civilized infrastructure. Zoe's mouth tightened. That isn't the same as letting this place turn you into them. No, Fred said. It's the difference between surviving and not. The silence after that was unbearable. Then Quinn spoke from the infirmary doorway. Ask him about the West Slope culvert. Fred turned back slowly. Lennox's eyes flickered. Barely, but enough. Fred saw it too. There's your answer, he said. Quinn continued, voice weak but precise. Old runoff culvert below the Shelf Road. If Voss knows the service maps, he may try to use it to bypass your lower rock falls. It was half collapsed when I saw the area survey years ago, but half collapsed isn't collapsed. Fred's attention sharpened like a knife being honed. How far? 200 yards downslope, maybe less. Dante looked from Quinn to Fred. That gives us something. It gives us a clock, Fred corrected. He nodded once at Zoe. Get me survey tube C from storage. She went. To what end? Mara asked. Fred did not soften the truth. We are not waiting here for them to choose the breach point. He laid out the plan in grim pieces. The West Slope culvert, if still passable, offered the attackers their best chance at a covert approach. It also offered the defenders something rare, terrain they could shape. Fred had old blasting gel stored from his cabin construction days, more than enough to turn a narrow collapse zone into a grave if placed correctly. The problem was getting there without being seen. The ash wind might cover them. It might also get them killed. 3 people, Fred said. Meet Dante, Zoe. Fast insertion. Set charges. Back through the lower wash. I'm going too, Mara said immediately. No. She stepped forward anyway. I know how Voss's people move. I know what signals they use. You said everyone works. Fred held her gaze. You are not expendable. Neither are you. For the first time, Something like respect touched his face. That is almost the right argument. Quinn began coughing again, hard enough to bend him double. Mara was beside him at once. Dante saw the blood on the cloth before Mara could hide it. That decided one problem. Zoe returned with the survey tube. Fred spread brittle maps across the metal table. The west slope culvert showed as a thin cut beneath two contour lines and an old service shelf road that no longer existed above ground. Dante traced the route with one finger. "It's tight," he said. "It's meant to be," Fred replied. Outside, evening dragged itself down over the mountain in poisoned wind. Inside, they prepared to go kill the road before the road delivered killers to them. Chapter 11. Night in the contaminated high country was beautiful in the way broken things sometimes were. The ash clouds had thinned just enough to let a slice of moonlight through when Dante, Zoe, and Fred slipped out of the hidden lower hatch 50 yards west of the main entrance. The hatch opened into a natural cleft masked by dead brush and blackened stone. From there, they moved single file along the wash, headlamps off, suit visors dimmed, boots finding memory-marked footholds between shale and frozen runoff. The air outside had its own weight. Even through the filters, Dante could smell the burned mineral tang of the world beyond the bunker, sharp as old batteries and cold iron. Wind whispered through dead grass in the gullies. Farther down the slope, something loose clattered in the dark and kept clattering long enough for it to be only rock. Fred raised a hand. "Stop." They went still. On the ridge above, silhouetted briefly against the thin moon, a figure moved with a rifle slung low. "Scout." The three of them crouched among scrub and shadow until the figure passed and was swallowed by the mountain again. Then Fred motioned them on. They reached the culvert in 20 brutal minutes of sliding descent. Quinn had been right. The structure was not collapsed so much as wounded. What had once been a narrow concrete runoff tunnel beneath the old service shelf had caved in at one end, leaving a jagged cavity reinforced by fractured rebar and gravity's bad intentions. A man could get through it if he was determined and not too burdened. A fire team could use it. Fred unpacked the charges with reverence bordering on insult. He handled explosives the way some men handled relics, with respect born of knowing they granted no second chances. Zoe watched the slope while Dante helped seat the gel packs in the cracked concrete seams. The plan was simple. Collapse the culvert clean, bring the shelf above it down in a rock slide, and turn the bypass into impassable ruin. Simple rarely meant safe. "Timer or line?" Dante asked quietly. "Line," Fred said. "I want control." Zoe looked over her shoulder. "Movement." Dante followed her gaze. Two dark shapes ghosted between the trees higher up the draw, too far to identify, but close enough to strip any comfort from the night. "They're running perimeter while we work," Fred said. "We're stalking it," Zoe replied. Fred fed det cord through a crack in the broken slab. "Either way, we finish." Dante planted the last charge and backed out of the culvert mouth, palms gritty, knees aching from the angle. He had just reached the wash channel when the shot came. Not at him. At Fred. The round struck stone inches from the old man's head and shredded the air with fragments. "Contact!" Zoe shouted. The mountain erupted. Muzzle flashes strobed from the trailing uphill. Dante dropped behind a boulder and returned fire toward the brightest angle. Zoe was already moving, not away but sideways, taking a flank along the wash wall to draw attention and change the geometry. Fred, stubborn bastard that he was, kept one hand on the det line spool while firing with the other. They knew the culvert. Dante yelled. "Of course they did," Fred shouted back. "That's why they're here." A round sparked off the rock by Dante's cheek. Another tore through dead brush beside Zoe. The gunfire had discipline to it. Short bursts. Measured lanes. Voss's people were not spraying panic into darkness. They were shaping pressure, trying to pin the team long enough to close. Dante saw one of them then, moving low between black spruce, rifle tucked, posture balanced. He fired twice. The figure dropped behind cover. Whether hit or merely smarter, Dante could not tell. "Fred," Zoe called. "We need to break." "Not yet." The old man yanked the det line free of a snag and fed another length behind a rock outcrop. His calm under fire bordered on offensive. Then a new voice cut through the night from somewhere uphill. "Holloway." The shots paused. Not fully, but enough to let the word carry. Leave the doctor and the girl at the lower entrance, the voice called. Male. Strong. Educated in the old world, Dante thought absurdly. The sort of voice meant to sound reasonable before it ordered ugly things. Walk away from the relay records, and we may let the rest of you keep breathing. Called her Voss. Fred did not call back. Zoe did. Come get them yourself. Gunfire resumed immediately, harder now. Dante shifted, fired again, and this time heard a cry from the trees. Satisfaction flashed through him and vanished under the next wave of incoming rounds. Voss had the high ground and more shooters. That math did not improve with time. Fred snapped the final clip into place and looked at Dante. When I say run, you take her and move. Dante stared. No, that wasn't a request. It wasn't an answer. For a split second, Fred seemed ready to waste precious air arguing. Then he made a different choice, the one commanders made when they no longer had room for pride. Fine, he said. Then all three on my mark. He braced the firing unit. Dante understood in the same instant what the old man intended. Now, Fred triggered the line. The mountain split itself open. The blast hit first as light and force. White punched through darkness. The culvert vanished in a bloom of rock, dust, and shattered concrete. A heartbeat later, the shelf above it gave way with a roar so deep Dante felt it in his teeth. Tons of fractured earth and stone poured downslope like a wave turned solid, swallowing the breach, the wash beyond it, and at least one enemy firing position in a grinding avalanche of debris. The shock front knocked Dante flat. He rolled, gasping, ears ringing, tasted dirt through the filter, and felt Zoe's gloved hand slam into his shoulder. Move! They ran bent low through falling grit, while the slope behind them still crashed and settled. Shots came wild now, panicked and unaimed. Somebody screamed under the slide and kept screaming until the mountain silenced him. They almost made the lower hatch clean. Almost. The round that hit Fred came from somewhere impossibly far left, a patient marksman outside the main exchange. Dante heard the impact sound, dull and ugly, and saw Fred stumble hard, one knee slamming rock. Fred. Zoe was already turning. Go, he barked, trying to rise. Blood spread dark down the side of his suit from high in the thigh. Dante got an arm under him. Together he and Zoe half dragged, half carried the old man the final yards to the hatch, while rounds snapped through brush behind them. Fred kept trying to push away and cover their retreat, even bleeding like that, and Dante would later think that was the moment he stopped seeing the man as merely Zoe's father and started seeing him as something harder to name. Family, perhaps. The kind chosen under fire. The hatch slammed shut behind them. The inner chamber pressurized. Only then did Fred allow himself one rough exhale that sounded suspiciously like pain. Zoe dropped to her knees and tore open the trauma kit. Through and through, she demanded. Fred grimaced as Dante cut the suit around the wound. Don't know yet. Blood welled bright. Not arterial, Dante said, more hopeful than certain. Quinn shouted from the corridor for instruments. Mara appeared with them before Zoe could ask. The bunker had gone from siege to triage again in seconds. As Zoe packed the wound and Quinn, half dead himself, directed her from the doorway with a clinician's dry precision, Fred grabbed Dante's wrist. Not hard. Hard enough. Voss won't stop now, he said. Dante nodded, throat tight with adrenaline and dust. The slide buys us time, not safety. Listen carefully. Fred's eyes were fever-bright with pain, but clear. Granite Pass becomes mission priority. If I go down, you take Zoe and Mara, retrieve the key, and move on St. Maro. You do not stay here trying to make this bunker into a tomb worth dying in. You're not going down, Dante said. Fred's mouth twitched in something too grim to be humor. That confidence would mean more if you had medical training. Then his grip tightened once more. Do not let my daughter turn grief into recklessness. Across the room, Zoe looked up from the wound as if she had heard her name in the bones of the sentence. Dante held Fred's gaze. Then don't make me. The old man released him. Hours later, after the wound was cleaned, stitched, wrapped, and cursed at, after Quinn had nearly collapsed twice from helping and Mara had bullied him back into bed with a fierceness that reminded Dante unpleasantly of Zoe, after the exterior sensors confirmed the west slope was truly buried and enemy movement had pulled back to reassess, The bunker settled into a silence too awake to be rest. Dante found Zoe in Jack's old room. She had never called it that before. Fred had kept the room much as it had been after Jack stopped using it regularly, as if preserving small evidence against finality. A shelf of dog-eared paperbacks, a cracked compass case, an old Marine unit patch tucked beside a rusted folding knife. The bed made with bunker efficiency. On the wall, a pinned photograph of Jack and Zoe as teenagers standing in a river with fish neither of them had probably caught. Zoe sat on the floor beneath it with her back against the bed frame. Dante closed the door behind him and joined her without speaking. For a while they listened to the bunker breathe. Then Zoe said, "When I was 10, Jack taught me how to lie to Dad." Dante looked over. She smiled faintly, eyes red-rimmed and exhausted. Not malicious lying, tactical lying. "If I wanted to go to a concert and Dad thought it was a waste of gas money, Jack told me to ask for something bigger first, something ridiculous. Then negotiate down until Dad thought he'd won. That sounds exactly like him from everything I've heard. He was impossible." Her fingers traced the edge of the old photo. "He also used to leave snacks in my backpack before school if he thought I was stressed. Never admitted it. Just denied it while I ate them." Dante rested his forearms on his knees. "He sounds like he loved you a lot." Zoe's composure wavered. "He did. That's what hurts." Dante sat with the truth of that. He had spent so much of his own life learning to expect disappointment from the people meant to protect him that the shape of her grief still startled him. To lose somebody good was its own special devastation. Cleaner than betrayal, maybe, but deeper. "I keep thinking," she said quietly. "What if he trusted us because he thought we would do what he couldn't? What if he died and all he left us was a map to a worse place? Then we go there and find out," Dante said. She looked at him. "You make it sound simple." "It isn't simple. It's just the next thing." Zoe's eyes searched his face as if she were measuring whether he meant it as survival talk or promise. Maybe it was both. She leaned across the small space between them and kissed him. Not hungry like the hotel. Not startled like their first real kiss in the truck. This one carried exhaustion, grief, gratitude, fear, and something steady beneath all of it. A decision. When she pulled back, her forehead rested against his. "If we get out of this mountain," she whispered, "I don't want us to keep pretending this is temporary." Dante slipped a hand around the back of her neck. "I'm not pretending anything." She kissed him again, and this time the grief came with it. He felt tears against his cheek and did not call attention to them. He only held her until the trembling eased, until the bunker and the war and the dead brother and the wounded father and the waiting men outside became, for a few minutes, things happening beyond the edges of two people choosing each other in the dark. When he finally left the room, Mara was waiting in the corridor. "You look better," she said. "That your professional assessment?" "No, just observational snark." She jerked her chin toward the infirmary. "My dad wants you." Quinn looked worse. The fever had climbed behind his eyes, and the gray cast of his skin had deepened in a way even Dante, with no real medical skill, could not mistake for progress. Still, the doctor was awake and stubbornly lucid. "Sit," Quinn said. Dante did. Quinn studied him with clinical seriousness. "Fred trusts you now. I think he tolerates me aggressively." "That's close enough." A cough shook him. He pressed a cloth to his mouth and was careful not to let Dante see it after. Which, of course, meant Dante saw enough. "My window is narrowing," Quinn said. "Listen carefully. The key at Granite Pass will give you more than coordinates. Jack hit a transmission cipher with it. Use that cipher on the St. Maro call band, and you may reach the interior teams before Meridian does." "May." Quinn's expression went almost apologetic. "Nobody says definitely anymore. Why tell me instead of Fred?" "Because Fred will try to hold the bunker as long as he can. Because Zoe will try to hold Fred. Because Mara will try to hold me." Quinn leaned back with visible effort. "You strike me as the only one in this mountain who understands that sometimes leaving is the only way to keep faith with the dead." Dante thought of his mother, of the apartment he had abandoned, of the life he had walked away from so quickly once given any excuse at all. "Maybe," he said. Quinn's tired eyes sharpened. "Do not confuse old loneliness with preparedness. They look alike from a distance." The words hit with uncomfortable precision. Before Dante could respond, Quinn extended a thin hand, and it was a folded strip of paper damp from being clenched too long. What's this? Vector notes. Hand-copied. The digital models mattered, but some things never made it into the file. Seasonal drift around the San Juans. Low valleys to avoid if the thaw begins early. I wrote it when Mara slept. Dante took the paper carefully. It felt lighter than the weight Quinn was putting on it. Why me? Because when your people break, Quinn said, you are the one who goes still instead of loud. Men like Voss notice loud first. Dante slid the paper into his pocket. Quinn settled back, eyes half closing. Get some sleep if the mountain allows it. The mountain did not. At 3:17, the lower seismic sensor tripped. At 3:18, the power flickered. At 3:19, a distant grinding tremor came through the floor from somewhere no landslide should have reached. The buried west culvert had not been the only way in. Chapter 12. Morning came with smoke in the walls. Not visible smoke. Not yet. Just the faint, acrid hint of something hot where heat did not belong, threading through the bunker's regulated air. Dante smelled it the second he woke on the cot in the security alcove and was on his feet before his mind caught up. The status board told the story in red lights. Lower auxiliary power conduit fault. Ventilation pressure variance. Sublevel seismic disturbance. Fred, pale from blood loss but upright out of sheer spite, was already in the corridor pulling on a jacket over his bandaged leg. Zoe argued with him while moving at the same speed, which Dante had learned was how the Holloways loved during emergencies. You are not walking the sublevel on that leg. Watch me. Dad. Zoe. Mara emerged from the infirmary carrying Quinn's satchel, face drained, an expression older than it had the day before. Dante looked at her and knew before she spoke. He's crashing, she said. The words cut clean through the chaos. For a fraction of a second, everyone simply stood there. Fire in the walls. Enemies on the mountain. Granite Pass waiting. And in the middle of it, one man slipping out of the world because a bullet and bad air and too many hard miles had already written the ending. Quinn himself ended the pause. Then stop hovering and get in here. He called weakly from the infirmary. They went. He lay against the pillow with an oxygen line under his nose and the blanket pulled to his waist. His eyes were brighter than they had any right to be. Sometimes dying people took on that cruel false clarity near the end. Dante knew from watching his mother fade in stages he had been too young to understand and too old to forget. Mara sat on the edge of the cot and took his hand. Quinn looked at Fred first. You were right about holding too much information too close. Fred made a dismissive sound that was not dismissive at all. Save your breath. No point saving what I'm not keeping. Quinn's gaze shifted to Zoe, then Dante. St. Maro will test whether you can remain people while doing what survival demands. That will matter more than the filters. Mara bent over their joined hands. Dad, he squeezed weakly. Hey, Bird. The nickname undid something in her. She pressed her forehead against the blanket and cried openly now. Past dignity, past control. Zoe knelt beside her and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Quinn looked at Dante over their bowed heads. Get them moving. Dante nodded once. Then Quinn died. Not loudly, not theatrically. One breath thinned and did not return with the same strength. The next came shallower. Then another. Mara kept saying his name as if repetition could anchor him to the room. Fred watched with a soldier's stillness. Zoe wept silently. Dante stood at the foot of the cot and felt, with sudden savage clarity, how little the world cared about timing. When it was over, the bunker felt smaller. Mara stayed with her father for 10 minutes alone. Nobody argued. During those 10 minutes, the sublevel problem became a certainty. Fred and Dante checked the lower maintenance shaft and found the source fast enough. The enemy had tunneled from an old natural fracture exposed by the night's seismic shift. Not a full entry route yet, but enough to run a shaped burn against the auxiliary conduit and damage one of the backup airflow lines. Smoke residue marked the stone. They had not broken through completely. They had only proven they could keep digging. Fred swore softly. How long until they make it wider? Dante asked. With tools. A day. Maybe less if they're willing to collapse half the seam and clear it after. And us. Fred looked around the dim sublevel, at the faulted line, at the backup systems straining to compensate. We can patch enough to keep breathing. We cannot keep pretending this mountain is invisible. Above them, Mara finished saying goodbye. By the time she emerged, Her face had been washed with cold water and turned into something hard enough to cut. "What's the decision?" she asked. Fred answered plainly. "We leave by noon." No one argued. The next hours passed in controlled violence. Not against each other. Against time. Supplies were triaged with ruthless efficiency. Ammunition, medical gear, water bladders, filtration packs, thermal blankets, mapping tools, radio components, batteries, fuel tabs. Everything else became sentimental weight they could not afford. Zoe packed Jack's knife and patch. Fred took the red tin from the comms room and burned its contents in the incinerator while Dante watched. Old relay tabs curled black in the heat and disappeared into the kind of smoke that carried history nowhere useful. Mara insisted on helping wrap her father's body. Fred stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. "We do this together." So they did. They placed Quinn in the cold storage chamber that had once held bulk provisions. The compromise felt ugly and insufficient, but there was no soil outside safe enough to dig without suits and time, and both of those had become luxuries. Mara tucked one of his pins into the blanket fold beside his hand. Zoe said a few halting words about courage and work that outlives the body. Fred said nothing, only rested his palm against the door after it sealed. Dante stood behind them and thought about the dead one after another, now linked to the living by obligation rather than memory alone. Jack, Quinn, the mother he barely remembered. Every loss becoming instruction. At 11:06 the outer cameras picked up movement west of the slide. Voss's people were closing again. Fred gathered them in the central corridor. His face was drawn with pain, but the command in him remained intact. Primary route to Granite Pass uses the north drainage and cuts west under tree cover. We avoid skyline, avoid open snow, avoid every obvious road because obvious roads are for dead civilians and organized hunters. Mara slung her father's satchel over one shoulder. Zoe checked Dante's chest straps, then her own. The intimacy of the gesture was so practiced now it steadied him. "And the bunker?" she asked. Fred's mouth set. Dante already knew the answer. "We bury it," Fred said. The demolition sequence was not elegant. Fred had always prepared for retreat in layers, not because he liked defeat, but because he respected probability. There were fuel reserves rigged to the lower generator trench, contingency charges keyed to structural weak points near the comms room, and one final overload option for the old geothermal assist unit if the first two failed to make the place unusable. "Once we go," Fred said, "we do not look back." Mara met his eyes. "That's a lie people tell before they look back." Fred almost smiled. "Fair." The escape route ran through the oldest part of the bunker, a narrow service tunnel chipped by hand into the mountain decades earlier when Fred and a contractor friend had first reinforced the hidden site. The tunnel emerged half a mile downslope in a cluster of wind-thrown pines. Getting there meant leaving the only walls that had kept them alive through the end of the world. Dante did not realize how much the bunker had begun to feel like home until he was leaving it. He touched the doorframe of the main corridor as they passed. Zoe saw but said nothing. When they reached the far hatch, Fred keyed the first stage of the scuttle charges and armed the remote trigger. Then he looked at each of them in turn. At Mara, newly fatherless and refusing to fold. At Zoe, jaw set, grief banked under purpose. At Dante, "You still want this?" Fred asked quietly. The question held more than one meaning. The road ahead, the risk. Zoe, the ugly work survival would keep demanding. Dante thought of the life he had been living before the phone call from Jill. The small apartment, the warehouse, the cheap anger, the sense that his future was something being spent rather than built. Then he looked at Zoe. "Yes," he said. Fred nodded once. They opened the hatch and stepped into the dead world. The forest below the bunker had changed overnight. Wind had shifted the ash into silver-gray drifts between the pines, and where it touched exposed stone, it left a sheen like frost gone wrong. The sky hung low and mottled. Every breath through the filters felt earned. They moved fast anyway, descending through broken timber and narrow ravines while Fred favored his injured leg just enough to prove pain, not enough to slow them more than necessary. By early afternoon, they heard the first distant blast from above. Mara flinched. Fred did not turn around. Initial breach. A second explosion followed, deeper, meaner. Then a third. Dante imagined Voss's people forcing the entrance only to find traps, collapsing corridors, and a dying bunker rig to deny them clean victory. It was a bitter comfort. They reached a ridge shelf overlooking the valley just as the mountain behind them coughed out a column of dark smoke. Against every instruction, all four of them looked back. The false cave mouth was invisible from this distance, but the slope above it shuddered inward. A delayed roar rolled down the valley. Stone settled. Then another flare blew from a lower seam, where the geothermal line finally went. For a moment, the whole mountainside seemed to breathe fire under the poisoned sky. Zoe made a sound between grief and satisfaction. "Good," she said. Fred exhaled slowly. "Good." No one spoke for a while after that. Toward evening, they reached the first overlook from which Granite Pass could be glimpsed in broken profile across two ridges and a shattered drainage basin. The old fire tower stood there still, skeletal against the horizon, one leg bent, top platform listing toward the western drop. Distance made it look small. Experience told Dante distance was lying. He raised the binoculars. Movement. Not wind. Not birds. Two men at the tower base. Another shape near the tree line. "Company," he said. Fred took the binoculars and looked. The muscles in his jaw tightened. Voss sent a team ahead. "How?" Mara demanded. "The slide dash. Different route," Fred said. "Or they were already moving the second we stopped hiding." Zoe looked at the failing light, then at the broken basin between them and the tower. "Can we reach it before dark?" Fred considered the terrain. "Not cleanly." Dante kept watching through the scope. One of the figures at the tower dragged something from a crate. Long. Rectangular. Equipment, not a body. "They're setting up a receiver or a cutter," he said. "Trying to find the stash before we get there." Mara's face went white beneath the grime. Fred lowered the binoculars. "Then we do what the world keeps making us do." "What's that?" Dante asked. The old man's eyes moved from the tower to the gathering dark and back again. "We go anyway." They dropped off the ridge and descended into shadow. Behind them, the bunker was gone. Ahead of them, at Granite Pass, Jack's last secret waited in the leaning bones of a fire tower already occupied by men who wanted the future for themselves. And the first cold drops of black rain began to fall. Book 2, Chapter 1. Black rain did not fall like ordinary weather. It came down in a slow cold sift that seemed to hesitate in the air before deciding what to poison. Every drop that touched rock left a dark coin on the stone. Every drop that struck the ash drift under the pines raised a smell like scorched metal and wet soil forced through a grave. Dante kept his head down and followed Fred through the descending timber as twilight gave up the last of its color. The world beyond the filter lenses had turned to shades of bruised gray, with the bent outline of Granite Pass and its old fire tower lifting and fading through the storm as if the mountain were changing its mind about allowing them near it. Zoe moved behind him, light on her feet, even with a pack full of ammunition and medical gear. Mara came last, her father's satchel strapped across her chest, one hand holding the sling of the carbine Fred had pressed on her 2 hours earlier with the grim instruction that grief did not cancel danger. No one had said much since the bunker burned behind them. There were things too large for speech and others too fresh. Quinn lay sealed in the cold room under a mountain that no longer belonged to them. Jack's cache waited ahead. Voss's people were already near it. Their old refuge had become rubble. Every fact felt unfinished, as if the world had broken its sentences in the middle and expected them to understand anyway. Fred finally dropped to a knee beneath a cluster of wind-scarred firs and raised a fist. Dante crouched beside him and looked where the older man pointed. Through the rain and the branches, he made out a slumped shape in the hollow below, half buried in scree and pinefall. It took him a second to recognize the geometry of walls under all that ruin. "Maintenance shed," Fred said through his mask filter, voice flattened by the weather. "Forest Service, if the mountain hasn't eaten the sign. We hole up there until the cell passes." "Voss's team has the tower," Mara said. "Every minute we stop is another minute they get closer." Fred turned his head just enough for her to see his expression through the wet lenses. "And every minute we move blind in this rain is a minute we step into a sight line or a drainage pocket and die like idiots. Patience is not surrender." The answer shut her up, though not because she agreed. Dante had started learning the difference. Mara accepted instructions the way a wire accepted current, by resisting until force proved greater than pride. Her father's death had only sharpened that edge. She was young enough for anger to feel like motion and old enough to hate being told that grief could not dictate pace. They went down in single file. The shed had once been a square little service hut built against a low rock face. Half the roof had collapsed years earlier under snow load and neglect, but the back room still stood, protected by the lean of stone and a tangle of deadfall that made the place nearly invisible from uphill. Fred checked the threshold, then the corners, then the dark inside with a penlight hooded in his palm. Satisfied, he waved them in. The smell was dry rot, mouse droppings, cold rust, and old sap. It felt almost luxurious after the storm. They sealed the door with a warped timber brace and stripped off the outer rain shells, careful not to touch the contaminated water on the fabric with bare skin. Fred hung a chem lantern from a nail. Its low green light turned the room into a scene from somebody else's memory. Old shelves leaned against the far wall. A split-handled shovel rested in one corner beside a coil of wire, so corroded it looked grown rather than made. There was even a cast-iron stove, its pipe long gone, good now for nothing except a place to rest tired hands. Zoe knelt and started checking the seams on Mara's gloves without being asked. "Any breach?" "No." "You sure?" I said no. "You also said you were fine after your father died, and that was clearly fiction." Mara's mouth tightened. Then, against expectation, a faint tired breath escaped her that might once have become a laugh under better conditions. "My standards for fine have changed." Zoe squeezed her wrist gently before moving to Dante. Her touch on him was brisk and practiced, but there was warmth under it. They had reached that dangerous and necessary place where affection had learned to function under pressure instead of vanishing in it. She checked the seal at his neck, then looked up into his face shield. "You all right?" He could have lied. The words waited in him. He had been using them his whole life. Instead, he said, "No. I'm standing up, though. That counts." Fred unrolled a map case on a crate and flattened a weather-stained topo sheet beneath the lantern. "Listen close. Granite Pass Tower is the first stop, not the destination. Jack left the second ledger key there because he knew I'd never trust putting everything in one hole, and because he knew I'd understand high ground with a line of sight west. Once we have the key and the cipher, we move for St. Maro." Mara lowered herself onto an overturned bucket, elbows on knees. "You keep saying St. Maro like it's a place everybody should know. In the old world, almost nobody did." Fred traced a gloved finger along the folded lines of the map. "It started as a sanatorium in the 20s, then a private research campus, then a federal annex no one put on the right paperwork. Water table access, tunnel network, isolated valley, enough infrastructure to disappear work that polite people would not have liked attached to their taxes. Biological work," Dante said. Fred did not nod, but the pause did it for him. Countermeasures, detection models, exposure mapping. Some ugly things too, probably. The government never funds one side of a weapon without sniffing around the other. Mara stared at the map. "My father knew. He knew pieces. Jack knew more." Zoe sat beside Dante on the floor, shoulder against his upper arm through layers of damp clothing. "Jack was trying to get something to them when he died, wasn't he?" Fred's jaw moved once. Yes. There it was again, that name entering the air and changing its pressure. Dante had known dead men who lingered as stories and dead men who lingered as orders. Jack was becoming both. He lived now in the way Zoe straightened when she talked about him, in the brief private stillness that came over Fred before every decision, in Mara's sudden belief that the world still contained a direction even after losing her father. Dante felt the presence of that absent man like a hand on the plot of the road ahead. Outside, rain hissed across the broken roof. Fred looked at Dante. "Tomorrow you take first recon with Mara. We need eyes on the tower before we commit. Zoe stays with me on the lower approach and covers the eastern side." Mara lifted her head. "Why him with me?" "Because he's quiet when it matters, and because right now you are angry enough to mistake speed for intelligence." She almost answered sharp, then stopped. The truth of it must have hit hard enough to bruise. "Fine." Fred folded the map. "Sleep in shifts if you can. We move at first light." Nobody slept immediately. Exhaustion was in the room, but so were memory and the particular alertness that comes when survival has stopped being abstract. Fred checked their radios and then sat against the wall with his wounded legs stretched out, eyes closed without ever fully losing the look of a man on watch. Mara pretended to organize her father's satchel until her hand slowed and stayed there on the buckle. Dante knew she was listening for a voice she would not hear again. Zoe touched the back of his hand with 2 fingers and tilted her head toward the rear nook behind the sagging shelves. It was not privacy exactly, but in a room full of sorrow, even 6 feet and a broken partition could feel intimate. He followed her into the gloom. For a moment, they only stood there, close enough to feel each other's heat. Rain tapped the roof overhead. The green lantern light found them in pieces, her cheek, his mouth, the wet strands of hair she had tucked back badly in her haste. "You look worn out," she whispered. "I think that might be the romantic version." Her eyes softened. "You know what I mean." He did. He also knew there were 100 things in him too tangled to hand over cleanly. The bunker exploding behind them. Quinn's hand pressing notes into his palm. The strange fact that Fred had asked if he still wanted this, and meant more than the route ahead. The uglier fact that he did want it. Not the death or the fear or the poison weather. Zoe. Purpose. The feeling that his life had finally stopped happening to him from the outside. He said, "I keep thinking if I had met you a month earlier, I would have screwed this up." Her mouth bent at one corner. "That is not as flattering as you think it is. It's not meant to flatter. It's meant to be honest." "That's better." He reached up and touched her hair, then the side of her neck. "I'm trying to understand how the worst thing that ever happened to me opened the door to the only thing that feels real." Her face changed then, the humor leaving it for something more vulnerable. "Dante." He kissed her because there were no better words available. She met him with the same urgency he felt. Not reckless, not careless, but hungry in the way people get when the world has already taken enough and they have decided to keep what it has not yet stolen. Her hands slid beneath his jacket to his ribs. His found the small of her back. He tasted cold rain on her skin and the faint medicinal note of filtered air, and underneath both of those the simple human fact of her. When they broke apart, she rested her forehead against his. "If you die tomorrow," she said softly, "I'm going to be so angry with you it will become religious." He almost laughed. Instead, he touched his nose to hers. "I'll make that a point of pride." "Do not." "I'm kidding." "I know. I'm not." He grew serious at once. "I'll come back to you." A shadow moved across her eyes. "My brother used to say things like that." The words landed between them without malice, but he felt the weight of comparison all the same. He had never resented a dead man before. It made him ashamed the instant it happened. Zoe must have seen something in his face because she took his jaw gently in her hand. "That wasn't fair. I don't want you to be Jack. I want you to be you and alive." He let out a slow breath. "Good. Because I'm a terrible version of anybody else." That part one already noticed. This time he did laugh quietly, and the sound helped. She kissed him once more, lighter now, then tucked herself into his side as they sat against the wall. They stayed there until the rhythm of the rain changed and Mara's breathing finally deepened into sleep out in the main room. Near midnight, Fred spoke without opening his eyes. "Mercer." Dante leaned his head around the shelf. "Yeah. If she keeps you alive, don't get proud about it." Dante glanced at Zoe, who rolled her eyes in the dark. "I won't," he whispered. "Good," Fred said. Pride wastes ammunition. It was the closest thing to affection the old man had offered all day. Dante slept after that in fragments. He dreamed of a phone vibrating on a kitchen counter that no longer existed. He dreamed of his mother turning away down a hospital corridor just before he reached her. He dreamed of black rain striking the roof of the bunker and burning through to the rooms below. Each time he woke, Zoe was beside him, and each time that fact held the world together for one more hour. Chapter 2. Morning over Granite Pass looked diseased. The storm had moved east during the night, but it left a lid of low cloud pressing down on the mountains, and the black rain had hardened into a glaze on the dead needles and boulders outside the shed. Under the weak gray light, the whole slope looked lacquered in something industrial, as though the sky had coughed up a refinery and spread it over the wilderness. Fred had them moving before sunrise fully arrived. They ate in silence, a cold breakfast of ration bars and water taken through purifier straws more out of discipline than necessity. Dante cleaned the condensation off his rifle optic with the corner of his shirt. Mara packed and unpacked her father's satchel twice until Zoe took the map sheets from her hands and did it once the right way while pretending not to notice. When they finally stepped outside, the air tasted sharper even through the filters. The storm had stripped warmth from the mountain. Their boots cracked a thin skin of frozen ash as they climbed toward the overlook above the fire tower. Fred stopped them under a band of broken rock and pointed ahead. Tower's 300 yards past that saddle. Dante, Mara, you go high through the spruce and come around on the north. Stay low, stay patient, and do not take a shot unless the shot is married to a plan. Zoe and I will move under the east face and set the fallback line. Mara slung her rifle and started up the slope without waiting for acknowledgement. Dante caught her by the sleeve before she took a third step. Easy. Her eyes flashed. Do not start. Then don't make me. For a second he thought she might shake him off just to prove she could. Then she pulled one breath through the mask, slower than the last, and gave a curt nod. Fine. He let go and they went. The climb took longer than it should have because the mountain was working against them in subtle ways. The ash crust broke unpredictably under their boots. Dead branches snapped louder than green ones ever had. Once Mara slid half a yard on a scree patch dark with storm residue, caught herself on a root, and stayed there kneeling with one hand on the ground as if she were listening to something inside it. You all right? Dante whispered. Yes. It was the kind of yes people gave when they were not interested in the difference between truth and usefulness. He left it alone for another 100 yards. Then, when they crawled under a downed trunk and paused in the shelter of a boulder field, he said, Your father meant it. What he said about you. She kept her eyes on the tower line ahead. Which part? Calling you bird. That startled a look out of her. That is not the part of his last conversation anybody else would have remembered. He adjusted the sling on his rifle. Maybe not anybody else. She studied him for a beat longer than comfort liked. He used to say I survived childhood by climbing onto dangerous things and pretending gravity was a rumor. Trees, barn rafters, water towers, once the roof of our old apartment building. He said I watched the world like I thought height would explain it. Did it? No. Her voice thinned for a second and steadied again. But I was good at climbing. They moved on. The first full view of Granite Pass came when they reached a line of crippled spruce near the saddle and went prone under the branches. The fire tower stood on a shelf of exposed stone beyond them, leaning west just enough to make every glance at it feel unstable. The little cabin under the platform had lost half its siding. One stair rail hung by a single bolt. The north window Jack had mentioned was only a ragged opening rimmed with warped wood. Snowmelt once flowed down the basin below the tower in spring, but now the drainage was a scar of blackened shale and mineral stain running toward the dead valley. The men at the tower moved with the confidence of people who had not yet been punished for it. Dante counted 4 at first glance, then 5 when the last one came out from the shack side carrying a cable spool. They were dressed in mixed gear, military base layers under scavenged weather shells, but 3 of them wore blue cloth tabs stitched near the collar. Meridian markers. One worked a compact scanning unit mounted on a tripod. Another used a pry bar on the tower floorboards. A third smoked with his mask hanging around his neck as if contaminated weather were beneath his dignity. Mara looked through the binoculars and went still. That one. Which? The tall one by the stairs. Brown jacket. He was at the rail yard when my father and I broke off from the Meridian convoy. Same man. I remember his mouth. Her tone made that memory ugly. He smiled when they pulled a family out of a truck and took their filter packs. Dante watched the man a moment longer. Cruelty was hard to prove from posture alone, but there was something casual in the way he stood, something bored and entitled. Dante had known men like that before the world ended. Disaster only made them more honest. He scanned the wider ground. There were 2 crate positions at the base of the tower, a partial perimeter of motion lines rigged with cans and wire, and tracks leading downslope toward a hidden vehicle position off the old access road. Not a large team, which meant either Voss had split his people or he believed speed mattered more than bulk. Mara whispered, We can take them. Eventually. Her head turned sharply. Eventually, look again. He pointed to the slope west of the tower where scrub brush clung to the rock. A glint flashed there once, then disappeared. Glass. Maybe a spotter scope. Maybe a watch lens. Either way, somebody had posted farther out than the obvious perimeter. If Dante had learned anything in the bunker, it was that people who wanted to survive needed to stop assuming threats wore uniforms or occupied the center of the picture. Mara found it on the second pass. Damn. Exactly. They backed off the ridge and circled farther north until they found the old mule path Fred had marked on the map. It was little more than 2 shallow tracks in the stone, almost erased by weather, but it led to a spill of collapsed timbers below the tower's blind side. Hidden there under moss and ash they found what Jack must have used months earlier, a deadfall notch in the rock where someone had once stacked cut wood, and inside it the remains of a narrow crawl trench leading almost to the tower supports. Mara ran a gloved hand over the edge. He built this, used what was already here, and improved it. She looked at the rough stone, then back toward the tower above. He really thought of everything. Dante almost said not everything, because dead men rarely did, but the words felt cheap. Instead, he said, he thought far. That satisfied her more than comfort would have. By the time they returned to Fred and Zoe at the lower east face, the older man had already chosen positions. Fred lay behind a split granite shelf with the rifle he trusted most. Zoe crouched in the crook of an uprooted stump 10 yards back, field glasses in hand. She looked up the moment Dante approached, and the tension in her shoulders eased by a degree so small most people would have missed it. Well, Fred asked. Dante drew the layout in the wet dirt with a stick while Mara filled in details. 5 confirmed at the tower. 1 probable outer spotter west. Motion lines on the obvious routes. A tripod scanner and pry attempt at the floorboards. Vehicle below the access road but out of direct sight. Possible more men rotating somewhere downslope. Fred listened without interruption. When they finished, he asked Mara, "How badly do you want revenge right now?" Her chin lifted. "Badly. Good. That means you know it's there. Use it after the plan, not before." The lesson stung because it was true. Dante had started seeing that the best people at survival were not fearless. They were honest about the bad things in them. Fear, rage, the need to hit back. They named those things early enough to stop becoming them. Fred redrew the tower in the dirt. "We hit the outer spotter first. Quiet if possible. Then Zoe cuts the eastern cans. Dante and Mara move the trench on my mark while I pin the platform. If they fall back into the cabin, I break the stair supports and make the tower do half our work." Zoe frowned. "That structure is one gust from giving up. Then let us hope the mountain remains patriotic." Despite himself, Dante smiled under the mask. Mara did not. "And the man in the brown jacket?" Fred looked at her steadily. "If you can take him without wasting the mission, take him. If the mission asks you to leave him breathing, then his luck beats your anger for one more day." Something in her face changed then. Not softened, sharpened correctly. Dante had seen athletes find rhythm on the field with less focus than that. Grief, he thought, was a weapon if you stopped trying to swing it like a club. Fred checked his watch and then the cloud line. "We wait until the next wind push. Noise cover. 10 minutes, maybe 12. The mountain gave them 9. The gust came hard out of the west, carrying sleet and ash residue in a flat abrasive sheet that rattled the spruce and made the loose metal on the tower clatter like cutlery in a sink. Fred rose into a crouch at once. Zoe pulled her scarf higher and moved. Mara tightened her grip on the carbine. Dante felt his pulse settle instead of spike. Quinn had been right. When things broke, he went still. Fred's voice came over the radio, low and exact. "Go." Dante and Mara vanished into the trench. Chapter 3. The trench smelled of wet stone and old bark. Dante moved on his elbows at first, then on hands and knees where the channel widened, keeping the rifle cradled high so the muzzle would not scrape rock. Mara followed close enough that he could hear the controlled rhythm of her breathing through the filter. Above them the wind hammered the tower and turned the loose boards into a language of groans and knocks. It covered their movement better than silence could have. At the end of the crawl, the trench opened under a rib of shattered timber not 20 feet from the tower supports. Through the slats, Dante saw boots moving overhead on the platform and one pair at the base near the crates. He raised 2 fingers to Mara, then pointed left. She nodded. The radio clicked once in his ear. Zoe's signal. Eastern line cut. A heartbeat later, another sound snapped through the weather, short and ugly. Not a gunshot. A muffled human cry cut off too fast. Fred had found the spotter. Dante rose out of the trench in a crouch and moved for the nearest support. The man by the crates turned at exactly the wrong second, hearing motion but not yet understanding it. Dante crossed the distance in 3 hard steps, drove a shoulder into the man's chest, and slammed him against the tower leg before the rifle could come up. The impact rattled the man's teeth against his own half-lowered mask. Dante wrenched the weapon free, pivoted, and cracked the stock across the side of his head. The man dropped into the slush without another word. Above them somebody shouted, "Contact left." Fred's rifle answered from the east face. The shot punched through the platform rail and dropped one of the men at the scanner before the others even knew where the line had come from. Mara sprinted toward the stairs. The man in the brown jacket was already there, carbine coming up, mouth open in that same ugly half-smile she had described. He fired once wild as sleet stung his face. Mara went low, slid on one knee through black water and ash, and shot him twice in the chest from beneath the stair angle. He folded backward into the railing, surprise replacing arrogance so completely that Dante almost pitted him for the length of one blink. Then he remembered what Mara had said about the family at the rail yard and let the pity go. 2 more Meridian men rushed out of the cabin above. Fred clipped one through the shoulder and drove him back. The other dropped prone behind the torn floorboards and started firing blind into the slope where Fred's shots had come from. "Cabin!" Zoe yelled from the east side. Dante snatched one of the crates for cover and leaned around it long enough to put 3 rounds into the rotten wall. Splinters burst inward. Someone cursed inside. Mara hit the stairs 3 at a time, boots hammering the treads. The tower answered by lurching. The whole structure shifted west on its bent leg with a groan deep enough to feel in the chest. Fred had not been exaggerating. The place was one hard insult from collapse. Off the stairs, Dante shouted. Too late. A round punched through the tread under Mara's right foot. Wood blew apart. She slipped, caught the rail, and swung out over open air with her rifle slamming against her shoulder. For a flashing second, she hung above the rocks 20 feet down, one hand on the rail, one boot kicking at nothing. Dante moved before thought got there. He hit the bottom of the stairs, climbed 4 risers in 2 strides, and caught the back of her harness just as the rail gave a metallic shriek. Her weight snapped through his arm hard enough to light pain from wrist to spine. Above them, the Meridian gunman leaned over the platform edge with a pistol. Zoe shot him from the east flank. The man disappeared backward with a cry, and the pistol clattered off the boards. Dante hauled Mara onto the remaining treads and shoved her toward the inside support. You good? I'm furious. Excellent. Stay vertical. He went up with her. The platform was worse than it had looked from below. Half the deck boards had rotted around the bolts. The scanner tripod lay on its side, kicking static into the storm. The wounded Meridian man Fred had hit through the shoulder was trying to drag himself into the cabin while leaving a red slick on the wood. Mara reached him first, kicked the carbine away, and planted a knee between his shoulder blades. Don't, he gasped. Don't shoot, don't shoot. Depends how useful you get, she said. Dante moved past them to the north side, where the broken window gaped over the slope. Jack had said under the floor where the north window used to be. He dropped to a knee, shouldered aside a warped plank, and began ripping at the boards with the pry bar the Meridian crew had already helpfully provided. The first board came free. Under it was only darkness and dust. The second loosened and broke in the middle. The third revealed a steel plate bolted over a recess no bigger than a bread box. He heard Fred shouting something below, then a new engine note rising from the access road. More Meridian. Found it, he called. Mara shoved the prisoner against the cabin wall and came over. Together, they worked the bolts loose with numb gloved fingers while bullets cracked through the siding from somewhere below the tower. Zoe answered from the east face, firing in measured pairs. Fred's rifle thumped twice, then paused. Dante did not look to see why. There was no room in the moment for divided attention. Either he got the cache open or all of this had been for nothing. The plate came loose in his hands. Inside the recess sat a weatherproof metal tube, a wrapped oilcloth packet, and a compact field radio handset with its antenna removed. Jack had packed the compartment like a man expecting to retrieve it under fire. Dante grabbed all three and stuffed them into his pack. "Move," Fred roared over the radio. "Truck below the road. 3 dismounting. You have 20 seconds before they bracket the tower." Mara snatched up her rifle and yanked the wounded prisoner to his feet. "He comes." "No," Fred snapped. The man heard it and panicked. He twisted hard enough to tear free and lunged for the fallen pistol near the cabin threshold. Mara shot him before he bent halfway down. The sound inside the cabin was unbearable in the small space, a flat concussive crack that made Dante's ears ring even through the world's many layers of ruin. The Meridian man fell sideways through the doorway and lay half in sleet, half on splintered boards, fingers still reaching. Mara did not look at him again. They started down the stairs together, and the tower moved once more, slower this time, but more final. A support bolt sheared somewhere under the platform with the sound of metal being bitten in half. Dante saw the angle change before he felt it. The west leg began to fold. "Jump," he shouted. They leaped the last 10 feet. Dante hit the rock's shoulder first, rolled through contaminated slush, lost the rifle, found it again, and came up coughing inside the filter. Mara landed badly beside him and still managed to keep hold of her weapon. Above them, the whole tower gave a terrible old animal groan and pitched west, tearing free of its own footings. The cabin slammed sideways into the rocks and exploded into planks, rust, and bent hardware. The platform followed a second later. The fresh Meridian team from the access road never got their clean firing line. The collapse buried it in dust and shrapnel. "Back trail," Zoe shouted. She was already moving through the brush to the south, rifle tight to her shoulder, face set in a concentration so absolute it looked calm from a distance. Fred limped from the granite shelf in a half-run that no injured man should have been able to manage. Blood had soaked through the old bandage on his leg again, but he ignored it with the stubborn contempt of someone who considered pain an administrative detail. They ran. The first bullets chased them through the spruce from the road position. Branches snapped overhead. Dante heard one round thud into a tree trunk beside his head with a sound like a hammer hitting wet wood. Mara fired once back over her shoulder without breaking stride, and someone yelled. It bought them 6 seconds, maybe 8. Fred led them off the obvious downhill line and into a cleft of stone where spring runoff had once cut a narrow chute under the ridge. They slid more than climbed, boots and hands scraping against slick rock, until the walls closed around them and blunted the angles from above. Only then did Fred stop. Report. Zoe bent over with her hands on her thighs for one breath, then straightened. No hit. Mara. Fine. Dante checked himself by touch. Fine enough. Fred nodded and finally let himself sit against the stone. His face under the grime had gone a dangerous shade of pale. Zoe saw it too and dropped beside him at once, opening the med kit with hard, efficient movements. You reopen the wound. Thank you, doctor. I'm not in the mood. That makes 2 of us. While she worked, Mara stared back upslope toward the hidden tower. Not at the bodies, Dante thought. Not even at the fight. At the moment she had fired without hesitation and discovered there was no taking the act back after. Killing in training lived in the mouth like theory. Killing a particular man with a particular face placed a stone inside you. It might balance your hand later. It might drown you. There was no telling early. Dante pulled the cash tube from his pack and held it in both hands. Jack's last secret had weight. He looked at Mara. You saved the mission. She blinked as if returning from a distance. I almost got myself dropped off the stairs. You didn't. A few seconds passed. Then she said, very quietly, he smiled at me. Dante knew she meant the man in the brown jacket. The one from the rail yard. The one she had wanted. Not anymore, he said. It was not comfort. He did not know if comfort existed for that kind of thing. But something in her shoulders settled all the same, if only because he had not tried to make the act cleaner than it was. Fred tied off the fresh bandage and nodded at the tube. Open it. Dante unscrewed the cap. Inside lay a wrapped flash drive in a plastic sleeve, a metal cipher disc about the size of a compact mirror, and one folded envelope sealed with weather tape. On the outside, in block handwriting made clumsy by haste, were 4 words. For Dad. For Zoe. Nobody spoke. Fred reached for the envelope and then stopped with his hand suspended over it, as though the distance between wanting and touching had suddenly become too complicated. Zoe took it instead. Chapter 4. They did not open the letter in the chute. Fred made them move another half-mile west first, through a broken stand of spruce, and over a low saddle where the wind had scoured the rock nearly clean. Only when he found a shallow cave under an overhang, dry except for a rim of old snow hardened gray with ash, did he call a halt. The place was little more than a split in the mountain, but it gave them concealment and one narrow view back toward Granite Pass. From there they saw no movement except a haze of drifting debris where the tower had finally finished dying. Zoe sat with the envelope in both hands for a long time before peeling the weather tape loose. Nobody looked away. Jack's handwriting ran hard and pressed across 3 folded pages. He had written in pencil, probably because ink froze and pens lied under stress. Zoe drew the first breath and began to read aloud, because anything else would have been cowardice. Dad, if this reaches you, then I was right about 2 things and wrong about at least 1. I was right that you would never keep every answer in the bunker. I was right that Zoe would refuse to stay where somebody told her. If I was wrong, then maybe I am reading too much into the kind of man she becomes when the world starts acting stupid. A sound escaped Fred then, so rough it might have been a laugh dragged over broken glass. Zoe swallowed and kept going. Do not waste time feeling guilty that you let me go west. We both know no one lets a Holloway do anything after the decision is already made. Meridian had their hooks in places I could not cut from the inside without burning every bridge too early, and St. Maro needed warning more than I needed comfort. If you are reading this, then comfort did not win. Zoe paused, pressed her lips together, and read on. St. Maro is not a myth, and it is not clean in the moral sense, only the air and most of the water. There are good people there doing hard work with bad inheritance. Dr. Lena Vance is one of the good ones. Trust her with the patience, the maps, and the truth when you can afford the truth. Do not trust any badge, tab, clearance marker, or official phrase that survived the collapse. Meridian learned how to dress authority over hunger, and hunger wears it well. Mara sat very still with her father's satchel in her lap. Jack's words continued. The key in this cache is only part of what St. Maro needs. The ledger fragments together show the upstream dispersal sites and the neutralization corridors. In plain English, they identify where the poison went first, how it settled, and which watersheds can still be saved if someone moves before spring runoff pulls death into every valley below. Meridian wants those records because clean water is the nearest thing to a crown left in this country. Dante felt the scope of it then, not just a bunker, not just a valley, but the map of who would live downstream and who would beg. Zoe's voice dropped a little as she reached the last page. Zoe, if Dante Mercer is with you, that means your instincts stayed better than mine were at 22, and Dad should listen to you about him even if he acts like he invented suspicion. If it is not Dante, and some other stubborn fool made it into your line of sight, tell him I still pity him. I met Mercer once, even if he did not know it. Warehouse loading dock on the south side 2 winters ago. He helped an old man pick up a broken crate in freezing rain after 3 other men walked around him. That was enough for me to remember the face. Good people matter more when the weather gets biblical. Zoe stopped reading. Dante stared at her. He knew who I was. Fred looked at him with a long, unreadable expression. Apparently. Mara almost smiled. Congratulations. You were pre-approved by a dead man. The remark should have been lighter than the air allowed, but it worked anyway. Some of the tension broke without disappearing. Zoe finished the letter. Dad, I know you will blame yourself if I do not come back. Don't make a religion out of that. If I'm dead, it means I spent my life on purpose. There are worse endings. Get Zoe somewhere with a chance at future. She deserves one so much it makes me angry. And if St. Maro still stands, tell Lena I finally admit the drainage shelf at mile marker 42 beats the west switchback in late thaw. I hate giving scientists the satisfaction, so make sure someone appreciates what this costs me. Love you both. Jack. The cave held the silence after in a way that felt almost ceremonial. Fred took the pages from Zoe and folded them with greater care than Dante had ever seen in his hands. He did not speak for several seconds. When he finally did, his voice was steady only because he had forced it there. He met you and never said. Dante thought back through the old world, as if memory might suddenly provide a face in a loading dock storm. Nothing came. I don't remember him. He would not have minded, Zoe said softly. Jack noticed people who did decent things when nobody was collecting points for it. Fred slid the letter inside his jacket. Then let us try to be worth the effort he spent. He nodded toward the cipher disk and the flash drive. Now the living part. The cipher disk was old-fashioned in the best way, two metal wheels pinned together and etched with rotating alphabets, numbers, and band codes. Jack had marked 3 positions with a punch tool. One matched the St. Maro call sign Quinn had mentioned. Another matched an emergency medical relay frequency. The third was unlabeled. Fred turned the disk in his hands. He wanted redundancy. Or a trap line, Mara said. Something to test if the wrong people answered. That too. The field radio from the cache was more interesting than it first appeared. Its case had been modified, the battery port reinforced, the antenna wrapped in fresh insulation, and a secondary board hidden behind the faceplate with 2 little switches labeled Scramble and Burst. Jack had turned a salvage set into something halfway between a confession booth and a military trick. Fred assembled the antenna while Zoe climbed to the lip of the overhang to extend a thin wire line into the wind. Dante took watch over the approach. Mara knelt near the radio with the vector notes Quinn had handed him and the topo sheet across her thighs. On the third attempt, the set came alive with a wave of static and a clipped repeating tone. Fred adjusted the dial. St. Maro Relay, St. Maro Relay. This is Holloway on North Key Protocol. Authenticate channel. Nothing. Then a burst of harsh code chatter rolled through the speaker, too fast for Dante to follow. Mara leaned in over the cipher disk, eyes scanning the punched positions. Again, Fred repeated the call. More code came back, shorter this time. Mara turned the wheels, murmured numbers under her breath, and wrote with Quinn's pen on the map margin. They want the shelf reference. Mile marker 42. West switchback versus drainage shelf. It's a challenge phrase. Fred keyed the mic. Drainage shelf in late thaw. I hate giving scientists the satisfaction. For 2 long seconds there was only static. Then a woman's voice answered, clear enough to make everybody lean closer. Authentication accepted. This is Dr. Lena Vance. Identify surviving personnel. Relief was too dangerous to trust, but Dante felt the edge of it all the same. Fred gave names. Zoe Holloway, Dante Mercer, Mara Quinn. He did not mention Quinn's death until asked, and then said it in 6 flat words. The voice on the other end paused just long enough to honor the news, and no longer. I'm sorry, Lena said. Elias kept us alive longer than the models deserve. Mara's throat worked once. Thank you. Fred got to business. We have the North Key segment and a drive Jack left. Meridian has elements on our trail. What is St. Maro's condition? The answer came in pieces, each one heavier than the last. St. Maro still housed 63 living people, including 11 children and 9 patients who needed filtered environments almost continuously. The campus sat under the old valley on 3 connected levels, protected by sealed wards, a microhydro system, and one of the last reliable purification arrays in the region. Their aquifer remained mostly clean because the valley bedrock shielded it, and because Jack had helped Lena's team reroute contaminated runoff away from the intake tunnels before he died. Meridian had tried twice to locate the site fully and failed both times, but they had taken out 2 outer relay stations and an above-ground orchard dome used for seed stock. Spring thaw, if it came hard, would force a decision. Without the complete dispersal ledger, they could preserve the valley, but not the downstream river systems. With the ledger, they might save thousands who would otherwise drink poison in ignorance and wonder why their lungs turned to paper. Zoe gripped Dante's forearm as they listened. We can't hold forever, Lena said. We do not have the numbers for a siege, and the children cannot keep evacuating between levels every time someone tests the perimeter. Fred's face became a map of old calculations. Route in. We meet you at Mercy Causeway if you can get there within 36 hours. My people can move you through the service spillway and down to the west intake. Do not try the surface road. Meridian seeded drones there last month. Mara bent over the map. Mercy Causeway crosses the reservoir north of the sanatorium ruins. Yes, Lena said. And if you reach it with anyone wearing a blue tab, shoot them before they speak too much. Voss has recruited from abandoned federal stockpiles and surviving relief teams. Half his strength comes from the appearance of legitimacy. Dante looked at Fred. You know him? It was not really a question anymore. Fred answered into the radio, perhaps because speaking to Lena made confession easier. Calder Voss was Recovery Command before recovery turned into acquisition. Smart, disciplined, and vain enough to think order belongs to whichever hand can keep it from shaking. He believes suffering is best organized from above. Then he still hasn't changed, Lena said. That got everyone's attention. You knew him too? Zoe asked. Lena's reply took a moment. He helped requisition St. Maro records in the first month after the strikes. When we refused to surrender patient files and watershed projections, he called us irresponsible. Jack was the one who recognized the difference between triage and theft. The radio crackled. Dante imagined a woman in some underground ward far west of them, pale with exhaustion, still working because the alternative would be letting children choke on somebody else's ambition. We'll come, Fred said. Hurry, Lena answered. And Holloway. Yeah. If the drive contains what Jack implied, then St. Maro is no longer the only thing Meridian wants. They will want the right to decide who gets to rebuild. The signal broke after that, swallowed by static and weather. No one spoke until Fred switched the set off. Then Mara said, We just inherited a war over water. Fred looked at the map and then at the mountains beyond the cave mouth. No. We walked into one that was already happening. Dante thought of all the valleys below them he had never seen, the towns that might still have kitchens, children, old men repairing fences, women boiling soup over scavenged stoves, all of them waiting without knowing that their river could become a sentence. He said, How long until Voss learns we made contact? Zoe looked at the radio. Depends if the tower team had enough working gear to sniff the burst. Fred's expression said he did not like the number his mind had produced. Soon enough. They left the cave before noon. By then the mountain had turned bright in that false, dangerous way it sometimes does after a storm, blue breaks in the cloud, glitter on contaminated ice, distant ridges sharp enough to make a man believe the day had cleaned itself, while poison still sat invisible in the runoff. Dante took point as they moved west. For the first time since the bombs fell, survival no longer felt like the whole story. Chapter 5. The route to Mercy Causeway crossed what had once been a resort town. They reached it near dusk after a day of ridge walking, 2 hard descents, and 1 miserable traverse through a burned aspen grove where every trunk stood white and peeled like bone. Dante saw the town first from a shelf above the valley, roofs scattered along the edge of a frozen reservoir, chairlift towers reaching over the slope with empty cables hanging like black nerves against the sky. Before the war, it had probably sold people weekends of expensive silence and mountain air. Now the silence was free, and the air could kill you if the wind turned. The main street lay under drifts of ash-laced snow. Storefront windows were broken out or boarded from inside. A bus sat jackknifed against a stone planter, half buried, its destination sign still trying to spell Spring Festival through cracked orange segments. Someone had painted "Keep Moving" across the side in white spray, so hurried the letters bled into one another. Fred held them at the tree lean above town while the light drained out of the west. We do not stay in the open after dark if we can help it. There's a utility cottage near the reservoir pump house. Stone walls. Basement access. You know every ruin in the state? Mara asked. Only the useful ones. Zoe adjusted the straps on her pack. That is an answer and not an answer. Fred looked at the town below with the distant fatigue of a man who had spent too many years preparing for a future he hated being right about. Preparedness is mostly remembering where people hide infrastructure and pretending it makes you less afraid. They entered the town along the service lane behind the old ski rental building. Snow muffled their steps, but not completely. Every sound seemed to bounce too far in the empty place. A loose sign knocked against a metal pole with the steady patience of something that had outlived ownership. Dante kept his rifle up and his eyes moving from rooftops to doorways to the dark windshield of the abandoned bus. In the old world, he would have called the place eerie and been done with it. In the new one, emptiness required interpretation. If there were no bodies, where had the people gone? If there were bodies, who had left them and why? If there was neither, what might still be using the shelter they had abandoned? They found the first answer inside the bakery on the corner. The front windows were long gone. Behind the counter, on the tiled floor dusted with ash, lay 3 human shapes wrapped in winter coats and mountain blankets. A mother, maybe, judging by the smaller frame in the middle and the way one body had curved toward it even in death. They had not been there long enough to skeletonize and not recently enough to look like sleep. A spent filter canister sat beside the woman's hand. Empty. The words written on the wall behind them were careful and neat. We waited as long as we could. Zoe stopped in the doorway and bowed her head before moving on. No one tried to say anything. Language had very little to offer that scene. The pump cottage stood near the reservoir shore beneath a stand of black spruce. It was built of local stone with a steel door and 2 narrow windows faced with wire mesh. Inside they found dust, old tools, and a basement room full of pressure valves and dead gauges. More important, they found no living surprises. Fred barred the door. Mara went through the basement looking for another exit. Zoe checked the upper rooms. Dante stayed outside for 60 seconds more, watching the main street through the gloaming until the cold reached through his gloves and reminded him he was not made of the same materials as fear. He came in and sealed the inner latch behind him. The pump room felt safer than it should have. That in itself made him suspicious. Safety had become a thing that often killed people by making them generous with their habits. They set no fire. They used shielded lamps only. Fred ran a thin wire across the back basement stairs with a bell no louder than a spoon tapping glass. Mara took the first watch without argument. The day's work and the town's quiet had burned some of the reactive edge out of her. What remained looked harder and more durable. Zoe heated a ration stew over a chemical pack and handed bowls around. They ate sitting on overturned crates between old water control manifolds with flaking green paint. It was absurd and almost domestic. Dante thought that might be why it hurt. Mara broke the silence first. Did any of you ever want ordinary? Fred snorted softly. Too late to ask useful questions? I'm serious. Zoe leaned back against the wall, bowl in both hands. Define ordinary. Mara gestured vaguely at the pipes and concrete around them. A house. Neighbors you know by name. Groceries that come from a store instead of a dead world. The chance to be worried about stupid things. Dante swallowed and pictured his old apartment with a sharpness that surprised him. The stain counter. The hum of the cheap refrigerator. The pile of unopened mail he had hated on sight every evening. He had believed, until it was gone, that his life had started too small to matter. Now he would have given a great deal to stand in that kitchen and know the worst thing waiting for him was a bad phone call. Yes, he said. Mara looked at him. Really? Really? What did ordinary look like to you? He considered lying for style and rejected it. Rent I could cover. A truck that started every morning. Maybe a place with a small porch someday. Someone decent to come home to. Nothing dramatic. Zoe's eyes found his across the room. Warm and difficult and full of all the things neither of them had time to say properly. Fred scraped his spoon along the bowl. Ordinary is overrated when you're living inside it and precious when it's gone. That is human nature's favorite scam. Mara let the word settle. My father used to say people romanticize peace when they forget how much maintenance it takes. He was right, Fred said. After the meal, Zoe went upstairs to rinse the bowls with filtered water and a rag. Dante followed because he could not help it anymore, because in a dead town with 3 strangers in the next room and a reservoir outside full of poison winter, he still wanted to be where she was. The upper room had one narrow window facing the lake. Through it the reservoir looked like a sheet of tarnished steel. Chairlift pylons marched up the slope beyond, vanishing into dark. Zoe stood at the counter wiping out a bowl as if the task mattered very much. He came up behind her and set his hands lightly at her waist. She exhaled and leaned back into him. There you are. I was downstairs being emotionally honest against my will. That sounds exhausting. It was. For a moment they stood without speaking. He felt the day in her body, the strain through her shoulders, the fatigue held together by discipline. She turned in his arms and rested her palms on his chest. You did well today, she said. So did you. I am not fishing. I know. He kissed her forehead. You still did. She looked out the window past his shoulder. St. Malo sounds almost impossible. So did the bunker before I saw it. That's not as comforting as you think. He smiled faintly. You keep saying that. Because you keep earning it. He touched the line of tension beside her mouth with his thumb. What's under this one? She thought about refusing him, and then did not. I'm afraid my father's wound is worse than he's admitting. I'm afraid Voss is closer than Lena thinks. I'm afraid everybody I love keeps becoming part of a mission bigger than a life. There it was, and because she had said it plainly, he loved her more for it, though he did not tell her that. The world already asked too much of confession to demand poetry on top. He's not quitting, Dante said. Dad, you. Her eyes closed briefly. That is not fair. Probably not. She opened them again and searched his face with that keen, precise gaze she had, as if trying to decide whether honesty would help or only bruise. If we get to St. Malo, and if it's real, and if there's a room with a door and 10 quiet minutes, I want to remember what it feels like to talk about something other than routes and ammunition and death. You think we'll remember how? I think we'd better. He kissed her then, slowly enough to mean comfort instead of urgency. Her hands rose to the back of his neck. The dim, cold room, the reservoir, the dead town, the chairlift towers outside, all of it narrowed until there was only her mouth and the shape of her breathing and the stubborn fact that tenderness still existed in a world that had declared war on it. The basement bell rang. They broke apart at once. Dante was halfway down the stairs before the second faint tap sounded. Fred already had his rifle up. Mara crouched by the far wall with her carbine aimed at the door. 3 soft knocks came from outside. Then a voice through the metal. Not looking to die in the cold. Just a trade if you're alive in there. Nobody moved. The voice came again. Older male, worn out, local accent. I saw your tracks before the light went. 2 people heavy on the left foot, 1 limping, 1 young enough to stomp when she should glide. I'm not Meridian. If I were Meridian, I would not announce myself and ask polite. Fred looked at Dante, then at the door. How many? 1. My dog used to count as a second opinion, but that arrangement ended. The answer was too strange to be rehearsed. Zoe whispered from the stairs. Could be bait. Everything is bait, Fred murmured back. He moved to the side of the door and lifted his voice. Back up 6 steps and keep your hands where the window can see them. After a pause, crunching footsteps obeyed. Dante edged to the wire mesh window and looked out. The man outside was in his 60s, maybe older, beard gone mostly white under grime and filter straps. He wore a patched ski patrol parka and carried a walking staff instead of a rifle, though a revolver sat holstered high on his chest. His hands were raised. Behind him stood a sled loaded with firewood, a crate, and a yellow sign panel cut from some old road marker. The sign had black letters painted across it by hand. Causeway cut. Detour south. Dante looked back at Fred. He's either honest or creative. Fred's eyes narrowed. Open the speaking slot only. There was, mercifully, a speaking slot in the old steel door. Fred unlatched it with the muzzle of the rifle trained through the opening. Name? Russ Barlow. Proof you're not Meridian. Russ gave a tired half-smile. I smell worse than organized authority, and I came to the door alone. In this economy, that should help. Mara almost made a sound that might have been another near laugh. Fred did not return it. What do you want? News and maybe antibiotics if you've got any worth trading for diesel tabs. I can offer better than that sign too. The north span at Mercy Causeway lost a section in the last freeze. You can still cross it if you know where not to step. The direct approach is watched sometimes from the service office. Men with blue tabs. Men without much patience. Silence pulled after that. Dante watched the old man through the mesh and felt the story shifting again. Not a trap exactly. Something more dangerous. A choice. Chapter 6. Russ Barlow came inside only after Fred disarmed him, searched him, and looked offended by how little there was to confiscate. The old man smelled of cold, machine oil, damp wool, and the stubbornness of somebody who had outlived common sense on technical merit. Up close he looked even more weathered than Dante had thought through the window, the skin around his eyes lined white where goggles must once have sat for long seasons. He accepted the inspection with a patient sort of irritation, as if being mistrusted were less insulting than inefficient. I used to run lift maintenance, he said while Zoe checked the raw red skin along his jaw where his mask seal had rubbed him nearly open. Then I ran generator repair when the county forgot which priorities were romantic and which were electrical. Then the war came and I got promoted to rat in a mountain coat. Fred handed him a tin cup of filtered water and half a packet of antibiotics after smelling the infection on his breath and deciding barter worked faster than sentiment. Russ took both with a nod so grave it almost passed for formal. I don't give directions out of charity, he said. I give them because bad men with radios have made the basin loud, and loud gets everybody found. He spread one of the old resort brochures on the workbench and turned it over to the blank side. With a carpenter's pencil from his pocket, he sketched the reservoir, the causeway, the service office, and the spillway intake tunnels west of the old sanatorium ruins. The north span cracked along this seam in January, he said, drawing a jagged line through the bridge. Still standing mostly. But the deck has a false plate here, and if you step on the wrong side with a heavy pack you drop 6 feet into the underframe and maybe break a leg. If Meridian is watching, they'll watch the direct road and the office roof. If they're smarter than usual, they'll also cover the fuel shed here because the drift line makes people hug that side in crosswind. Mara leaned over the sketch, hair falling loose from the tie at the back of her head. Is there another way? Russ tapped the southern margin of the reservoir. Old pipe trench. Maintenance cut. Half buried now and ugly as a divorce, but it gets you below sight line until the last 100 yards. Why tell us all this? Zoe asked. Russ looked at each of them in turn. Because 3 weeks ago a woman from the west side patched my filter hose in a snow squall after I'd already accepted that I was done. She had dark hair, a surgical voice, and a rifle slung like she knew the difference between safety and comfort. She told me if I saw a man named Fred Holloway heading toward Mercy, I should tell him Lena still keeps her promises. Fred's face changed just a fraction. Lena sent you. Russ shrugged. Not exactly. She saved me. I remembered. There was no better credential left in the world. They let him sleep 2 hours by the dead boiler while Mara took watch and Dante sat with the map in his lap. He did not trust luck, but he trusted the shape of obligation when it passed cleanly from one person to another. Quinn had given them vector notes while dying. Jack had hidden the key. Lena had once helped Russ live through a snow squall. Russ had walked into a stranger's safe room with a broken face and directions worth more than the antibiotics he asked for. Civilization, Dante thought, might simply be that chain continuing one link at a time under terrible conditions. They left before dawn with Russ's sketch copied onto their map and the old lift mechanic heading east on his sled, muttering that he preferred machines because at least they broke honestly. The pipe trench was exactly as ugly as advertised. It ran south of the reservoir under a line of collapsed utility poles and half-buried culvert mouths, a shallow maintenance cut filled with black ice, wind-blown trash, and the remains of what had once been insulated pipe sleeves. Sometimes they walked inside it bent nearly double. Sometimes the trench disappeared under drift, and they had to find it again by the rhythm of buried concrete access collars beneath the snow. All morning the wind came hard over the reservoir and drove ash crystals into the side of Dante's hood. Nobody talked much. The approach demanded attention. Fred limped more noticeably now, no matter how he tried to hide it. Zoe noticed every hitch in his stride and said nothing because she knew public concern would only turn his pain into an argument. Mara kept checking the map with Quinn's notes, correcting their line by tiny degrees whenever the trench forked or sagged. Dante had stopped thinking of her as the girl from the bunker and started thinking of her as someone younger than he wanted to remember and steadier than circumstances had any right to produce. At midday they reached the last buried collar before the trench angled back toward the causeway. Fred raised a hand and crouched. Ahead of them the trench wall had slumped, opening a view across the reservoir basin. Dante eased up beside him and looked. Mercy Causeway stretched from the eastern shore to the wooded bluff beneath the sanatorium ruins, a long concrete spine over black water skimmed with broken ice. The north edge of the bridge had indeed sagged where Russ marked the crack, and one whole panel near the center dipped lower than the rest, its rebar ribs exposed like a broken cage. Beyond it, on the western bluff, rose the old St. Maro buildings. Even half hidden by snow and dead trees, they carried a severe elegance the world had not fully managed to erase. Stone facades, colonnaded porches, slate roofs, and the arched silhouette of a chapel tower joined to darker industrial annexes dug into the hillside behind. Dante stared. The place looked less like a sanctuary than a verdict on history. Wealth and medicine and secrecy layered into architecture, all of it now standing above poisoned water like some impossible promise from an older century that had not expected the sky itself to become hostile. "Real enough for you?" Zoe whispered. "Yeah." He said it without humor. Beauty in the dead world had become complicated. It could make a man feel hope and suspicion at the same time. Movement flashed near the western abutment. Dante lifted the binoculars. Two figures in gray weather capes stepped out from behind a service shack and raised a square panel painted with diagonal white bars. Friendly signal. One of them then flashed a hand mirror 3 times toward the reservoir, waited, and flashed once more. Fred counted under his breath. Lena's pattern. Mara let out a breath she had clearly been holding for hours. "So we made it." "Not yet," Fred said. The rebuke was gentle by his standards, which meant he was worried. They waited 10 more minutes while Fred scanned the ridgelines and the office roof Russ had warned about. Nothing. No visible blue tabs. No glint of optics. No drone hum. Only wind, water, and the 2 gray-caped figures holding position at the far end of the bridge. Finally Fred said, "We go in order. Dante, then Mara, then Zoe, then me. If shots start, no heroics on open concrete. You run west, or you die decorative." Zoe gave him a look. "You work very hard to make comfort impossible. It keeps everyone alert." The first stretch of causeway was easier than the rest because it looked honest. Snow striped the concrete. Rebar stubs marked places where side rails had been stripped years ago. The water on both sides moved under broken ice with a dark, heavy slowness that made Dante think of blood too cold to clot. He followed Russ's sketch exactly, staying left of the center line for 20 yards, then cutting right over the narrow seam before the sagging span. Halfway across he heard, faintly, a siren note drifting up from somewhere beneath the western bluff. Not alarm. A signaling tone, one long and one short. St. Maro acknowledging incoming friendlies. Hope did something reckless to his heartbeat. The gray-caped figures started toward them from the far side, careful to keep their hands visible. One was a broad-shouldered woman carrying an SMG low against her thigh. The other was younger, maybe 19, with a med pack on his back and a face made pale by indoor living. Their filters were cleaner than any Dante had seen in weeks. When the woman came within speaking distance, she lifted her goggles and called through the wind. "Lena sent us. I'm Cora Bell. This is Nico Ames." "Which one of you is Holloway?" Fred reached the broken seam in the bridge and answered, "Depends who's asking. Someone too cold to play this game." Cora's eyes flicked to his bandaged leg, then to the others. "You brought the key?" "We brought what Jack died to protect." Something passed through her expression at Jack's name, grief familiar enough to be immediate. "Then let's get you under before the weather shifts." The intake elevators are live today. Dante wanted, badly, to believe the hardest part was over. Then Mara stopped moving. He turned. Her gaze had gone not to the St. Maro bluff ahead, but to the reservoir service office on the eastern side behind them. A high rectangular building with 2 dead windows on the 2nd floor and a roofline half covered in drift. "What?" he asked. She pointed. The roof did not glint. It blinked, a lens cap catching sun for half a beat. Too small to notice if you weren't already trained to mistrust surfaces. "Down!" Mara screamed. The first shot took Cora Bell high in the throat. She dropped so suddenly that for a fraction of a second Dante's mind refused the evidence of it. Then blood hit the concrete in a hot arterial sheet, and the whole causeway erupted. Rounds tore across the bridge from the service office roof and from the eastern tree line above the trench exit. A second Meridian team rose from the dead fuel shed on the south bank. The ambush was not late, not improvised, not hopeful. It had been built to let hope do the sorting. Dante dove behind the sagging bridge panel and dragged Mara with him as concrete chipped around their shoulders. Nico fell flat beside Cora's body, hands shaking as he fumbled for the med pack he would not get to use. Zoe hit the deck 2 strides behind them and started firing back toward the office roof in sharp, controlled bursts. Fred did not drop at once. He planted himself on the cracked seam like an old war monument and sent 2 deliberate shots into the fuel shed team before the third incoming round finally drove him to one knee. Cora made a wet, horrible sound and stopped. "Roof and East Bank," Dante shouted. "I see them," Zoe snapped. Mara, pale with fury, had already found the office roof through the optic. 2 there. Maybe 3. Take the left. She fired. The roofline spat dust. A Meridian marksman reeled backward out of sight. Nico crawled toward them on elbows, dragging Cora's radio. "We need to reach the west gate. The spillway door locks from inside after 1 minute under attack." "How far?" Dante yelled. 70 yards. 70 yards might as well have been a confession in open fire. The young medic's face changed as he heard another sound over the gunfire, a chopping metallic buzz from above the eastern trees. Small drone rotors. "Not 1. 2. Move now," he said, fear stripping his voice down to truth. "Those carry gas ampoules." At that, everything sharpened. Fred swore with inventive viciousness and looked west. Zoe smoke. She yanked a canister from her belt and threw it low. The grenade bounced, spun, and vomited a thick white screen across the bridge as the wind immediately tried to murder it. For a few seconds the causeway vanished into shifting curtains. "Run!" Fred shouted. They did. Dante grabbed Nico by the pack strap and hauled him upright. Mara sprinted at his shoulder. Zoe moved on the outside line, firing blind into the smoke at roof flashes. Fred came last again because of course he did, covering the rear with his limping, brutal persistence. The sagging panel under the north side gave way when Mara hit it. The false plate Russ had warned about collapsed with a metallic scream. Her right leg punched through to the thigh. Momentum flung her forward. She caught the bridge edge with both hands and hung there over black reservoir water while broken rebar clawed at her clothing. Dante dropped beside her, rifle clattering away, and hauled on her harness with both hands. The world narrowed to weight, slick gloves, and gunfire slamming sparks from the concrete around them. "Let go of the edge," he said. "I am trying not to die." That part one noticed. She bared her teeth, twisted, and freed the trapped leg with a ripping sound that was either fabric or skin. He dragged her onto the intact slab just as one of the drones screamed overhead and burst 50 feet behind them in a glittering mist. The gas hit the smoke and turned it yellow. Even through the mask filters, Dante smelled bitter almonds and bleach. Old training from his uncle surfaced uselessly. Not exact identification, only danger. Zoe saw the cloud spreading and shoved Nico toward the west gate. Inside, she shouted. Now. They reached the final approach under direct fire from the western bluff above them. For 1 6-second, Dante thought St. Maro had betrayed them too. Then he saw the angle. The shots were coming from higher, farther back in the trees. Meridian flankers who had looped the ridge before the rendezvous. One of them caught Nico in the pack and spun him around, but the med kit absorbed enough to save his spine. He kept going with a cry and stumbled to the service gate built into the retaining wall. A steel door opened inward from the bluff. Hands reached out from within, grabbing Nico, then Mara, then Zoe. Dante shoved the cash pack through and turned back because Fred was not behind him. The old man stood 20 yards out on the bridge in thinning smoke with blood on his sleeve and his rifle empty, working the bolt on reflex before realizing the magazine had run dry. Across from him, emerging from the yellow drift with 3 Meridian gunmen at his back, walked Calder Voss. Dante knew him at once without ever having seen him before. Some men announced command by shouting. Voss did it by letting the chaos around him behave as if he were already expected. He wore a dark weather coat over armored webbing, clean lines in a filthy world, and his blue tab showed plainly at the collar. His beard was trimmed, his goggles polished. Even now, on a broken causeway over poisoned water in the ruins of a country that no longer deserved administrators, he looked like a man auditioning for the role of order. He raised one hand. The Meridian shooters stopped firing. Fred, he called across the bridge, voice carrying cleanly in the wind. You never did learn when a retreat became a transfer of assets. Fred's answer was a laugh without mirth. And you never learned the difference between leadership and theft. Voss smiled as if pleased to hear a familiar song. I learned that frightened populations prefer theft if the thief can make trains run on time. Any trains left where you're from? Only the useful ones. Another figure emerged behind Voss then, dragging something boxy by a strap. One of the cash scanner units from Granite Pass. So at least one of the tower crew had survived long enough to report or transmit. Dante felt a hot spike of self-disgust. He should have assumed it. Fred would have. Inside the door behind Dante, voices shouted for him to get in. Zoe's voice above all of them. He ignored it. Voss's gaze shifted and found him near the threshold. The man's eyes behind the goggles were startlingly ordinary. That might have been the worst thing about him. He did not look mad. He looked convinced. So that's Mercer, Voss said. Jack's recommendation, unless the dead have begun recruiting at random. Fred's head jerked toward Dante. Surprise, brief and useless now. How do you know that name? Dante shouted. Voss's smile barely changed. Meridian read more than one intercepted channel, son. That told him plenty and almost nothing. The tower burst transmission. Maybe a compromised relay. Maybe someone inside St. Maro who talked too much. The realization landed like a fist. Voss took one more step forward. The Meridian gunmen spread just enough to show they could shoot past him if needed. Here is the offer, Voss said. You surrender the drive, the key, and the cipher, and I let the girls and the Quinn child disappear into that hill. St. Maro keeps its wards. I keep the records. Everyone gets to pretend ethics survived. Generous, Fred said. I can be on occasion. Dante saw Fred's left hand then, low by his side, feeling for the remote trigger clipped to his belt. The last bunker habit, carried out of the fire. Dante understood instantly and hated it. There were charges on the cash pack? No, too small. Then the bridge. Of course. Fred must have pocketed emergency cutters or an old breaching strip for the final pursuit. He meant to take the causeway section down rather than let Voss cross clean. Voss must have seen the tiny motion too, because his expression sharpened. Everything after that happened too fast for order. Voss fired first. The round hit Fred high in the side and spun him half around. Fred still managed to thumb the detonator. The middle section of Mercy Causeway jumped. Not a full explosion. A ripping structural blast from charges placed earlier along the maintenance seam. Maybe St. Maro's own contingency. Maybe Fred's desperate addition from gear Dante had never seen him pack. The concrete under Voss and Fred cracked with a noise like the reservoir itself, splitting open. Rebar snapped. The sagging north panel dropped entirely into the black water below, dragging half the lane with it. Dante lunged forward on instinct, reaching. He caught only air and the edge of Fred's sleeve. The older man hit the broken lip hard instead of falling through. For one impossible second, he hung there over the reservoir with blood spreading across his jacket. Then Meridian hands grabbed him from Voss's side. Voss did not fall either. He had dropped flat at the first fracture and now rose onto one knee on the eastern remnant, one hand locked around Fred's harness strap. The gap between them widened as the broken center slab sheared away and vanished into the dark water below. Dad, Zoe screamed from behind the gate. Fred, hanging half over the void in Voss's grip, turned his head just enough to find her through smoke and wind and the beginning of structural collapse. His face had gone white, but his voice still carried. Get inside. Voss hauled him backward onto the eastern section with the help of two men. Not mercy. Acquisition. Dante raised his rifle and found he had no shot that would not go through Fred first. Voss looked across the widening break at them and then down at the captured older man at his feet. Satisfaction moved through him like a man settling into a chair he expected to keep. You always did mistake destruction for denial, he called to St. Maro's gate. Now bring me the rest before I decide the wards can vent. The threat landed with its full intended weight. From somewhere deep under the bluff, alarms began to ring. Hands seized Dante from behind at last, dragging him through the service door as fresh Meridian rounds punched the retaining wall. He fought once before since caught up. Zoe's fingers were in his sleeve. Mara's were on his shoulder. Nico stumbled backward down the tunnel shouting for the inner seal to close. The steel door slammed. The locking dogs turned with brutal finality. For a second, the only sound in the service passage was everyone breathing too hard through filters that suddenly felt too tight. Then Zoe hit Dante in the chest with both fists. Why were you still out there? He caught her wrists because otherwise she would have kept going, and because otherwise he might have done something worse, like admit he did not know. Through the sealed door came a muffled metallic pounding and the faraway voice of the alarm continuing deeper into St. Maro. Mara stood against the wall with one hand over her torn pant leg, blood leaking between her fingers, staring at the steel as if willing it transparent. Nico ripped off his outer hood and looked from one face to another in horror. If they have Holloway alive, they'll use him for challenge access. Dante turned toward him. Meaning they will try to make us open something. Zoe's face drained of color, but her eyes hardened at the same time. Then we don't. The tunnel lights flickered on in a pale row stretching down into the mountain. Concrete walls, old pipes, fresh seals, a smell of antiseptic and machine air under the outer contamination. St. Maro at last, and not 1 inch of it given freely. Dante looked at the cash pack still strapped to his chest, then back at the sealed door behind which Voss now held Fred Holloway on the wrong side of a broken bridge. They had made it to the sanctuary. They had arrived with the enemy standing at the threshold and Zoe's father in his hands. The war over the future had stopped being distant the moment the door closed. Chapter 7. St. Maro smelled like bleach, machine heat, old concrete, and the strange mercy of filtered air. Dante had almost forgotten what it felt like to drag a full breath into his lungs without tasting a mask between himself and the world. When the intake team stripped the outer layer off his suit and pushed him through the decontamination spray, he stood in the mist with his eyes shut and felt the difference settle into his bones. The air inside the chamber was cool and dry, carrying none of the metal sting of the poisoned weather outside. It should have felt like safety. Instead, it felt like standing inside the pause between 2 gunshots. Mara sat on a steel bench beyond the inner seal with her teeth clenched while a medic cut away the torn fabric around her leg. The wound had bled through 2 bandages already. Zoe hovered close enough to help and far enough to stay out of the medic's hands. Nico worked a wall panel with fingers that shook just enough to betray how young he really was, muttering status calls under his breath as if he could organize his fear by giving it technical names. Cora Bell stayed at the outer door with her weapon shouldered, her face all hard angles and disciplined impatience. She had taken charge the way some people breathed. The moment the inner lock sealed, she had started issuing orders to people she had never met, and St. Maro's people had obeyed because panic respected confidence when it found it. A woman in a pale gray coat came through the cross corridor at a brisk pace, dark hair pinned back, sleeves rolled to the forearms, reading glasses still in one hand, as if someone had dragged her from a chart or a microscope before she was ready. She was perhaps in her 40s, though the years after the bombs had made age a meaner guess than it used to be. There was no softness in her expression, but there was no cruelty either. She looked first at Mara's leg, then at Dante's bruised knuckles, then at Zoe, and only after that did she allow herself to take in the sealed outer door behind them. "Dr. Lena Vance," she said. "I would have preferred a calmer introduction." Fred was not there to answer her. The absence hit like a second shock. Zoe got to her feet. "Voss has my father outside that door." Lena's gaze sharpened. "Then I preferred a calmer introduction very much." "Can you get him in?" Dante asked. Lena did not waste time pretending optimism. "Not through the main service lock while they control the bridge approach. That door opens. We invite a kill box into the intake corridor. We've kept St. Maro alive this long by refusing bad trades." "He's not a trade," Zoe said. Lena took the words without flinching. "No, he is a person I would like to keep breathing. That does not alter geometry." Before Zoe could answer, the wall speaker above Nico's panel crackled to life. A wash of static rushed out into the corridor, followed by a man's voice made metallic by distance and bad weather. "St. Maro intake, this is Jonah Voss. We know Dr. Holloway is inside your access pattern whether he stands in front of your door or not. Open the freight seal, and no one in your corridor dies in the next 30 seconds. Nobody moved. Voss continued, almost conversational. "If you need encouragement, I can provide it." There came a muffled sound through the steel, not loud but human. A grunt forced out of someone hit in the ribs. Zoe went pale in a way Dante had never seen before. It was not the pale of fear. It was the pale of rage, so pure it drained everything else. "Do not," Lena said quietly, and Dante realized she had been watching Zoe's hands. A second voice broke over the speaker then, raw, breathing hard, forced too close to the transmitter. Zoe. Fred. Alive, but hurt. She took one step toward the door before Dante caught her arm. Fred coughed once. When he spoke again, his voice sounded as though each word had to be shoved past pain to get free. You do not open anything. Tell Dante the mule path north of the chapel washed out years ago. The line went dead in a burst of static and a dull impact sound. For a heartbeat, no one said anything. Then Nico turned from the panel with alarm in his face. There is no mule path north of the chapel. Fred's message seemed to hang in the corridor like a smell. Zoe stared at the speaker. No, there isn't. Lena looked from her to Dante. Then he was telling you there is another route, and that the one they know is false. Cora nodded once. Or he was trying to give you something Voss wouldn't understand. A man in a dark operations jacket entered from the lower hall at that moment, flanked by 2 armed staff. He was tall, narrow-shouldered, and so tightly composed that even his exhaustion looked filed into shape. His hair had gone silver at the temples. He wore a St. Maro badge on a cord at his throat and the expression of a bureaucrat who had survived by distrusting every emotional person he had ever met. Dr. Vance, he said, not yet looking at the others. I was told you brought strangers into intake 3 without clearing command. Lena slid her glasses into the breast pocket of her coat. I brought Jack Holloway's people into intake 3. That is as close to cleared as this mountain gets. The man's eyes moved to Zoe then, and something painful passed through his restraint. You are his sister. Yes. I'm Abram Pike, operations director. He swallowed once. Jack saved this facility more than once before the world learned to end itself in public. I am sorry for your loss. I am sorrier for the timing. Zoe gave him the sort of nod people gave when politeness had survived, but warmth had not. Pike looked to the speaker and then to Nico's station. Lock the outer intake manually. Kill bridge power. Seal lower cross feeds. No one goes back out there. No, Zoe said at once. Pike's attention settled on her with the patience of a man about to disappoint somebody younger and louder than himself. Miss Holloway, I understand dash. No, you don't. Her voice did not rise. It tightened. If you did, you wouldn't talk about my father like he is already dead. Cora shifted her weight, but did not interfere. Nico suddenly found his panel fascinating. Pike kept his tone level. If we open that line, we lose this facility. There are children in Sector C. For chronic pulmonary cases in recovery. 2 women due before winter's end. 29 people who did not train for gunfights. I will not kill them because an armed man outside discovered sentiment. Dante stepped forward before Zoe could. And if you leave Fred out there, Voss keeps a hostage and a pattern on your door. Pike met his stare. Who are you? Dante Mercer. The director's eyes flicked, recognition catching. The name from Jack's letter. Dante did not know whether that helped or hurt. Lena spoke before Pike could decide. Holloway got a message through. There is another access line near the chapel. Pike's jaw tightened. The North Maintenance Crawl. Flooded in the thaw 3 years ago. Fred's words returned to Dante with sudden shape. The mule path north of the chapel washed out years ago. Not a path. A maintenance line people assumed was unusable. If it washed out, Dante said, that means it existed. Exists, Nico corrected automatically, then flushed when everyone looked at him. The tunnel still exists on the old schematic. We just closed the access and daily routing because the outer culvert collapsed. The inner segment should still connect to the Undercroft service loop. Cora turned to him. Can a team get through it? Nico hesitated. If the collapse didn't propagate all the way. If the old pumps kept the lower shelves dry. If the guide rails are still there. Pike closed his eyes for one brief and visible second. Marvelous. A chain of ifs. That is better than a corpse certainty, Zoe said. Mara's medic cinched a fresh dressing and helped her stand. She was pale with blood loss, but when she straightened there was steel under the shake in her leg. Tell me somebody here believes in doing something. Pike looked as though he had been dropped among wolves and expected to lecture them about stationary. I believe in preserving the only functioning interior ecosystem for 180 miles. Lena folded her arms. And I believe Fred Holloway knows this facility better than half the people still drawing breath inside it. If Voss breaks him properly, then your preserved ecosystem becomes a catalog item. That landed. Pike disliked it because it was true. The speaker crackled again. Time is a kind of honesty, Voss said. I've always appreciated that about it. You have 5 minutes before I begin solving my problem with thermite and explosives instead of conversation. Pike swore softly, the first sign he was less machine than costume. Lena turned to Dante. You went back for Mara under fire at the tower. Cora says you crossed the bridge once already while people were shooting at you. I need to know if that was courage or stupidity. Both? Zoe said before he could answer. Dante did not take his eyes off Lena. I came here for a chance at future. Fred said that mattered. I'm not letting Voss turn him into the price. Something in Lena's expression settled. Not approval exactly. More like a calculation finding its answer. She looked to Cora. Pick 2. Pike snapped his head toward her. Absolutely not. 3, then, Cora said. Mercer, me, and Holloway if she can keep from getting herself killed out of principle. I heard that, Zoe said. That was the point. Pike spread a hand in disbelief. You are proposing to open a condemned line from an internal medical sector while a hostile force controls the outer intake. In what universe does that sound like strategy? In this one, Lena said. Because the alternative is waiting for Voss to choose the hour and the angle. Pike's composure frayed at last. You are a biochemist, not a commander. And you are an administrator clinging to clean procedures while armed men hammer on your door. Lena stepped closer, not loud, but utterly finished with softness. St. Maro did not survive because we followed the handbook. It survived because Jack and Fred Holloway taught us when rules become suicide written in nicer ink. Silence stretched between them. Pike's 2 guards looked studiously elsewhere. At last he turned to Nico. Pull the North Chapel maintenance schematic. Nico blinked. Sir, you heard me. The young medic technician spun back to the panel. Old lines bloomed across the screen in ghost green layers, half the lettering corrupted by age and software patches. Dante stepped beside him. The map showed the main intake, the bridge, the undercroft, a chapel converted long ago into storage, and beyond it a thin service line curling under the bluff toward an outer drainage culvert. There, Nico said, pointing. The inner hatch from the undercroft. Then this ladder down. Then the maintenance shelf. If the collapse only took the outer mouth, a person could maybe squeeze through the drainage seam to the ravine below the bridge. Cora leaned over the screen. Maybe. Nico lifted both hands in surrender. I maintain air scrubbers. My expertise is things that stay politely indoors. Mara sank onto the bench again, angry at her own body now. I can guide from the schematic. No, Zoe said. I can still shoot. You can still bleed, Lena cut in. Sit down before I staple you there. For the first time, Mara almost smiled. It looked startled on her face, as if the muscles had not expected to be used that way again. Pike exhaled through his nose. You have 20 minutes. If you are not back inside the undercroft by then, I seal the internal hatch. 30, Zoe said. 25, Pike countered. I am not bargaining because I enjoy your company. Cora checked her weapon, then pulled a compact shotgun from the rack by the wall and handed it to Dante. You ever run one of these in tight corridors? My uncle liked teaching ugly lessons, Dante said. Good. This is an ugly corridor. Fred's voice still seemed to echo in the steel around them. Zoe moved to a supply locker and began pulling fresh filters, a coil of line, 2 flash lamps, and a pry bar with fast, furious economy. Dante watched the tremor in her hands disappear as purpose replaced helplessness. It was one more thing he was learning about her. Grief could break her. It could also sharpen her into something dangerous. When she turned back to him, there was no hesitation in her at all. We bring him home, she said. Dante nodded. We bring him home. Beyond the sealed intake door, metal rang again under the first deliberate strike of something heavy. St. Maro had let them in just in time to learn that Sanctuary and Siege could be the same place, wearing different light. Chapter 8. The undercroft of St. Maro had once been built for silence. Dante felt it in the architecture as soon as Cora led them below intake 3. The corridors were broad in some places and suddenly narrow in others, as if different generations of planners had laid their fears on top of one another and called the result continuity. Original stone walls remained in the oldest stretches, mortared blocks sweating cool damp under pipes and cable trays that belonged to later decades. The electric light was steady but too pale, flattening every surface into shades of bone and dust. Somewhere deep in the complex, a generator kept time with the building's pulse, a constant low vibration under the floor that reminded him of a large animal sleeping badly. They moved quickly, but St. Maro would not let itself be crossed without being seen. Behind reinforced glass in one corridor, Dante glimpsed a woman folding blankets at the foot of 3 cots where children lay asleep under clean oxygen hoods. In another room, a man with silver stubble sat propped against pillows while a nurse adjusted tubing near his throat. Further on, a little girl with a knit cap over her ears stood on a stool and watered herbs beneath grow lamps while an older woman washed with one hand on the small of her back. Normal gestures, gentle ones. They hit Dante harder than the ruined world outside ever did because they suggested a future in practice instead of theory. Pike had not exaggerated. St. Maro was not simply a bunker. It was a fragile town hiding in the anatomy of an institution that had changed its name as often as its purpose. Lena peeled away from them at a junction and motioned Dante and Zoe into a side chamber lined with steel cabinets and old paper maps pinned behind acrylic. Cora stayed in the hall, checking her watch every few seconds with the expression of a woman being asked to wait politely at the edge of a fire. "You have 8 minutes before I drag you both bodily toward the chapel access," she said. "If either of you starts asking for tea or a history lesson, I will become rude." "We'll cherish the warning," Zoe said. Inside the chamber, Lena closed the door most of the way and walked to the map wall. Colored grease pencil marks crisscrossed watersheds, rail lines, dispersal plumes, and contour bands. Some of the marks were fresh. Others had yellowed under the acrylic. "This is what Jack was protecting," she said. "Or the beginning of it." Dante stepped closer. The western states spread before him not as they had existed on schoolroom maps, but as St. Maro understood them now. Riverheads circled in red, valley basins hashed in black, pockets of surviving agricultural ground marked in blue grease pencil and annotated with dates. Some areas had words beside them. Bitter aerosol deposit. Secondary washout. Viable snowpack. Treatment window narrow. Zoe traced one gloved finger a fraction of an inch from the acrylic over a cluster of blue lines in the central mountains. "These are the neutralization corridors." Lena nodded. "Or what we think they are. The agents used in the first wave were not all designed for immediate lethality. Some were meant to settle into surface water and storage systems, to render recovery difficult and expensive for years. Jack believed there were flaws in the dispersal models. Overlap zones, mineral interactions, tributary patterns, places where the poisons bind differently and can be precipitated out if you know what to add and where to add it. Meaning clean water, Dante said. Meaning the chance to keep a valley alive long enough for crops and lungs and children to matter again. Lena touched a set of coded notations clustered around one basin. Jack had one ledger fragment. Fred carried another. St. Maro held the baseline assays and the prototype treatment compounds. Together, they make something more dangerous than ammunition. Leverage, Zoe said. Exactly. Dante stared at the map until its meaning became personal. Not lines. Not abstractions. Towns that might drink. People who might not have to choose between thirst and sickness every morning. Meridian wants to own that, he said. Lena gave him a tired look. Own, ration, weaponize, trade under banners with official words on them. Men like Voss do not dream of wasteland. They dream of empire with fewer rules. A knock came at the partly open door. Nico slipped in carrying a tablet, and the kind of anxiety that made his shoulders live near his ears. "I'm sorry," he said, which seemed to be how he began most sentences. "There's something you should see." He held up the screen. A facility badge log scrolled there in neat timestamps. "Internal access pinged in chapel storage 5 minutes ago," he said. "Only there's no one assigned to that sector today. We shut daily operations in the upper chapel level after the west stair started shedding masonry." Cora appeared in the doorway behind him immediately, the look on her face making clear she had heard enough. "Could be a bad sensor," she said. Nico shook his head. "Not from that board. It's analog-backed. It only logs if the reader cycles." Lena's eyes narrowed. "Whose badge?" Nico swallowed. "Julian Sayer." Zoe looked between them. "Who's Julian Sayer?" "Utilities and signal maintenance," Lena said. Good with old systems. Too fond of his own cleverness. Where is he supposed to be? Dante asked. In comms, Nico answered. But comms says he left 20 minutes ago to check a condensation fault. Cora had already turned away. Then we're not the only people moving toward the chapel. They took the side corridor fast, boots slapping old tile, where St. Maro's newer concrete gave way to something older and stranger. The chapel level felt different from the rest of the complex. The ceilings rose higher. The walls carried vestiges of decorative arches and niches long stripped of whatever had once made them devotional. Someone decades ago had repurposed the sanctuary into archive and overflow storage, but the room still held the memory of kneeling and hush. Shelving units stood where pews must once have been. Crates were stacked beneath a bricked-over alcove. At the far end, a cracked mosaic of blue glass still clung to one wall, like sky refusing to leave. The badge reader by the storage cage glowed red, recently used. Cora lifted a fist. Everyone froze. There was a smell under the dust and the old paper. Coppery. Thick. Dante saw the body first. A man lay crumpled between two shelving units, one arm folded under him wrong, the back of his head dark against the floor. His St. Maro utility jacket was half unzipped. The badge cord had been cut from his neck. A maintenance flashlight still rolled in slow circles beside his hand, bumping the leg of a shelf and changing direction with a tiny plastic click each time. Nico made a sound and stopped himself too late. Lena knelt by the body with ruthless efficiency, 2 fingers at the throat, eyes over the wound, hand pressing lightly at the soaked cloth. Then she stood, dead less than 10 minutes. Julian, Zoe asked. Lena looked at the man's face. No. Tomas Elwell. Water systems. Cora swore softly. Dante's gaze moved across the floor. A trail of diluted blood marked one set of shoe prints leading toward the storage cage door and then away through the chapel's rear sacristy arch. Not Tomas's. Too crisp. Too recent. He took Julian's badge, killed Tomas, and headed for the rear passage, Dante said. Nico stared. Why would Julian go to the chapel at all? Because he knew where the maintenance line starts, Cora said. And because someone outside wants it opened from the right end. She checked the latch on the storage cage. Locked. Zoe stepped around Tomas's body and looked through the wire mesh. Inside the cage were rations, archive boxes, a collapsed field cot, and at the back an iron hatch set flush into the floor with a wheel handle painted yellow long ago. The chapel access, she said. Lena turned to Nico. Where does the rear sacristy passage go? His answer came thin and immediate. Old communications splice room. Then to a ventilation chase above Undercroft B. Meaning he can circle us, Cora said. Wonderful. Dante crouched by Tomas's body. There was something caught in the dead man's fingers, nearly hidden by blood. He worked it loose carefully. A scrap of blue thread, the kind used in the meridian tabs stitched near collars. He's not just running to Voss, Dante said. He's already with him. Zoe's mouth tightened into something harder than anger. Then my father was right. They know too much. Lena took one long breath and made 3 decisions in quick succession. Dante saw it happen in her face. Nico, lock all internal badge permissions except medical, intake, and life support. If anyone complains, tell them I want names more than comfort. Cora, take Tomas to Prep 2 and get a clean chain on the body before rumor outruns facts. Dante, Zoe with me. Where? Zoe asked. Lena pointed at the cage floor hatch. To the chapel access before Julian decides to finish his work from the inside. Nico stared at the hatch. Doctor, Pike ordered the north line checked before use, not entered. Lena picked up the dead man's dropped flashlight and tossed it to Dante. Then this is me checking it. The hatch will fought them on the first turn, then surrendered with a shriek of metal that went skittering up into the broken dome above. Cold air rushed out of the shaft below, carrying the smell of wet stone and old runoff. A ladder disappeared into darkness. Zoe swung her light down first. Tracks, she said. Fresh. Dante looked at Lena. You're not coming down there. That is both wise and disappointing, she replied. I'll cover the top with Cora once she returns. You 2 go 10 minutes in, no farther. If the line is blocked, come back. If Julian is in reach, do not assume he wants a rest more than he wants to be useful to Meridian. Zoe tested the first rung. He killed one of your people. Lena's expression went flinty. Then he has lost the privilege of being handled gently. As Dante started down after her, the speaker system somewhere in the chapel crackled. Voss's voice drifted through the old sanctuary in fragments, delayed and distorted by the ancient acoustics. "You are making this emotional," he said to no one visible. "That always shortens lives." Dante descended into the dark with the dead man's flashlight in his hand, and the certainty settling in him at last that St. Maro was not a sanctuary waiting to be defended. It was already compromised, and every clean breath inside it had become something men were willing to kill for. Chapter 9. The shaft below the chapel narrowed fast enough to strip St. Maro of all its institutional dignity. Within 20 feet the ladder ended on a slanted maintenance shelf hacked into raw stone, and from there the route became a wet ledge no wider than Dante's boots, running beside a black channel where runoff whispered under crusts of mineral scale. Pipes hugged the right wall, old cast iron giving way every so often to patched composite sleeves whose manufacture belonged to different decades and different budgets. Overhead, rusted brackets held cables that had once carried chapel lighting and later carried something far less holy. The beam of Dante's flashlight found years of neglect layered under fresh disturbance. Old calcite bloom, recent boot scuffs, droplets still sliding from a shoulder that had brushed the stone minutes earlier. Julian had come this way. So had fear. Zoe moved ahead of him with a steadiness that did not come from calm. It came from the fact that she had no spare room left for panic. Every few yards, she paused to listen, one hand lifted slightly behind her without looking back, a silent order for him to stay ready. The damp air sharpened the smell of her hair where it had escaped her hood and made him think, absurdly and vividly, of the hotel room on the road west, of borrowed hours before the world tightened into this. He pushed the memory aside. Down here distraction could get a person killed in a way that never even made for a dramatic story. The ledge bent around a buttress of rock and opened into a low-service junction where old grates covered a spill basin choked with silt. Beyond it stood a steel bulkhead door hanging a hand's breadth ajar. Zoe crouched and touched the threshold. Fresh water. Fresh mud. He went through, she whispered. Dante touched the shotgun tighter to his shoulder. Or wants us to think that. She glanced back at him then, not smiling but almost. You're learning. They slipped through the bulkhead into a round chamber, where two large feed pipes vanished into the cliff toward the ravine beyond. The room must once have housed a pump assembly. Most of the machinery had been stripped out, leaving anchor bolts like broken teeth and a concrete plinth in the center stained by years of oil and mineral run. One lantern burned at the far wall, turned low and hooded so its light only reached the edges. Beside it sat a canvas tool bag with a coil of detonator wires spilling from the flap. Julian's work. A thin sound reached them through the wall. Not machinery. A man coughing and trying to smother it. Dante and Zoe looked at each other at the same instant. They crossed the chamber and found a break in the masonry where the old outer culvert had partly collapsed. Jagged daylight showed through in a crack wide enough for a body to squeeze if that body was willing to bleed for it. Beyond the broken seam lay the ravine under the bridge approach, a steep chute of black rock, scree, and ice-fed runoff. The poison sky beyond looked bruised and low. And crouched in the shadow under the broken lip of the culvert, hands zip-tied behind his back, face bloodied but eyes still murderously alive, was Fred Holloway. Zoe made a sound too full to be called a word and dropped to her knees beside him. Fred's first response was not gratitude. It was command. Where's Cora? Above the hatch, Zoe said, already sawing at the ties with the knife from her belt. We came through the chapel line. Then you left Lena short, and Pike probably making ulcers. Fred looked at Dante. Tell me Julian's dead. Not yet. Shame. Dante crouched and checked the ravine before helping haul Fred deeper into the chamber. The older man favored his left side hard. One eye had swollen nearly shut. There were burns on his glove where someone had held a hot barrel near the skin for persuasion or entertainment. Dante felt his jaw lock and made himself breathe before anger could turn stupid. Voss, he asked. Fred nodded once. Wanted the freight lock open and the ledger handed over in a pretty little bundle. Didn't appreciate my answer. What does he know? Zoe asked. Too much and not enough. Fred leaned against the wall as she cut the last tie free. He knows St. Maro still has treatment capacity. He knows Jack moved fragments of the upstream map. He thinks there's a complete synthesis archive in the lower vault. Fred looked at Dante then. There is. Or there was. Pike, no. No, Dante said. Lena knows about the maps. Pike knows enough to worry. There's a man inside named Julian Sayer helping Meridian. Fred closed his good eye for half a second. I trusted that little snake with my comm relay twice. A scrape of stones sounded from beyond the culvert crack. All three of them froze. Then a voice, older and dry as cedar bark, floated in from the ravine. If I come in empty-handed, does anyone here plan to shoot first and apologize later? Fred's eye opened. Russ. Dante shifted the shotgun toward the crack just as a wool cap and white beard appeared between the rocks. Russ Barlow wormed himself through the gap with the patience of a man too old to hurry and too sensible to stand up where bullets might have opinions. He wore the same patched coat from Mercy Causeway, now wet to the knees and crusted with a mixture of ash and clay. A revolver sat holstered at his hip, but remained there. I was hoping this was the useful culvert, he said as if arriving late to supper. The other one smelled worse. Zoe stared. How in the hell did you find us? Russ tipped his chin toward Fred. Your old man here leaves signs like he assumes the world still contains literate people. Also, Meridian boys are not as quiet as they think. I watched them move charges under the bridge and decided that if St. Maro fell to men who fold their socks in authoritarian little squares, my week would worsen. Fred almost smiled despite the blood on his mouth. You always did hate uniforms. They bring out the peasant in me. Dante did not lower the shotgun all the way. Why help? Russ looked at him for a long moment. Because your dead friend Jack once traded me antibiotics for 3 days of snowcat labor and never asked me to kneel while doing business. Because Voss's crowd shot a woman at the lower creek yesterday for lying badly about where she hid her water. Because I am old enough to know the difference between people building a future and people building a throne. It was not warmth, but it was enough. Zoe got an arm under Fred's shoulders. Can you move? Ugly, yes. Fast, debatable. Before anyone could decide how much time they had, voices drifted up from below the ravine. Meridian men climbing. Voss spoke first, calm as ever. If you see Barlow, do not shoot him in the legs. He likes talking too much and limps are conversationally useful. Russ sighed. I missed the period when men had to earn dramatic entrances. Dante crossed to the tool bag by the lantern and dumped it open. Det cord. 2 blasting caps. A timer brick. Julian had been preparing the culvert supports, not the main hatch. Not to breach inward. To collapse the rescue route once it was discovered. He wanted to bury this line after he handed it over, Dante said. Fred pushed off the wall enough to look. Then let's ruin his workmanship. What followed happened in sharp, compressed movements. Zoe and Russ got Fred toward the interior bulkhead, while Dante ran the det cord across the existing fracture where the outer seam already wanted to fail. He had wired uglier things in training with his uncle, mostly for deer fences and once for a rotten stump that refused to yield politely. This was not cleaner work, but it was desperate and desperation taught focus. Boots scraped closer below. One meridian light flashed across the ravine wall. Another answered. Julian's voice rose from the darkness, thin, breathless, and eager. The tunnel's there. They found it. I told you they would. Dante finished twisting the cap into place and felt something cold settle in him at the sound. Betrayal always carried a note of self-praise. Men like Julian wanted credit for harm. He set the timer for 20 seconds, then thought better of trusting machines. Instead, he yanked the timer free and spooled a hand ignition lead back toward the chamber. Move, he said. Zoe dragged Fred through the bulkhead. Russ followed, and then turned back to help Dante pull the heavy door nearly closed without latching it. The older man smelled of snow melt, tobacco long since denied, and stubbornness. From the ravine came Voss's voice again, closer now. Mercer, he called, as if speaking to someone across a fence. Fred told me enough about you to make this interesting. Are you the kind who saves 1 man and kills 50 by doing it? Or are you finally learning the arithmetic of leadership? Dante looked through the narrowing gap in the door. He could see them now. Shapes climbing the broken spillway, blue tabs dark with weather, Julian behind 2 armed men and trying to look important between them. He thought of the sleeping children in the oxygen room, of Mara on the bench with a fresh dressing and old grief, of Zoe's face when Fred's voice had come through the speaker. Then he struck the igniter. The det cord flashed white into the seam. Dante slammed the bulkhead the rest of the way and threw himself flat just as the culvert wall came apart. The explosion did not sound huge in the confined stone. It sounded intimate and malicious, of violence directed at structure itself. Concrete boomed. Rock cracked. Water roared suddenly where no water had room to roar before. Dust and pulverized lime punched through the door frame in a hot gust. Something metal shrieked as it tore free. Then came the deeper grind of a slope deciding to move. The chamber floor jumped under Dante's chest. When the noise eased enough to hear again, Julian was screaming somewhere on the other side of the sealed bulkhead, and Voss was not. Russ rolled onto his back and coughed. I prefer more civilized hells. Fred, half collapsed against the wall with Zoe gripping his jacket, managed to say, Tell me you got Julian. Dante rose, lungs burning, and checked the pressure wheel. The bulkhead held. I got the tunnel, he said. They half carried, half dragged Fred through the return line. St. Maro seemed smaller on the way back, as if every wall now understood it could be reached. At the chapel hatch, Lena and Cora hauled the older man the rest of the way up. For one brief moment, when Fred's boots hit the chapel floor and Zoe's forehead touched his shoulder, the whole room exhaled. Then Cora looked past them into the shaft and said, Where's Russ? The old smuggler climbed out 2 seconds later with soot on his beard and a crooked look of offended dignity. Next time, he said, I would like rescue to involve less falling masonry. No one laughed long, not with the distant alarms beginning again. Nico came pelting into the chapel from the corridor, breathless and ash-white. Director Pike needs everyone in the operations room now, he said. The lower vault sensors just tripped. Fred straightened despite the pain in him. The synthesis archive. Lena looked at him sharply. You told me that was sealed. I told you I hoped it was. Dante saw the truth of it then. Getting Fred back had not ended the attack. It had only removed one of the enemy's tools. Meridian had lost the culvert. So now they were reaching for something worse from the inside. Chapter 10. Operations sat at the center of St. Maro like the brain of an anxious animal. Banks of old monitors glowed along one wall, some crisp and modern, others thick-backed relics kept alive by adapters and prayer. Handwritten logs shared desk space with digital readouts. A large topographic projection filled the far end of the room, showing the valley, the bridge, the reservoir service office, and the buried geometry of St. Maro's lower sectors under the bluff. Red fault lights blinked in a diagonal line through the bottom quarter of the schematic. Pike stood with both hands braced on the main console, as if he could physically hold the place together by posture alone. When Fred came in with blood still drying at the corner of his mouth, the director's composure cracked for the second time that day. You look terrible, Pike said. Fred wiped his split lip with the back of his wrist. Your concern has always had a warm bedside manner. What tripped? Lena asked. Pike tapped the schematic. Vault 3 access. 2 independent sensor hits. 1 at the outer catalog corridor. 1 at the archive seal. That sector is supposed to be dark, Nico said from the side station, fingers flying over keys. No scheduled maintenance, no active retrieval. Fred moved to the map and stared at it hard enough to count as interrogation. Vault 3 sits below the hydro galleries. Only 3 ways in. Main stair from Research B, freight lift from the lower dock, or the specimen chase running under the old laundry. Pike shot him an incredulous look. You neglected to mention a specimen chase. I neglected lots of things while being beaten in a ravine. Lena pointed at the lower schematic. Which route is most likely if Julian's feeding them from the inside? The chase, Fred said. No cameras in the last section. Too narrow for regular traffic. Jack wanted it left that way. Dante leaned over the console. What's in Vault 3 besides papers? Fred's silence answered before his mouth did. Zoe folded her arms. Dad, it was never just papers, he said at last. St. Maro didn't only model dispersal. It modeled countermeasures. Jack and Lena were right about the upstream maps, but the archive below holds the shelf-stable binding compound formulas too. Early versions, unstable in bulk, but enough to prove which water systems can be recovered and which need burning clean through. If Meridian gets both the map and the compounds, they can decide who drinks first for the next 10 years. Pike shut his eyes. You could have told me that sooner. You would have locked it in a committee and argued until the world ended twice. That is not fair. No, Fred said. It is late. The exchange had old mileage on it. Dante could hear years of disagreement underneath the immediate fear, years in which the two men had probably kept one another alive by being correct in opposite directions at useful moments. Cora came in from the corridor carrying a fresh magazine and Tomas Elwell's cut badge in a plastic evidence sleeve. We found Julian's tool cart abandoned in the sacristy passage. He packed fiber taps, line splicers, a bypass wafer, and enough rations for 2 days. He planned to stay mobile, or planned to escort someone else, Zoe said. Nico looked up sharply from the station. There's more. A ghost signal just bounced off the lower dock repeater. External handshake, short pulse. Someone inside tried to answer a call from outside. Meaning Voss doesn't need the main intake anymore, Lena said. Meaning he wants the lower dock open, Pike corrected. Dante watched Pike say it, and saw something else beneath the fear. Not guilt. Temptation. Not the temptation to betray them, but the temptation to make the kind of bargain frightened men like to call realistic. Fred saw it too. Don't, he said quietly. Pike looked at him. Do not what? Do not start thinking that surrendering one room saves the rest of the building. Men like Voss count concessions the way bankers used to count interest. Pike's mouth hardened. And men like me count respiration rates and fuel tables. My job is to keep this facility alive. Alive for what? Zoe asked. If you hand the future to the first organized pack of thieves with uniforms. The director turned on her more sharply than he had on anyone all day. Do not confuse reluctance with cowardice. I have buried people here. I have told mothers their children would live, and then watched infection prove me arrogant. I know exactly what this place costs. That is why I refuse to spend everyone in it, because your family believes noble defiance is a personality trait. The room went still. For a second Dante thought Zoe would slap him. Instead she said, very softly, my family believes people are not inventory. Pike's face changed at once, fury giving way to the kind of tired remorse that comes too late to soften what was already said. That was unfair. It was, Fred said. Lena cut across them all before the wound could widen. We can have ethics after we stop the burglary. She pulled a lower sector map from the wall and spread it across the console. Cora, Dante, and Zoe leaned in. Nico turned his screen so they could compare live sensor pings. The specimen chase ran from a sealed service alcove under the old laundry block to a narrow catalog passage behind Vault 3. Too tight for numbers. Good for 1 or 2 determined people. Julian goes in there, Cora said, tracing the line, and opens the vault from behind while Voss pressures from outside. Best case, they steal the archive. Worst case, they steal it and vent the lower sectors as a distraction. Can we seal the vault manually? Dante asked. Pike shook his head. From inside the lower corridor. The remote actuator failed last winter. Fred gave a humorless grunt. Of course it did. Lena looked at Dante. You, Zoe, Cora. Take the laundry access and cut them off at the chase. Fred, you are going to med. Fred's answer was immediate. No, you can barely stand. I can still shoot, and I know the vault layout. I know the vault layout too. He gave her a look. Not the way I do. She opened her mouth to argue again, and then apparently decided conserving time mattered more than winning. Fine. If your spleen bursts on my floor, I will be irritated. That keeps me motivated. As Cora started gathering gear, Nico caught Dante's sleeve. Wait. The young tech looked as though he had been rehearsing courage in his head and was afraid of missing the moment to use it. I can walk you through the chase from junction to junction, he said. There's an old service board in laundry too. The printed labels are gone, but I know the wiring. If Julian tries to trip the dock seals, I can maybe interrupt the sequence. Maybe, Cora said. Nico swallowed. Everyone keeps saying maybe. I noticed. Dante glanced at Lena. Can you spare him? Lena looked at Nico for a long beat. Can you keep from freezing when the first shot happens? No, he said honestly. But I think I can keep moving while frozen. Fred gave one short nod. Good answer. They broke from operations under a building-wide dimmer shift as St. Maro cut non-essential power. The corridors grew softer and meaner in the reduced light. Laundry 2 sat in one of the oldest wings, past an abandoned hydrotherapy room where cracked porcelain tubs stood like old graves, and through a linen hall that still smelled faintly of soap under the dust. The service alcove at the back had been hidden behind movable shelving. Cora shoved the last rack aside with her shoulder, revealing a steel panel stenciled laundry waste/specimen return in faded black letters. Nothing says civilization like cheerful euphemism, Russ Barlow said from behind them. Dante turned. You're still here. Russ adjusted the borrowed filter hanging loose around his neck. At my age, leaving a fortified mountain during an active siege feels overly optimistic. Cora looked ready to protest. Fred overruled her before she started. He knows the ravine and the reservoir office approaches. Keep him on topside relay. Russ tipped an invisible hat. I love a role with low expectations. While Cora checked the panel and Nico worked the corroded release, Zoe caught Dante's wrist and pulled him briefly aside into the shelter of the linen hall. For a second, she just looked at him. Her eyes were tired. Not dull. Tired in the way steel gets tired after taking too much stress without the courtesy of breaking. I keep having these flashes, she said. Little stupid ones. You standing in the bar the night we met. My room in that hotel. My father grilling steaks like they insulted him personally. And then I look around here, and it feels like somebody else's life swallowed mine. Dante touched the side of her face with the backs of his fingers because there were too many witnesses for anything bigger, and because the gesture itself felt like a promise. Mine too. What if we win today and lose the next day and the next one after that until there's nothing left of what we were trying to save? He did not answer with false certainty. She would have heard it and hated him for trying. Then we keep choosing the right side of it, he said. Again and again until we're dead or old enough to complain about weather without irony. A breath of laughter escaped her. It shook on the way out, but it was real. You are a ridiculous man. I had that before the war. She leaned her forehead briefly against his chest plate, just enough to borrow one heartbeat of steadiness. Do not get killed in a laundry chute. I was aiming higher. Cora cleared her throat with theatrical patience from the alcove. I admire this in principle, but our enemies are trying to steal civilization. The panel came free at last with a metallic bark. Cold air spilled from the crawl beyond. Nico crouched by the service board, tracing old cable labels with a flashlight clenched in his teeth. This line forks twice, he said around the light. Stay left at the rusted trap basin, right at the ceramic manifold. If you reach the old specimen winch, you've gone too far. Comforting, Russ said. Fred touched Dante's shoulder before he ducked into the access. The older man's grip was weaker than usual and somehow more serious because of it. If Pike panics, Fred said quietly, he may try to negotiate for time. Dante glanced toward the hallway, where the director remained somewhere above them with his ledgers and oxygen charts and impossible arithmetic. You think he'll sell us out? No, Fred said. I think he'll mistake delay for control. Don't let him. Then Dante climbed into the dark. Behind him, St. Maro's alarms dropped from steady pulse to a lower, more urgent tone. Somewhere below, near the vaults, a steel seal had just been opened by someone who should never have been near it. Chapter 11. The specimen chase smelled of formalin, rust, and trapped years. Dante moved in a crouch because the ceiling refused any nobler posture. The tunnel had once been built to move sealed carts between laboratory floors without bringing them through public corridors. Now the rails were gone, the shelves stripped, and only the narrow channel remained, ribbed with support arches every 6 feet, and crossed with pipes carrying what St. Maro still needed badly enough to risk in old metal. Water, steam, filtered air, the kind of infrastructure a man only noticed once somebody threatened it. Cora led. Zoe moved behind her. Dante followed with Nico between himself and Fred, who had ignored 3 separate orders to rest and was presently proving stubbornness counted as a painkiller in some circles. At the rear came a volunteer from St. Maro Security named Imani Sorel, a compact woman with a burn scar along one jaw and eyes that missed very little. Pike had sent her without comment. Whether it was support or insurance, Dante could not yet tell. The first fork came at the trap basin, exactly where Nico said it would. They went left. At the ceramic manifold, they went right. The tunnel dropped another few feet and widened just enough for old shelving niches cut into the walls. In one of them lay the remains of a broken glass cylinder under thick dust. In another sat a child's chalk drawing of a mountain and a square house, forgotten there by some generation of people who had once believed hidden places would stay gentle. A hand signal from Cora stopped them. Voices ahead. Julian's came first, thin with urgency. You said the inner archive seal would already be breached. Voss answered him in the tone of a man tolerating bad weather rather than bad help. I said it would be simpler if your timing improved. They changed the lock order after the intake incident. Pike must have pushed a hard chain. Then earn the food you've been eating. Cora looked back. Her mouth tightened once. She lifted 2 fingers, then pointed to Dante and Zoe. Flank. Fred pointed to an overhead steam valve with the tiniest tilt of his chin. Nico saw it too and swallowed. The tunnel opened ahead into a low-service gallery lit by one swinging utility lamp. Julian stood at a waist-high control box with his stolen wafer pressed to the reader, hands shaking as code crawled across a little maintenance screen. Beside him, one Meridian gunman watched the rear approach, while another covered the steel vault door farther in. Voss himself stood near the door with helmet off, coat damp from the outside, as composed as if he were inspecting property instead of stealing it. He was taller than Dante expected, not huge, but built with the dry economy of a man who believed softness in body led to softness elsewhere. His hair had gone to iron at the temples. There was a scar along his throat like a white hyphen. His eyes were the worst part. Clear. Awake. Entirely without hurry. Dante understood at once why Mara remembered his mouth. Voss said, "Read it again." Julian licked his lips. The seal's asking for secondary authorization. From whom? Holloway, Vance, or Pike? They nested the archive after the bombings. Voss sighed, almost bored. Then we improvise. He drew his sidearm and put it against Julian's spine. The traitor went rigid. Wait. No. Listen. Voss's voice remained calm. There is a difference. You believed loyalty purchased significance. It does not. Use the bypass or become a lesson for the next collaborator. Julian's face had gone white enough to glow in the hanging lamp. Dante shifted his grip and looked to Fred one last time. The older man's expression gave nothing away except a cold hatred that had matured with age rather than faded. Zoe's breath came slow and even through her filter. Cora counted down with her fingers. 3, 2, 1. Nico yanked the steam override. The valve above the service gallery screamed open and blasted a sheet of white vapor across the room. Cora moved first, a dark blur through the sudden fog. Her first shot taking the rear Meridian guard through the shoulder before he could turn. Zoe went low and left. Dante drove straight in on instinct and momentum, the shotgun bucking once in the confined space with a sound that flattened every other noise. Julian dropped to the floor shrieking. Voss did not. He fired through the steam by memory or reflex. The round hit the concrete inches from Dante's knee. Another cracked overhead and blew a strip of pipe insulation into the air like dirty snow. Imani cursed behind them and returned fire from the tunnel mouth. Fred braced one arm against the wall and shot one-handed with a precision that turned age into insult. The second Meridian gunman spun and hit the vault door hard before collapsing to his side. Then the steam shifted. Voss was already moving for the deeper passage, one hand clamped on Julian's collar. Zoe lunged and caught Julian's ankle before they cleared the arch. The traitor screamed again, higher now, all his useful courage burned off. Voss looked back once, judged the weight, and let go of him without sentiment. His next shot caught the hanging lamp. Darkness slammed down. Muzzle flashes strobed the gallery into fragments. Dante saw Cora at the vault box. Saw Zoe dragging Julian behind cover by main force. Saw Nico press to the wall with both hands over his head and then lowering them because fear had not, in fact, stopped him moving. Saw Fred advancing one step at a time as if pain were simply another hallway to cross. Left passage, Cora shouted. Dante ran after the flashes. The deeper corridor beyond the gallery widened into the lower archive anteroom. Old stone on one side and later poured concrete on the other. Storage cages lined the wall. A freight lift gate stood open at the far end. Red emergency lights pulsed, turning everything the color of old wounds. Voss had 2 more men there. They must have come up the lower dock after all. One fired from behind a specimen freezer. The other went to one knee by the lift gate. Dante dropped behind a catalog cart just as rounds cracked the metal edge above his head and showered him with flakes of paint. Zoe slid in beside him a second later, breathing hard. "Julian?" he asked. "Alive, regrettably. Vault. Still sealed." The man by the lift shouted to Voss, "Dock team's through. We have 5 minutes before the lower gate cycles closed again." Voss answered without raising his voice. "Then stop wasting them." He moved with frightening calm, using the room rather than hiding in it. Dante recognized the type now. Not reckless, not theatrical, the kind of fighter who made violence seem administrative. That made him more dangerous than the loud ones. Cora reached the archive threshold and tossed something underhand. Flashbang. The blast went off in the anteroom with a white crack and a wash of pain. Dante's ears rang instantly. He rose through the ringing and charged before his body could ask permission. The man at the freezer was still reeling. Dante hit him with the shotgun stock and felt cartilage give under the blow. The second Meridian shooter swung his weapon up from the lift gate, and Fred shot him through the chest from behind Dante's shoulder. Then Voss was there, not with a gun first, with a knife. He came in close and fast, slamming the blade toward Dante's ribs in the narrow space where long weapons turned stupid. Dante caught the man's wrist on reflex and felt at once how strong he was. Dry strong, precise strong. Voss drove a knee into Dante's thigh and tried to turn the blade under the vest seam. Dante head-butted him, more ugly than elegant, and the two of them crashed against the catalog cart hard enough to spill folders across the floor like paper birds. Voss smiled then, not because he was enjoying it, because the fight had confirmed something he wanted to know. "Fred chose interestingly," he said. Dante drove his forearm across the man's throat and snarled, "You don't get to say his name." Voss twisted, slipped the hold by what felt like one practiced inch, and cut Dante high across the upper arm. Heat flared there. Not deep. Enough to matter later. Zoe fired and Voss threw himself behind the lift gate as the round sparked from the chain housing. "Mercer." Nico's voice cracked from the gallery. "The dock seal is cycling." Pike's voice burst over the emergency speaker at that exact moment. Distorted but understandable. "All lower sectors prepare for pressure drop." "Repeat, prepare for pressure drop. We are sealing the dock approach." Relief hit Dante first, then dread. If Pike sealed the dock with Voss inside, good. If he sealed it with Dante's team still in the lower archive, they died in a concrete throat nobody would reach in time. Cora heard the same arithmetic and shouted, "Out now." Voss laughed softly from behind the lift housing. "There's your administrator. Always useful when frightened." He tossed something round and dark toward the center of the room. "Gas grenade." "Filters," Zoe shouted. The canister burst with a hiss and a yellow-white plume that spread too low and too fast. Dante slammed his mask tighter and yanked Zoe backward. Fred caught Nico by the back of his vest and dragged him toward the gallery. Imani laid down cover fire from the threshold. Cora stayed 1 second too long to wrench a hard case from the vault side shelf before sprinting after them. "What is that?" Dante coughed through the mask. "Not the airkill stuff." Lena's voice snapped over the calm bead Cora wore. "I'm reading a chlorinated irritant profile. It's meant to flush you out." "Working beautifully," Russ Barlow said somewhere over another channel, as if commenting on weather from a porch. They made the service gallery just as the first heavy door began to descend at the dock end with a warning klaxon. Behind them, Voss and whoever remained of his team were still moving. Through the blur of gas and red light, Dante saw Julian trying to crawl after them on all fours, weeping and begging in a voice too broken to form whole sentences. Zoe stopped. Cora grabbed her shoulder. "Leave him. He'll die." He chose his company. Julian reached one shaking hand toward them. Blood from where Zoe had scraped him across the floor painted the concrete under his fingers. "Please." For one awful second, Dante thought Zoe would go back. Then Voss's arm came out of the gas haze behind Julian, seized the traitor by the collar, and pulled him the rest of the way toward the lowering dock barrier. Julian screamed once, understanding too late. The barrier slammed. The scream cut off. No one spoke as they staggered back up the chase. They sealed the specimen return hatch behind them with manual bars and emergency foam. Only when the lock set and the corridor held did anyone finally pull masks away long enough to breathe clean air again. Nico bent double with his hands on his knees and threw up from adrenaline and chemical sting. Lena was already there when they emerged, med cart beside her, face carved into hard relief by relief she refused to show openly. Cora handed her the hard case ripped from the vault shelf. This is why they came through that door. Lena opened it on the nearest table. Inside, nested in shock foam, lay 6 glass ampoules no longer than a finger, each filled with a pale silver fluid that caught the fluorescent light and held it. Fred stared at them. Binding cultures. The refined line? Lena asked. Looks like it. Pike arrived a moment later, pale and furious and not entirely with them. What happened in my archive? Your archive was attacked, Zoe said. We noticed. He ignored the bite in her voice and looked straight at the case. Did they get the synthesis core? No, Lena said. Because we were faster. Pike's shoulders sagged once. Then he saw Dante's bleeding arm, Fred's burns, Nico's shaking hands, and the chalk-white faces of the people who had followed him into the chase. Something in him gave way from abstraction to consequence. How many did we lose? He asked. None on our side, Cora said. Yet lived in the room like smoke. Pike nodded slowly and looked at the emergency schematic where several lower sectors still flashed red. Then Meridian will come again. Fred touched the hard case with 2 fingers, as if confirming it had mass. Yes, he said, and next time they won't be feeling around in the dark. Dante looked at the silver ampoules and finally understood the shape of the war tightening around them. It was not only about holding a mountain. It was about who got to decide whether poisoned land stayed poisoned. And men like Voss did not forgive being denied that kind of power. Chapter 12. Night in St. Maro never became fully dark. The facility had too many instruments, too many emergency strips, too many quiet machines insisting on their own importance for darkness to claim it outright. Instead, the hours after the lower archive fight settled into a dim blue wakefulness. Med carts moved, doors sealed and unsealed. Pike's staff ran pressure tests on the lower dock and found the blast doors had held, but one hinge assembly had warped under the emergency drop. Lena stitched Dante's arm while arguing with Fred about internal bruising. Cora posted double watches at every sector junction and made each sentry repeat the new challenge phrases until mistakes sounded impossible. Somewhere in the residential wing, a baby cried thinly and was comforted. Somewhere else, a man coughed through scarred lungs for a full minute without stopping. Civilization, Dante thought, was rarely majestic up close. Mostly it looked like exhausted people refusing to quit. Lena finished the last stitch and taped fresh dressing over his arm. You were lucky. So I keep hearing. That does not make it less irritating. She peeled off her gloves. Try not to tear it open tonight. I am running low on thread and patience in equal measure. Fred sat on the next bed with his shirt half open while she prodded the bruise spreading across his ribs. He hissed once and then denied it counted as pain. Zoe stood beside him with her arms folded, somehow managing to look furious, relieved, and young enough to break Dante's heart all at once. You scared 10 years off me, she told her father. Fred glanced up. You didn't have 10 spare. That is not charming. I know. It's genetic. The line was so dry and so familiar that Zoe almost laughed against her will. The sound caught in the middle and turned into something wetter. She looked away fast. Fred reached out, touched her wrist, and for one rare second there was no hard instruction in him at all. Only a father who had been too close to disappearing. Outside the medical bay window slot, dawn began as a lessening of black rather than an arrival of light. Russ Barlow occupied a chair near the door like a man who had accidentally wandered into a cleaner century and was willing to stay as long as no one made it ceremonial. He had accepted tea, 2 bandages, and a St. Maro wool blanket, all with the suspicious politeness of somebody not used to charity without hidden bookkeeping. Nico sat across from him with a clipboard in his lap and a 1,000-yard stare earned honestly in a single afternoon. You did well, Dante told the kid. Nico looked offended. I vomited on my own boots. Afterward, Russ said. Timing counts. Nico considered that and seemed to decide he might keep living inside it. Pike appeared in the bay doorway a little later, hatless, tie gone, sleeves rolled like a man trying on practicality after years of administrative clothing. He looked at the room, at Fred bandaged and alive, at Zoe's hand still resting on the rail of the bed, at Dante and Cora and Nico, and even Russ with his scavenger beard full of mountain light. Whatever argument he had arrived carrying seemed to alter under the weight of that view. The full inventory confirms the vault held, he said. The synthesis core remains intact. We lost one lower dock team member in the pressure drop, and another is in surgery. Tomas Elwell is in the cold room. His mouth worked once around the names. Julian Sayer was found in the dock chamber after the gas settled. Voss left him with a fractured windpipe and a knife wound under the arm. No one said anything. Pike looked at the floor. He lived for perhaps 90 seconds after the barrier came down, long enough to realize he had been useful only once. Russ made a low sound that was not quite sympathy. Most traders mistake invitation for belonging. Pike nodded, as if accepting a lesson late and without pride. Then he looked at Zoe. I owe you an apology. Several. I spoke to you yesterday as if people could be sorted by how dangerous their attachments made them. Jack proved me wrong too many times for me to repeat that stupidity with his sister. Zoe studied him. You were afraid. Yes. That doesn't make you special. A corner of Pike's mouth shifted, pained but genuine. No. It does not. He held out a folded map to Fred. Meridian didn't come at us blind. Our roof watch found tripods on the East Bluff and signal mirrors at the reservoir office. They're repositioning after the culvert collapse. If Voss can't take St. Maro tonight, he'll cut our valley by stages. Fred opened the map. Red marks circled the bridge, the lower road switchback, and 3 snow-sheltered firing pockets Dante would never have noticed on his own. Beyond them, a pencil line ran south-southeast along an old service grade toward a watershed marked Blackstone Headworks. Lena, reading over Fred's shoulder, went still. He's not fixing on us. No, Fred said. He's staging through us. Dante looked at the mark. Blackstone. Lena turned to him. Headwater Reservoir. Pre-war municipal backup feeding 3 farm belts and 2 surviving river communities if the upstream filters still function. Jack flagged it in the ledgers as one of the first places the binding cultures might actually work at scale. And one of the first places Meridian would want to plant a flag, Pike said. Nico straightened in his chair despite the exhaustion under his eyes. There was a burst on the long-range receiver before dawn. Weak, partly stepped on by weather. I cleaned what I could. Someone south of Blackstone was transmitting blind to any remaining federal or medical station. He swallowed. They said the thaw line is early and people are already fighting over the spill channels. The room changed shape around that sentence. St. Maro was no longer only a fortress under threat. It was a place in the way of something larger and more urgent. Fred folded the map once. If Voss gets to Blackstone first with the archive, or even the rumor of it, he will pull every desperate band from here to the plains under him. Water, treatment, legitimacy. That's a government in a starving world. Pike looked at the hard case of silver ampoules resting on the supply cabinet. Then we cannot let him. We also cannot empty St. Maro on heroics, Lena said. Half my pulmonary ward dies if the generator support goes unattended for even a day. The pregnant women stay. The chronic cases stay. The children stay. Then some of us go, Zoe said. The answer came before anyone had formally asked for one. Dante felt it arrive in the room the way weather does. First as pressure, and then as certainty. This was the next shape of the story. Not hiding, not only defending. Carrying the chance at clean water outward before Voss could wrap it in uniforms and fear. Mara appeared in the doorway leaning on a cane St. Maro had found for her from some forgotten rehabilitation closet. The angle of her mouth said she had been listening longer than courtesy approved. You were all talking loud enough for the dead, she said. If there's a convoy going south, I'm in it. Fred opened his mouth with the reflex of every older person around a wound. She cut him off. My father died because he believed people should have something better than organized thieves deciding how long they get to drink. I am not sitting in a safe room while somebody else carries that. Zoe crossed to her and touched the cane. You can barely walk. Then I'll walk badly in the right direction. Russ, from his chair, lifted 2 fingers in lazy salute. The girl has a point. Also, if Voss is running toward Blackstone, he'll use the lower timber grades and the dry maintenance roads. I know 3 of them, and 2 are rude enough that professional soldiers will hate them. Fred looked to Dante then, and the look carried weight. Not authority passed like ceremony. Recognition. Assessment. A question asked from one man to another because time had burned away easier versions of trust. What do you think, Mercer? Dante had spent so much of his life before the bombs reacting to the mess other people made. Jill. His father. Bad jobs. Small humiliations. He had drifted because drifting required less courage than choosing. Even after the war began, there had been moments when survival felt like another version of drifting with higher stakes. Standing in St. Maro's dim medical bay with stitches in his arm and clean air in his lungs, he understood that had ended somewhere behind him. We hold the mountain with enough people to keep it alive, he said. We send a smaller team with the map fragments, the binding cultures, and anybody who actually knows how to make them matter. We move before Voss expects us to move, and we do not take the roads he controls. If Blackstone is the first place the water can be saved, then that's where we go. Lena watched him for a moment and then nodded. You speak like someone who finally understands consequences. I miss ignorance sometimes. It was never your best look, Zoe said. That earned him the smile he had been waiting for since the speaker at the intake door. The day after that became motion. St. Maro had supplies because Jack and Fred Holloway never trusted optimism. Pack frames appeared from storage. Fuel cells were counted. Ammunition changed hands with signatures Pike insisted on and Fred mocked, even while complying. Lena selected 12 ampoules from the vault line, then changed her mind and took 6, then changed it back and took 8 because every decision now was a balance between caution and need. Nico insisted on coming because the field relay kit was his and because, after the chase, everyone had stopped calling him only a technician. Cora volunteered before being asked. Russ negotiated for a better coat and got one. Mara submitted to having her leg rewrapped and then quietly stole 2 extra magazines from a supply crate when she thought no one saw. Dante saw and decided not to insult her by pretending surprise. By afternoon, the sky over the valley had cleared into a hard blue that made the poisoned world look, from a distance, almost forgivable. From the upper observation slit near the old chapel, Dante could see the bridge approach, the ravine scar of the collapsed culvert, and beyond that the east bluff where meridian movement flickered now and then in glass and metal. Voss had not left. He had merely redrawn his patience. Zoe came to stand beside Dante with 2 enamel cups of coffee that tasted faintly of burnt roots and gratitude. You look like you're trying to memorize the mountain, she said. Maybe I am. She handed him 1 cup. Their fingers touched in the exchange and stayed touching for a second longer than the cup required. My father likes you, she said after a while. That's the bruises talking. No, he liked you before the world ended. Jack too, apparently. She looked out through the slit at the valley. I keep thinking about that first night in the bar. How random it felt. Doesn't now. No. She leaned against his shoulder. Now it feels like the only straight line in a world full of broken roads. He turned enough to kiss her forehead, then her mouth, slow and careful and real. The kind of kiss that belonged to people who knew there was no guarantee of another, but chose not to let fear cheapen the one they had. When they parted, the mountain still waited. So did Meridian. So did Blackstone and whatever future could be bullied into existence there. A radio on the wall shelf hissed, and then sharpened. Nico's voice came over the speaker from operations, breathless with urgency. Field team report to gate room. Now, we have movement south of the Reservoir Road. Dante and Zoe exchanged one look and ran. In the gate room, Pike stood beside the long-range scope while Cora adjusted the focus. On the far edge of the image, moving along a snow-broken service grade well below the eastern ridge, was a line of people and vehicles patched together from the leftovers of a dead country. 2 trucks, 1 flatbed, a school bus painted dull gray, and maybe 40 walkers strung around them like a ragged escort. Civilians. Families by the look of the bundles lashed to the roofs, and the way smaller figures stayed tucked between adults on the march. At the head of the column, on an ATV with a blue tab tied bright at the collar, rode one of Voss's lieutenants. Refugees? Dante asked. Or bait, Cora said. Fred lowered the binoculars from his eyes. His face had gone hard in a way Dante recognized now. Not panic. Decision. Either way, he said, Blackstone just got closer. The bus lurched around a bend, and for one brief instant sunlight flashed off its windshield in a hard white flare visible all the way to St. Maro's Gate. It looked like a signal. Book 2 had begun with a sealed door and the enemy at the threshold. It ended with the threshold opening onto a larger war, one measured not in bunkers held or corridors cleared, but in rivers, roads, and the frightened people moving between them. Dante looked at the convoy, at the blue tab rider, at the southward grade disappearing into country that might still be saved or might already be lost, and felt the choice settle in him like iron. This time, they would not wait for the future to come find them. They were going to meet it on the road. Chemical Warfare, Book 3, Chapter 1. The gray school bus looked like a relic dragged out of a dream nobody wanted. From St. Maro's eastern observation slit, the patched metal shell lurched through the broken light beneath the ridge, its dull paint scabbed over old district lettering, its windows crossed with wire mesh and sheets of bolted plex. 2 trucks rolled ahead of it, one missing a door and one carrying fuel drums under a canvas that snapped in the wind. Walkers moved around the vehicles with rifles, shovels, and children bundled in blankets against the late mountain cold. It would have been easy, from a distance, to believe the whole line was only another desperate migration threading through the bones of the country. What made it dangerous was the rider at the front. The blue tab at the man's collar flashed each time he turned his ATV along the service grade. He rode with one hand loose on the handlebar and the other near the holster at his chest, not because he expected trouble from the road ahead, but because he expected obedience from the people behind him. Dante had started to recognize that posture. Voss's people wore authority the way some men wore cologne before the world ended, too much of it, as if the performance mattered more than the substance. In the gate room, no one wasted breath pretending the convoy might pass them by. Pike marked the route on a topographic map spread across the steel table. The lower service grade came south from the broken reservoir road, narrowed where an avalanche had sheared away the shoulder 2 winters earlier, and then divided around a dry wash before converging near an abandoned ranger station. From there, one fork bent west and downward toward dead orchard country. The other cut south-southeast through the timber and eventually reached the Old Mercy Causeway approach, which in turn led toward Blackstone's Reservoir District. If he stays on the eastern fork, Pike said, tapping the paper with the eraser of a carpenter's pencil, he makes better time and better sight lines. If he chooses the timber, he sacrifices speed for concealment. Voss likes choices that let him improvise cruelty, Fred said. He'll keep the civilians where they can be seen until he needs them somewhere harder to shoot. Cora leaned in over the table. We can reach the ranger station before dark if we go by the sluice cut and the wash. That puts us above the split. Mara shifted her cane against the concrete floor. Assuming the convoy doesn't stop first. It already has, Nico said quietly from the radio shelf. Everyone looked at him. He had spent most of the last hour with headphones pressed over one ear, cleaning static from the receiver logs and matching overheard bursts against movement outside the valley. He pushed the phones down now and looked older than he had at dawn. I caught 3 short-range clicks from the service band. Same pattern the tower team used in Book 2-inch. He stopped, grimaced at the accidental phrasing, and corrected himself. Same pattern they used at Granite Pass. Lead vehicle reported a mechanical delay. Bus axle maybe. They're slowed near marker 9. Russ Barlow, who had been standing with all the slouching insolence of a man refusing to look useful until usefulness became unavoidable, scratched his beard and peered at the map. Marker 9 puts them just north of the ranger station switchback, which means if we move now and move lean, we can see them before they see us. Fred looked to Dante. The glance was brief. It did not need to be longer. Dante felt the room registering the same shift it had registered in the medical bay hours earlier. There were still older people here, better trained people, sharper specialists, but the line between being asked and being expected had thinned almost without his noticing. We intercept before the split, he said. If they're real refugees, we get them out from under that blue tab before he delivers them to Voss. If it's bait, we choose the ground. We do not let them reach the timber fork where he can drag civilians through the trees and make every shot cost us a conscience. Zoe's gaze touched him for a heartbeat, pride and worry braided together. Then we need to leave in 10 minutes. The room broke into motion. St. Maro had learned how to launch people with the speed of fear and the discipline of science. Cora drew weapons from the armory and checked chamber flags with a sternness that made even Russ behave. Pike signed out ammunition with his habitual irritation, but he signed it. Nico packed the field relay in a waterproof frame case and then repacked it because his hands were shaking. Mara demanded a shorter rifle and received one after Fred reminded her that stubbornness was not a magazine-fed weapon. Zoe and Lena stood together over the silver hard case holding the binding cultures, arguing through possibilities so quickly Dante only caught every third sentence. "You are not injecting blind into a reservoir mouth if the turbidity is wrong," Lena said. "We are not carrying 8 ampoules this far just to stare at them in admiration," Zoe replied. "That is not my point. It is never your point. Your point is always some more elegant version of do not let people improvise. Because improvisation is how civilizations accidentally become compost." Even Fred smiled at that. In the end, Lena sent 4 ampoules, each nested in insulated foam with handwritten notes clipped over the caps. She added reagent strips, 2 syringes, a compact sample kit, and a folded sheet of instructions covered in such cramped, precise writing that Dante pitied whoever would need to read it in the dark. When she handed the case to Zoe, her composure held for exactly 1 second too few. "Do not die carrying my work into the field," she said. Zoe took the case. "You say the sweetest things." Lena drew her into a quick, rough hug. It looked like something she had not practiced since before the war and no longer trusted herself to do slowly. When they parted, both women looked offended by the fact of having felt anything in public. Dante finished cinching his pack at the gate antechamber while the outer mechanics cycled the pressure seals. The familiar ritual soothed him more than he wanted to admit. Mask checks. Glove seam inspection. Shoulder straps tightened. Spare filter canisters in the top pouch. Knife at right hip. Carbine sling adjusted for a quick shoulder. It was honest work, the kind that asked only for attention and gave fear somewhere to stand that was not inside the chest. Zoe stepped in front of him and tugged once at the strap, crossing his sternum. "Too loose. You'll hate yourself by the second climb. You're very nurturing when you insult me. I contain multitudes." He wanted to kiss her. The wish moved through him with embarrassing clarity. Not because of the danger, though danger sharpened everything. Because in the 2 days since St. Maro's door had opened to them, the possibility of a future had stopped feeling abstract around her. It had shape now. Wait. A woman checking his gear before a march into poisoned country should not have felt domestic. Somehow it did. Instead, he touched her wrist. "Come back with me." She held his gaze. "That has been the plan since the bar." The outer door unlocked. Cold air came in with the smell of pine, old meltwater, and a world that had forgotten how to heal cleanly. They left St. Maro in 2 files under a bruised afternoon sky, moving through the hidden cleft east of the gate where the mountain broke in narrow shelves and ice-scoured ledges. Pike stayed behind to hold the facility with a skeleton garrison and a dozen civilians too stubborn or too tired to admit fear. Lena remained in the lower infirmary with the pulmonary ward. Everyone else who mattered to the road was here now. Fred, Zoe, Dante, Cora, Nico, Mara, Russ, and 2 St. Maro security hands named Harlan and Sumi, both quieter than grief and just as watchful. The descent punished Mara first and pride second. Dante could see the set of her jaw each time her injured leg touched uneven stone. She refused help for the first half-mile and then accepted Zoe's hand over one narrow shelf without comment, which told him more about her pain than any complaint would have. Below them, the valley opened by degrees, not as one grand view, but as a series of revealed injuries. Snow still clung in the shadowed gullies. Burn scars marked the south-facing slopes where old summer lightning and post-war neglect had done their work. On the lower ground, black water sat in shallow basins ringed with pale residue like dried spit. A cluster of abandoned orchard frames leaned near the western drainage, their glass long gone, their metal bones furred with orange corrosion. Beyond all of it, far south and half veiled by terrain, lay the wider country toward Blackstone, flattened in the distance by the hard, clear air. Dante had spent most of his life before the end of the world treating distance as escape. If he could get away from the apartment, away from the phone calls, away from the humiliations, then maybe the shape of his life would improve out of politeness. The ruined horizon ahead of him finally cured him of that illusion. Distance was not rescue. It was only the place where the next responsibility waited. Russ led them through the sluice cut just before sunset. The cut had once carried spring overflow from a higher melt channel into a containment basin below the ranger station, but decades of neglect and 2 blast winters had turned it into a stony gash lined with wind-thrown timber. It gave them concealment at the cost of speed. They moved bent under branches, boots sliding on wet shale, every snapped twig sounding too loud in Dante's own ears. When they reached the upper lip above the ranger station clearing, Cora raised a fist and dropped flat. The rest of them followed. Below, in the long ash-gold light of evening, the convoy had indeed stopped. One truck sat canted on a cracked wheel rut, while 2 men worked a jack under the rear axle of the bus. The bus itself leaned slightly, its front grille patched with sheet metal and wire. Families huddled near the ranger station porch, watched by 3 armed escorts with blue tabs stitched at their collars. A 4th guard, the ATV rider, paced the clearing and spoke with an older woman in a wool coat whose posture did not match the submission of the others. Even from 70 yards away, Dante could tell she was forcing herself not to spit in the man's face. "There," Mara whispered. Dante followed her eyeline. In the second bus window from the back, half hidden behind grime and wire, a child's hand tapped twice against the plex and vanished. The signal had come from inside. Chapter 2. Dusk made liars of distances. What had looked manageable from St. Maro's scope now sprawled in inconvenient detail below them. The ranger station clearing was wider than Dante had hoped. The nearest cover on the east side was a collapsed picnic shelter with a rusted grill pit beside it. West of the clearing, the slope dipped into scrub and deadfall, then rose again toward a line of lodgepole pine too thin to hide a rush if someone started firing. The civilians were spread badly, some near the porch, some against the side of the bus, 2 smaller children wrapped under a blanket on the station steps. Voss's people had arranged them by neglect rather than strategy, which in its own way was a strategy. Disorder made rescue harder. Fred studied the ground through compact binoculars. 4 blue tabs visible, maybe a 5th in the trees with the truck. No heavy emplacement. "They're moving fast and light, which means they trust fear to do the work," Cora said. Nico shifted on his elbows and peered through the spotting scope. "The older woman with the rider has a blood stripe on her sleeve. Looks recent." Mara took a slow breath. "And there's a man in maintenance coveralls by the bus rear wheel. Not guard posture. He keeps looking at the axle and then at the sky. He cares if they move again." Russ rubbed thumb against forefinger. "Mechanic or engineer. Maybe our way into Blackstone," Zoe murmured. Dante watched the clearing until the people below stopped being shapes and became choices. The children, the older woman, the man at the axle, the blue tab rider walking the perimeter with the easy boredom of a man who had never had to imagine consequences for cruelty. Rescue was not a movie charge and a clean shear after. Rescue was timing. Angles. The difference between panic braking left or braking right. He could feel every person around him waiting for the kind of decision that would define whether he deserved the deference beginning to gather around his name. "We do this quiet until quiet fails," he said. "Fred, take the rider if he leaves the bus flank. Cora, you and Harlan cut the guards on the porch side. Zoe, with me to the bus. We get the civilians down and into the wash. Sumi stays high with Nico and the relay. Mara, you pick targets only if they threaten the families. No heroics on that leg." Mara's eyes flashed. "You say that like you think heroics are my hobby." "I say it like I've met you." To his relief, that almost drew a smile. "Russ," Dante continued, "the minute the first shot breaks, you take the mechanic and the older woman and move them toward the west deadfall. If he knows the route south, I want him breathing." Russ tipped 2 fingers from his brow in mock ceremony. "Look at you, bossing the apocalypse." They waited until the rider moved. The man left the porch and stalked toward the ATV, pausing only to bark at one of the civilians carrying a water can with both hands and too much fatigue in his shoulders. The civilian flinched. The rider laughed. Even at this distance, the sound traveled with a shape Dante hated. Fred settled his rifle. The suppressed shot cracked like a board splitting under weight. The rider folded beside the ATV before his body understood what had happened. For one impossible half-second, the clearing continued as if nothing had changed. Then Cora's second shot dropped the left porch guard. Harlan clipped the man by the truck, and the bus window exploded outward as somebody inside it kicked with both feet. "Move," Dante snapped. He and Zoe hit the slope together. The clearing erupted into the kind of chaos that always sounded more confused than film or memory prepared a person for. No dramatic wall of fire. Just screaming, a child shrilling somewhere near the steps, the deep, ugly bark of unsuppressed rifles from the ranger porch, and the hammering in Dante's chest as he ran bent low through weeds and broken gravel. Zoe reached the bus first and yanked the folding door lever while Dante swung around the front bumper. Inside, the air smelled like old sweat, diesel, and the copper edge of fear. A woman in a patched coat had already pulled 2 children to the floor between the seats. Near the back, a boy of maybe 12 stared at Dante with huge stunned eyes through dust-streaked hair, his hand still raised from whatever signal he had made earlier through the window. Beside him, a younger girl clutched a stuffed rabbit so dirty it had gone the color of roadside snow. Out the front, Dante shouted, "Keep low and go to the wash where the woman outside points." Nobody runs toward the trucks. Nobody stops for bags. That last instruction broke hearts instantly. He saw it in the way grown hands twitched toward bundles lashed to seats and overhead rails. A life could be reduced to what a person could lift in a panic. Asking them to leave those things behind felt like asking them to shed evidence that their old selves had existed. Zoe climbed the steps at his shoulder, weapon up, voice sharper than a siren. "Move now. Children first. You can survive without blankets. You cannot survive a bullet." That got them moving. The first civilians poured through the door in stumbling bursts, crouching instinctively once they saw bodies in the clearing. Dante pivoted back toward the station porch just as the remaining blue tab guards stepped around the building corner with a compact subgun and an expression of outraged disbelief. The man fired from the waist. Rounds punched sparks off the bus hood and shredded the ranger station sign. Dante braced on the fender and fired twice. The first shot caught the guard in the upper chest. The second knocked him sideways through the porch rail. He fell half over it, boots drumming once against weathered boards, then went still. There was another shot from the trees. Sumis, sharp and high from the ridge. A civilian screamed. Dante turned, pulse jumping, but the scream was not hit panic. It was recognition. The older woman in the wool coat had rushed toward the fallen rider and stripped his sidearm before Russ reached her. Now she stood over the body with the pistol leveled at the truck driver, who had emerged with his hands halfway up and a look that suggested he understood no one in the clearing belonged to him anymore. "On your knees," she said. Her voice carried. The man dropped hard enough to bruise himself. The boy from the bus was the last child out. He hit the dirt with his sister clinging to his side, then stopped as if suddenly uncertain whether to trust the armed strangers who had just filled the air with gunfire on his behalf. Dante did not have time for a speech. He put a hand between the boy's shoulder blades and guided him toward the wash. "Go with her," he said, nodding to Zoe. "She gets people home." Something in the sentence must have sounded like truth. The boy ran. By the time the firing ended, the whole fight had taken less than a minute. Silence afterward never arrived all at once. It leaked in, uncertain at first, between the crying children and the tick of cooling metal and the ragged breathing of adults trying to understand why they were still alive. Fred descended from the ridge with his rifle slung and his face already set in the expression he wore when compassion needed to travel through practicality before it reached speech. "Perimeter first," he said. "Count heads second. Feelings after." The older woman with the captured pistol turned to face him. Up close, she looked somewhere in her late 50s, though the years after the war had a way of sanding numbers off a person's face. Her coat had once been navy and expensive. Now it was mended at both elbows. A cut above her temple had dried in a thin red branch down one cheek. "My name is Eva Calder," she said. "You just did me, and mine a service I will not forget. But if you intend to stand in this open clearing trading names, then your good deed is about to get all of us killed." Fred's mouth twitched, almost approving. Fair criticism. The mechanic stepped forward from beside the crippled bus wheel. He was lean, hollow-cheeked, and looked like he had slept in his clothes for 3 months. Grease blackened the cuffs of his coveralls. A faded reservoir authority patch clung by 3 threads above his breast pocket. Dante saw Zoe notice it at the same moment he did. "Blackstone?" she asked. The man nodded once. "Rafael Ortiz. Maintenance and gate systems, before the councils got fancy with titles. I was on service detail north of Mercy when Meridian took the east checkpoints. These people found me 3 days back. The blue tabs found all of us yesterday." He looked at the dead rider and swallowed whatever complicated feeling came with seeing an enemy suddenly become meat on the ground. "You should know they were not taking us south as prisoners." "Not exactly." Eva Calder wiped her forehead with the back of her sleeve. "He told us Blackstone was offering transit, work shares, and treated water for anyone willing to register under Meridian protection." The lie was almost pretty. Raphael laughed once without humor. "Blackstone is not offering anything. Blackstone is barely holding itself together." Dante and Fred exchanged a look. "Explain," Dante said. Raphael glanced at the bus, at the children being counted beside the wash, at the 2 men Harlan and Cora were dragging into a brush pile to check for papers and radios. When he spoke again, his voice had the flattened patience of a man who had repeated unpleasant truths until feeling them seemed wasteful. The thaw hit early down valley. Spill channels opened before the west filtration beds were ready. We lost 1 purifier house to a bearing fire and another to sabotage. Maybe sabotage. People there still argue about labels because labels let them delay blame. Then more families started arriving from the farm belts. Then Meridian envoys came with medicine and security promises and the sort of paperwork hungry people sign before they understand the price. The council split. Some wanted a deal. Some wanted the gates closed. Meanwhile, half the reservoir crew was out on line checks when the east checkpoints fell. He spread his filthy hands. "That was us. We came north to get around them. We did not get around them." Zoe crouched by the fallen rider and searched his jacket. "Any idea who this one answered to?" "Lieutenant Mercer Hale," Raphael said. He called himself an escort officer. He liked making people thank him for drinking their own water. Mara, limping down from the ridge with Sumi beside her, said, "Then I'm glad he died confused." It was the sort of cold line that might have sounded theatrical from someone else. From her it sounded earned. Nico hurried into the clearing with the relay pack bouncing at his back. "We need to move." I intercepted 2 short bursts from further south, maybe 6 miles. They know Hale stopped talking. "How many civilians?" Fred asked. Eva answered before anyone finished counting. 43 living. If you include the fever man in the truck cab and the woman near term who has no business being on a road at all. 43, Russ repeated. Because apparently the mountain gods were offended by manageable decisions. Dante looked at the children, the patched bus, the families gathering around strangers because strangers had killed the correct men, and understood exactly how small their original plan had just become. Blackstone was no longer a destination. It was a promise too many people were desperate enough to believe. Chapter 3. They buried the dead in the shallowest way necessity allowed. There was no ceremony for Meridian. Fred and Harlan dragged the bodies to the tree line and covered them with scree, not out of respect, but so the sight and smell would not follow the children onto the road. The civilians noticed and said nothing. That too was part of the post-war language. A person learned when mercy had become a luxury and when practical ugliness was the kinder choice. For the convoy, the first hard problem was movement. The bus axle would hold if they kept the speed low, Raphael said, but only if the load lightened and the worst of the ruts were avoided. One truck had a cracked fuel line patched with hose wrap and prayer. The flatbed could take more weight, yet every extra body on it would make the service-grade crossings more dangerous if the road edge had gone soft under the early thaw. 43 civilians were too many for stealth and too few for defense. Dante felt the arithmetic of risk settling across everyone like a second dusk. They made camp only long enough to reorganize. Eva Calder proved as useful as any rifle. She knew every family, every old person, every child likely to freeze from silence rather than say they were cold. She moved through the shaken crowd with a school principal's authority and a grandmother's selective softness, assigning blankets, redistributing food, and identifying the pregnant woman Raphael had mentioned, a pale dark-haired survivor named Tessa, who looked furious at her own body for being vulnerable on the road. Her husband, Milo, hovered beside her with the stunned devotion of a man who believed love should have been enough to keep danger from reaching them, and could not yet forgive the world for teaching him otherwise. Dante watched Zoe kneel in the dirt beside the feverish man from the truck cab. The man's name was Owen. He had a rasp in his lungs that made every inhale sound stitched too tight, but his temperature strip came back clear of the amber bloom markers Lena had warned them about. Exhaustion, exposure, maybe infection that had not yet turned exotic and apocalyptic enough to earn a memorable label. Zoe mixed a rehydration packet into canteen water and held the cup while he drank. St. Maro's not the only place left where people know how to care for each other, Eva said quietly from Dante's shoulder. He turned. She had approached so softly he had not heard it. Feels rare some days, he admitted. She followed his gaze to Zoe and the truck cab. Rarity is not the same as extinction. He liked her immediately for saying something true without dressing it in inspirational nonsense. When the convoy finally rolled out, it looked less like a column and more like a compromise hammered together under pressure. Harlan drove the lead truck with Raphael in the passenger seat, navigating every washout and collapsed culvert by memory and guesswork. Russ rode in the back of that truck with 3 civilians he trusted exactly as far as he could throw the axle housing. The bus followed, Dante and Zoe on foot beside the driver's side for the first mile, while Eva kept order inside among the families. The flatbed came last with supplies. Tessa laid on a mattress scavenged from the ranger station bunkroom, and Fred, Cora, Mara, Sumi, and Nico ranging the flanks like angry shadows. They did not take the Eastern Fork. That road was faster and more visible. Instead, they cut south through the timber, accepting slower progress for concealment and bad footing. By midnight, the convoy had managed only 4 miles, but the forest closed over them thick enough to blur vehicle shapes under branches and moon-broken dark. The road itself felt haunted. Here and there old route signs still leaned out of the brush, half-eaten by rust and lichen, pointing toward trailheads and campground loops that belonged to a country that had once had vacation time. A burn station wagon rested axle-deep in one drainage ditch with its doors missing and a child's plastic cup welded into the mud beneath it by years of freeze and thaw. At one blind curve, they passed a line of buckled fencing where some long-ago emergency stockpile site had probably stood. White placards reading Water District property lay shattered among the weeds. Nobody in the convoy spoke above a murmur. Even the children sensed the night required a different kind of obedience. Near 1 in the morning, Nico hissed for a halt. The whole line froze by reflex. Dante stepped back toward the bus wheel well and waited. A moment later, Nico appeared from the right flank with the field receiver pressed to one ear. "I've got a beacon pulse," he whispered. "Short range. Intermittent. Coming from us." Fred's expression hardened. Meaning one of the vehicles or one of the people has something transmitting. Maybe a tracker. Maybe a passive ping responding to a call. Cora did not waste time on surprise. "Search everything." No one liked the order, least of all the civilians who had been told 12 times in the last 6 hours to keep moving and now had to climb down into the dark while armed strangers pawed through the last private scraps of their lives. Eva helped blunt the anger before it could become resistance. She went bus row by bus row herself, speaking low and firm, telling them what Meridian trackers looked like, how many people had been walked smiling into labor camps because they believed their captors when told registration was temporary. Fear often obeyed when dignity would not. The search took 20 minutes and strained every nerve in the convoy. Dante checked the bus roof rack, the undercarriage, the seat seams, the bundles lashed in the flatbed. Zoe searched coats and satchels with a care that made even humiliation look survivable. Russ found 2 hidden knives, a stolen ration card, and a silver wedding frame someone had wrapped in socks to keep from losing it. None of it beeped. Then Mara climbed into the bus and stood on the rear seat base to reach a ventilation panel above the last row. "Here," she said. Inside the panel, taped against the inner duct with blue thread, was a slim gray wafer not much larger than a matchbook. Nico held it under his red filter lamp and closed his eyes for a second in fury. Handshake beacon. Old relief issue, repurposed. It wakes when it hears a coded burst and answers with position. Cheap enough to distribute, ugly enough to work. Eva looked genuinely sick. Who put it there? No one answered. In the silence that followed, the question changed shape from practical to poisonous. Every face in the dim bus aisle turned fractionally toward the others. Dante felt the convoy tipping toward exactly what Voss would want: suspicion as contagion. The little girl with the dirty rabbit started crying because her mother had started crying. Enough, Dante said. His voice came out harsher than intended, but perhaps harshness was what the moment required. He held the beacon up where everyone could see it. This was placed where civilians could not reach it while seated, he said. That means it was hidden by one of the guards, by someone with them, or by someone they forced to help. We will figure out which in daylight if that matters. Right now what matters is that Meridian knows where we were, not where we will be next. That only helps them if we stay here blaming each other until sunrise. The bus fell quiet except for the child's hiccuping breaths. Eva studied him in the red light. Not with affection, with evaluation. Dante had begun to understand that trust, in this world, rarely arrived as warmth first. Often it arrived as people deciding you were useful to stand near when things went bad. They destroyed the beacon under a tire iron and moved again. Just before dawn, they left the timber road entirely and turned into an abandoned aggregate yard Raphael remembered from line work years ago. Conveyor pylons rose above them like giant rib bones. Crushed stone mounds, long hardened by weather and neglect, gave enough cover to hide the vehicles from any casual sweep along the road. The old-scale house still had 3 walls and a roof. Tarp lines went up. Fires did not. Dante took first watch on the eastern berm while the convoy settled into the gray, exhausted rituals of temporary survival. People relieved themselves behind scree piles, brewed weak tea over chemical warmers, changed bandages, checked children for coughs, and pretended the ground under them counted as shelter because naming the truth would have made sleep impossible. Zoe climbed the berm carrying 2 dented mugs. Coffee, she said. The sort that insults your ancestors. That has become our house blend. She handed him one and sat beside him with her rifle across her knees. Dawn reached slowly through the aggregate yard, laying dull silver over everything. In that light, the civilians below looked less like a rescued convoy and more like the raw material of a future no one had consented to build. Milo sleeping half upright against a truck tire with one hand on Tessa's blanket. Eva speaking with Fred near the scale house door, both of them using the calm, blunt gestures of people who disliked wasting words. Nico already dismantling the receiver case to see if he could harden it against the same pulse trick used on the beacon. Mara asleep for the first time Dante had seen, head tipped back against a rock, cane across her lap like a vow. She shouldn't be here, Zoe said softly, following his gaze. She would hate you for saying that. She hates me for a lot of useful things. He smiled despite himself. She's not wrong to be here. I know. Zoe wrapped both hands around the mug. That doesn't mean I like it. Every time she winces on that leg, I remember Jack's letter. And every time I remember Jack's letter, I wonder whether my whole life before the bunker was just him quietly building roads for me without telling me. The honesty of it sat between them in the chill air. Dante had learned there were griefs a person could answer and griefs that only wanted witness. Maybe that's what love looks like when people don't have time to be elegant, he said. She turned her face toward him. The wind had pulled strands of hair loose around her temples. Dirt marked one cheekbone. There were purple shadows under her eyes. She had never looked more like the woman he had been hoping for before he had known enough to name what hope was. And what does ours look like? She asked. He thought of the bar, of her hand adjusting his straps at the St. Maro gate, of the way she moved first toward danger and only afterward toward fear, of the fact that in a ruined quarry yard under a cold false dawn, he could still imagine a kitchen somewhere, a table, ordinary light. Like a thing that keeps choosing itself, he said. Her mouth trembled into a smile so small it was almost private. She leaned over and kissed him. There on the berm, in sight of sleeping refugees and rusted machinery and a country turned to salvage, the kiss felt less like escape than agreement. When they parted, Fred was climbing the slope toward them with Eva and Raphael behind him. No point pretending the road gets simpler, Fred said. We need to decide before people wake fully enough to argue. Raphael crouched in the gravel, and drew the next leg of the journey with a bolt. There are two ways to reach Blackstone without touching Mercy Causeway proper. First is the lower maintenance ribbon along the west culverts. Faster, but if Meridian has patrols in the orchard country, they'll see the dust. Second is the Spill Ridge Trail used by gate crews and survey teams. Steeper, narrow in places. Fine for a truck if God loves you and the springs haven't undercut the shelf. Does God love us? Russ called up from below without looking up from his coat. No, Cora answered. Eva folded her arms. Then we take the road that assumes competence. Raphael nodded toward the ridge option. There's another reason. If we come in above the old intake houses, I can get eyes on the West Gate towers before they get eyes on us. If Blackstone has fallen quietly, that might save all our lives. And if it hasn't? Dante asked. Raphael looked south where the invisible reservoir waited beyond timber and broken hills. Then it might tell us who still controls the water. Chapter 4. The Spill Ridge Trail was not really a trail anymore. It began behind the aggregate yard as two faint tire tracks through frostbitten grass climbed over a shoulder of broken shale, and then narrowed into a ledge road hacked years earlier into the mountain by men who had expected maintenance budgets to outlive them. On the left, the slope rose in dark timber and stone. On the right, it fell away sharply into a tangle of ravines carrying meltwater south toward the reservoir basin. Old retaining posts leaned at bad angles. Sections of cable guard had snapped and vanished altogether. Every few hundred yards some remnant of pre-war utility life appeared and disappeared again. A weather station mast, a concrete culvert mouth, a warning placard reduced to 3 readable words under lichen and bird mess. Maximum load. Spring thaw. Report damage. Raphael rode in the lead truck with Harlan gripping the wheel hard enough to whiten the knuckles inside his gloves. The bus came second because if it slid, at least there would be room behind to correct. The flatbed followed under Sumi's guidance, its engine whining unhappily each time the grade steepened. The rest of them walked the edges in the rear, spotting tires over bad rock and listening to the mountain for sounds that did not belong. Danger on those roads often arrived as geology before it arrived as gunfire. By noon the sun had warmed the upper shelves just enough to loosen melt along the shaded cuts. Water ran under crusts of old snow and disappeared again beneath rock. At one switchback the outer edge gave way under the bus rear wheel with a crack that sounded indecently small for something so nearly fatal. Half the convoy screamed at once. Milo grabbed Tessa so hard she slapped his arm in pain and panic. Dante and Fred jammed shoulder and hip against the bus frame, while Harlan sprinted from the lead truck with a cable chain, and Nico shouted instructions nobody could hear because terror had turned every voice into weather. The bus rocked once over empty space. Inside, children cried. Eva's voice rose above them all with the full terrifying authority of a woman who had managed third graders before the collapse of civilization. Nobody stands. Nobody leans right. Sit down and breathe like you were raised by adults. Somehow that worked. Harlan and Cora got the chain under the axle. Raphael crawled on his belly through scree and ice to guide the hook point despite Zoe and 3 others telling him he was insane. When the lead truck finally eased forward and the bus lurched back onto honest ground, relief hit the convoy so hard people laughed and sobbed at the same time. Afterward, everyone shook for 10 minutes. Dante found the boy who had signaled from the bus window, sitting on a wheel hub with his sister tucked against him. The boy had the dazed, careful stillness of somebody trying not to let younger eyes see his fear. "You did well back there," Dante said. The boy looked up warily. "I was sitting down. You were keeping her steady." Dante nodded toward the rabbit-clutching girl. "That counts." The boy considered him, then gave one of those adult nods children learn too soon. "Her name's June." "I'm Eli." Dante crouched so he was not towering over them. "I'm Dante." "I know." Eli glanced toward the road, where Zoe was checking the bus wheel hubs. "The woman with you said your name when she thought maybe you were about to get crushed." June peered around her brother's sleeve. She sounded mad. She usually does when she cares. June seemed to find that reassuring. She held up the rabbit by one ear. "This is Mayor. Mayor looks experienced. He saw 2 fires and a mud road. Then he outtranks all of us." That finally earned a fragile smile from Eli. The conversation should have been nothing. In another life, it would have been a throwaway moment between errands. Here, in the high broken country above Blackstone, it struck Dante harder than some firefights had. Children still carried toys. They still needed jokes. The end of the world had not managed to negotiate that instinct out of them. It made everything he was doing feel at once more important and much more impossible. By late afternoon, the Spill Ridge Trail flattened briefly near a cluster of derelict survey cabins perched above a deep basin. The reservoir itself remained out of sight, but the air had changed. It carried wet stone, algae, and a faint metallic tang like old pipe and snowmelt. Raphael stopped dead in the road and lifted his head. "You smell that?" he asked. Fred nodded. "Treatment backwash. Or untreated draw opening too early," Raphael said. He did not hide his worry. "We should have seen discharge steam from this side if the West Purifier house was running right." Cora scanned the trees below. Meaning something is wrong at Blackstone that nobody has yet had time to lie about. They pushed on another mile before the ambush came. It began, like so many bad moments, with birds. A scatter of them rose from the timber below the road on the downslope side, winging up in a sudden burst that turned every armed head at once. Dante raised a fist, and the convoy halted. For one suspended second, nothing followed. Then the first shot cracked from below, slammed into the lead truck's door, and ricocheted up the rock face in a shower of sparks. "Down!" Cora roared. The road exploded. Rounds chewed bark from the uphill trees. Glass burst out of the bus's forward side windows. Harlan dropped behind the truck engine block, while Raphael fell flat beside the front tire, one hand over his head. Dante hit the ground and crawled for a split boulder just as Zoe fired downslope toward the muzzle flashes blooming among the pines. Sumi and Cora answered from opposite positions, creating a crossfire that forced the attackers to flatten before they could get a second clean volley. "Not Meridian discipline," Fred shouted over the gunfire. "Too loose." "Then who?" Nico yelled from behind the bus. Russ, prone beneath the flatbed axle, craned his neck just enough to see. "Road jackals. Local. Maybe 8. As if summoned by the label, a voice boomed up from the trees below with a bullhorn distorted by old batteries. "Leave the bus and the women. Walk away and keep your dead. We'll count that merciful." Eva Calder, lying in the bus stairwell with June under her body and Eli braced behind a wheel seat, said in a carrying tone, "Well, that settles their character." Another round smacked the bus frame. Dante risked a glance over the boulder. The attackers were spread under the pines 30 yards below, using tree trunks and an old stormfall line for cover. Their clothing was mixed field scavenger, not Meridian issue. No blue tabs. No formation worth respecting. But opportunists with elevation and desperation could kill people just as effectively as trained soldiers. He spotted one man crawling toward a better angle on the rear quarter of the bus. Dante fired and missed by inches. Bark burst against the man's shoulder. Zoe hit him a heartbeat later. He rolled down the slope, leaving the rifle behind. "Can the trucks move?" Dante shouted. Raphael wiped blood from a cut on his forehead and yelled back, "Not without exposing the drivers." "Then we break them." Fred's grin flashed sudden and hard through all the danger. "That finally sounded natural on you." He and Cora shifted positions without further discussion, using the bus hull and the uphill ditch to set a tighter firing triangle. Sumi tossed a smoke canister downslope, not to conceal themselves, but to spoil the attackers' sight lines. Under its cover, Mara rose from a kneel by the flatbed wheel, took one precise shot, and dropped the man with the bullhorn. The effect on the ambush line was immediate and ugly. Disorder spread through it like fire through dry grass. Russ chose that instant to contribute in his own indecent style. He scrambled under the rear of the flatbed, slid out downslope where the smoke was thickest, and vanished into it with a knife between his teeth, like a story nobody should believe. 20 seconds later, 2 screams came from the trees, and one of the attackers stumbled backward into the road cut, clutching his arm. Fred shot him through the leg, and kept him alive only because questions might still be worth more than vengeance. The rest broke. Cora and Sumi chased only far enough to ensure retreat, then returned. The whole firefight, like the ranger station rescue, had lasted less time than it would take to tell it properly. The difference was what it cost. One civilian woman had taken splinter glass in the face when the bus window blew. Harlan's left forearm was furrowed by a grazing round. Owen in the truck cab had pulled himself upright to help shield a child, and now lay coughing so hard Zoe feared he had torn something deep in his chest. They dragged the surviving raider up onto the road and propped him against a retaining post. He was little older than Dante, skinny under his scavenged coat, with a broken nose healed badly at least twice. Fear shook him harder than pain. "Who sent you?" Fred asked. The man spat blood. "Nobody sends us." Russ appeared from the smoke with pine needles in his beard, and somebody else's pistol stuck through his belt, which is true in the narrow sense and false in the useful one. Cora crouched in front of the prisoner. She did not posture. She did not need to. Then tell the useful version. The man looked at the convoy, at the bus full of families he had nearly turned into loot, and some last fragment of calculation deserted him. "We heard there was a transfer road," he said. "Heard Meridian was pushing people south. Thought there might be medicine. Food. Maybe labor chips." His eyes slid toward Raphael's reservoir patch. "And we heard Blackstone was paying bounty for line thieves and deserters. Figured a few prisoners might buy our way in before the gates closed." Raphael went pale in a way that had nothing to do with fatigue. "Blackstone doesn't pay bounties," he said. The raider laughed once, shaky and mean. "Then somebody's using your name. Whole low country's full of it. Blackstone wants workers. Blackstone wants loyalty oaths. Blackstone wants all independent wells registered and tested. Folks are scared enough to believe anything attached to clean water." Dante felt the implications move through the road like a cold front. Voss did not need to control every settlement personally. He only needed enough rumor, enough bureaucracy-shaped fear, enough men with printed forms and armed escorts to make surrender sound organized. Fred looked at Dante. "We're running out of time." Dante looked south, toward the hidden reservoir and whatever waited there wearing the name Blackstone, and realized the road had changed again. They were no longer only racing Voss. They were racing his story. Chapter 5. They reached first sight of Blackstone at sunset on the third day. The trail rounded a granite shoulder, the trees opened, and the world dropped away. For a long moment the entire convoy forgot discomfort, hunger, and the road behind them. Even the children stopped fidgeting. Ahead, filling the basin between three dark mountain arms, lay the reservoir itself, vast and steel-colored under the dying light. The water stretched farther than Dante had imagined any man-made lake could stretch in a broken country like this. Its upper reaches narrowed into flooded timber and old feeder channels. Its main body widened south under a massive concrete dam built into the cleft between two walls of black rock. Spill towers rose from the near side like blunt gray candles. Intake houses crouched lower on the western bank, connected by service bridges and narrow catwalks. Beyond the dam, faint through evening haze, Dante could make out the shapes of terraces, maintenance yards, clustered housing blocks, and greenhouse frames of what had once been Blackstone's worker town. It should have looked like safety. Instead, even from miles away, it looked tense. One spill tower showed no running light. The western purifier stack gave off only a weak cough of steam. Smoke from cook fires or burned barrels drifted thinly above the terraces, but not enough of it for the population Raphael had described. The whole district seemed to be holding its breath. "Still standing," Nico said, almost in prayer. Raphael did not answer right away. His eyes tracked the shoreline, the gate towers, the maintenance bridge running to the west intake. Standing is not the same as stable. They took shelter for the night in a cluster of blasted boulders and timber pockets above the reservoir road. No fires, no lamps beyond the red-filtered kind. The vehicles were hidden under netting and branches as well as fatigue allowed. Below them the basin darkened into cold layers of water and concrete and mystery. Every few minutes some light moved at the dam or one of the terraces, just enough to prove life persisted. None of those lights moved with the casual rhythm of a place at peace. The council meeting happened in whispers behind a fallen log. Fred, Eva, Raphael, Cora, Zoe, Russ, and Dante crouched around a hand-drawn sketch map Nico copied from Raphael's memories and Pike's old archival pages. Mara sat a little outside the circle pretending not to guard their flank while plainly doing exactly that. Raphael pointed with a grease-blackened thumbnail. Main access from our side is Mercy Causeway here, east approach. 2 exposed. If Meridian controls the checkpoint house, we die on the bridge. The service option is West Intake Road, which climbs under the spill ridge and comes in through the maintenance terraces. There used to be a coded gate at this junction. He tapped a switchback near the waterline. If power's up, maybe still does. And if power's down? Cora asked. Then it's a fence and a prayer. Eva spoke next, not like a soldier, but like someone who had shepherded people through institutions and knew where systems broke. We cannot march 43 civilians to a fence and hope the correct person opens it. We need somebody inside who knows we are coming or a smaller party that can secure the entry before the column commits. Agreed, Fred said. Smaller party goes down first. Rest stay hidden until signal. Milo, who had no vote but had approached close enough to hear, stiffened. You want us to wait up here with my wife about to give birth and raiders on the roads? Cora's eyes lifted. I want you alive. Bridges and gates have a preference for not opening under pressure from strangers. Tessa put a hand on her husband's arm before his fear could turn disrespectful. Sweat had dampened the hair at her temples, though the night was cold. She's right. He looked at her as if betrayal had learned her face. Then shame replaced anger. I know she's right. What Dante admired most in terrified people was not courage. Courage flared. It was visible. What impressed him was the quieter discipline of those who could accept being afraid and still choose the next sensible thing. Raphael leads the entry team, Dante said. Zoe goes for the cultures, and because she can tell us if Blackstone's water system is far enough gone to matter. Cora for security. Me. Fred. Nico on comms. Russ if he promises not to vanish for fun. Russ touched his chest. I only vanish for profit and art. Then try art. And me, Mara said from the edge of the group. No one reacted immediately, which was reaction enough. Fred exhaled through his nose. Mara, no. Her voice was flat and immovable. Do not say my name in that tone unless you plan to follow it with a reason better than injury. Because if we get separated inside Blackstone, I am the only one here who has seen Meridian logistics up close enough to smell a fake register line. I know how they mark quartermasters, where they put their runners, how they hide armed men in aid crowds. You need that. She has a point, Zoe said before Fred could answer. Fred swung toward her. I'm aware she has a point. I object to the point being attached to a 19-year-old on a cane. 18, Mara said automatically, which was so absurdly the wrong detail that even Evo pressed a hand over her mouth to hide a smile. Dante looked from Mara to Fred and knew there was no answer that would leave everyone clean. Leadership, he was beginning to understand, often meant choosing which wound was survivable. She comes, he said, but she stays with Nico unless I say otherwise. If the shooting starts, she prioritizes observation and survival over revenge. Mara held his gaze. You don't get to decide my motives. No, Dante said. But on this road I do get to decide the mission. That silence lasted long enough to matter. Then she nodded once. Later, after the others drifted back to their sleeping roles or watch points, Dante remained above the basin with Zoe. The reservoir reflected the moon in broken bands where wind troubled the surface. Far below, one of the west terrace lights flickered twice, paused, then flickered again. Nico had said it was likely a routine test lamp. Dante was not so sure. Nothing in this new world looked routine unless a person stared from very far away. Zoe stood with her hands braced on the strap of the hard case, holding Lena's cultures. You know what frightens me most? She asked. He expected her to say losing her father. Or him. Or the civilians sleeping in thin blankets while men with guns invented governments downhill. Instead, she said, arriving too late to something fixable. The sentence hit him with unfair force because it named so much more than Blackstone. My whole old life was late, he said. She turned toward him. He could barely read her face in the moonlit half-dark, but he felt the attention in her. I kept waiting for the version of me who already knew what he was doing, he went on. I thought one day I'd wake up and all the indecision would have matured into wisdom just because enough time had passed. Then the world ended, and it turned out time doesn't improve a person by itself. It just removes excuses. Zoe leaned her shoulder against his. I don't need you wise. No. I need you willing. He laughed softly. That is a dangerous standard. I once drank 4 pitchers of beer because my ex called with the worst news imaginable. And yet here you are? Still evolving. The joke hung between them, warm and almost ordinary. Dante realized with a sort of grateful pain that this, too, was part of why the road mattered. Not only the mission, not only the reservoir, the chance to become someone else in honest increments rather than grand speeches. Someone who could be known by a woman like Zoe and not feel smaller for it. He kissed her under the cold mountain stars with Blackstone spread below them like a problem written in water and concrete. The kiss deepened slowly, not out of performance or panic, but because neither of them had much patience left for pretending restraint was more noble than tenderness. When they finally broke apart, Zoe rested her forehead against his. "We go in, we read the place fast, and we get those people through the gate," she said. "We do. And if Blackstone is already halfway meridian, then we learn how much of halfway can still be pulled back." At first light, the entry team went down. They left the civilians hidden under Eva's direction among the rocks and timber pockets above the basin, with Harlan and Sumi maintaining watch and strict instructions to move only if a distress flare rose from below or if armed strangers climbed the ridge from the north. Tessa gripped Dante's wrist before he left and said nothing for several seconds. Her fingers were cold and swollen. "Please," she said finally. "My son is going to be born into whatever comes next. Do not let men like that decide what it is. There are vows a man makes out loud and vows the world brands into him without waiting for permission." Dante did not answer with anything theatrical. He only nodded. The promise felt larger than language anyway. The path down to the west intake road wound through old blasting cuts and maintenance stairs built from timber cribs half-rotted into the slope. By the second landing they could hear the reservoir more clearly, not waves exactly, but the constant body sound of a large contained force pressing itself against restraint. At the third landing they found the first sign that Blackstone's troubles had already spilled beyond rumor. A dead man hung in the pines 20 yards off the road. He wore no blue tab. His coat had once belonged to a water district laborer. A wooden placard swung against his chest on wire. "Theft of public property." Raphael stopped as if struck. "He's one of ours," he said. The placard was the sort of punitive theater Dante had begun to associate with Voss and the people who copied him. Public property, public order, public health. Words that sounded communal until one armed man decided he himself was the public. Mara looked at the body and then at the road below with a face gone smooth and distant in the dangerous way grief sometimes turned. "They're already here. Or somebody wants everyone to think they are," Russ said. Fred cut the body down. They laid the man under the pines and covered his face with his own coat. No one prayed. The dead had stopped requiring ceremony, so much as witness. Then they kept moving, because the living still had to negotiate with what the dead left behind. By mid-morning the west intake road came into full view. A chain-link vehicle gate blocked the approach between 2 concrete posts. Beyond it, the lower terraces of Blackstone rose in steps toward the intake houses and worker blocks above. The gate itself stood closed. 2 sentries watched from a prefabricated booth under sandbag overhang, rifles visible through the slit windows. Another guard paced the fence line carrying a clipboard rather than a carbine, which somehow made Dante trust him even less. Raphael squinted. "I know him. Good or bad?" Cora asked. Raphael's mouth tightened. "Depends what happened here after I left. His name is Colmday. He was inventory and line scheduling. Nervous man. Tallied bolts like they were moral decisions. Meaning he isn't a born tyrant," Zoe said. "Meaning born tyrants usually outsource to men who enjoy being important." The paste guard turned, and even from a distance Dante saw the flash of a blue thread tab stitched under the man's collar. Chapter 6. They did not walk straight to the gate. Raphael led them downslope into a drainage ditch choked with cattails and pipe sections, then under a rusted maintenance catwalk that ran parallel to the fence. From there they had a decent view of the booth and the lower terrace road, without presenting more than elbows and patience to the sentries. The booth guard on the right smoked hand-rolled tobacco with the slow entitlement of a man whose authority had not yet been challenged that morning. The left guard kept glancing toward the upper terraces as if afraid of being seen doing something wrong. The pacing clerk with the blue thread tab stopped every few minutes to mark his clipboard and inspect the line of vehicles parked beyond the gate. 2 maintenance pickups, 1 water tanker, and a flatbed stacked with sealed crate drums. Those are not district drums, Raphael whispered. Wrong stenciling. Nico adjusted the tiny dish on the compact scope attached to his receiver case. Can you tell from here? Enough. District always marked treatment stock by house number and phase. Those are transport labels, probably brought in. Meridian, Mara asked. Or a local committee playing dress-up with better stationery, Russ said. They lay in concealment for 15 minutes studying the patterns. The sentries changed posture, but not position. 2 laborers in patched waders came down from the terrace, carrying pipe couplings under watch by a 4th armed man who wore no uniform at all, only a red hunting cap and the mean loose shoulders of someone temporarily promoted by chaos. From farther uphill came the clatter of machinery failing to sound confident. Somewhere beyond sight, a woman shouted at somebody to keep the chlorine valves balanced unless they wanted the whole western line undrinkable by noon. Blackstone, Dante thought, was still working. Not well, not safely, but working. That mattered. Here's the play, Fred murmured. We make them open the side wicket without alarming the terraces. Fast, ugly, contained. Cora tilted her head. You volunteering to be pretty? No, that's Mercer's department. Dante would have answered if Zoe had not lightly touched his forearm first. It was not a restraining gesture. It was focus. Not ugly first, she said. Look at the left guard. He's scared of the blue thread, not loyal to it. If Raphael calls the right name and I backstop the story with the med case, maybe we get a conversation before we get a firefight. Russ frowned. I dislike conversations at fences. Historically poor genre. Historically, Eva had said the night before. Institutions are mostly built out of conversations at fences. The memory of it came to Dante now. He nodded. We try the gate clean once. If the thread man goes for the radio, Cora drops him. If the booth men choose their jobs over their lives, then it gets ugly. Raphael looked as if he hated the whole plan and preferred it to every alternative. Fine. He stood. The movement happened, so suddenly Dante's pulse jumped even though he had agreed to it. One moment Raphael was a shape in the ditch. The next he was on the road walking toward the gate with both hands visible and his district patch deliberately exposed. Colm, he called, voice carrying. The pacing clerk jerked around so violently the clipboard nearly slipped from his hand. Recognition flared over suspicion and then tangled with it. Ortiz. The name reached the booth. The left guard leaned out. The smoker straightened. The red-cap escort on the terrace above turned down the road. Raphael kept walking until he stood 10 yards from the gate. You still making inventory lists like they keep bad winters honest? Colm Day stared. He looked older than Raphael had described, but not by years. By worry. His cheeks had fallen in. The collar of his coat sat wrong on his neck, as if he had lost weight faster than the garment could understand. He flicked a glance at the blue thread tab hidden under his lapel, and then at the booth. Where have you been? He asked, trying not to get conscripted by men who think paper equals permission. For one bright, dangerous instant, something like agreement crossed Colm's face. Then the smoker in the booth barked, State your business. Zoe rose from the ditch and walked up beside Raphael with the insulated case in one hand and no weapon visible. Nico followed far enough to be seen, receiver harness on his chest like official gear. Dante and the others remained hidden. We have medical cultures intended for reservoir treatment review, Zoe said. We have displaced civilians hidden off-road who need entry under district shelter protocols. We have line knowledge you do not want arriving at this gate in enemy hands instead. You can either let us talk to whoever still remembers Blackstone belongs to water and people, not imported uniforms, or you can keep smoking in that booth until the wrong flag flies over your dam. It was, Dante thought, an impressively reckless speech to give with a fence between you and loaded rifles. The left guard swallowed. The smoker spat onto the concrete. Colm's eyes went to the case in Zoe's hand. Cultures. Binding cultures, Raphael said quietly. The kind Jack Holloway died trying to move. That name still had weight. Even the smoker shifted. Not with respect, necessarily. With recognition. Legends traveled in ruined places because people needed proof that purpose had once existed. Then the redcap escort from the terrace started down the road fast, one hand already near his sidearm. "Problem at the gate?" he shouted. Colm flinched. The left guard looked trapped. The smoker turned toward the approaching man with the unconscious deference of someone who knew where real permission lived. Zoe's clean chance had lasted almost exactly long enough to prove it had existed. The red-cap man stopped 5 paces from the gate and took in Raphael, Zoe, the case, and Nico's equipment in one narrow sweep. He smiled without warmth. "Well now," he said, "looks like the road delivers after all." The blue thread tab under Colm's collar might have meant fear or compromise. The red-cap men appetite. Dante had seen that type before the war in bars, in bad bosses, in any place petty power found a face. Men who were relieved when the rules broke because it gave them room to reveal what they had wanted to be all along. "We're here to speak with Blackstone Authority," Raphael said. "You are," the man replied. "And you're doing it." "No," Raphael said. "I am not." The smile thinned. The man drew his sidearm and pressed the muzzle lightly against the chain link as if testing how much drama the moment deserved. "That sounds like a mistake." From the ditch, Cora fired. Her shot punched through the fence diamonds and took the red-cap man in the shoulder before he could pivot. At the same instant, Dante and Fred surged from cover. The smoker in the booth went for his rifle, and all thought of clean entry evaporated. The fight lasted longer than the ones on the road because gates bred angles and angles bred indecision. Dante hit the chain link with enough force to rattle the posts while Fred's rounds shattered the booth window. The smoker ducked too late. Glass and blood sprayed the wall behind him. The left guard dropped his weapon and threw himself flat, hands over his head. Colm Day staggered back from the fence, his clipboard spinning into the road. The red-cap man fired wild one-handed from his knees, round clipping the catwalk support above Nico's head. Zoe shot him through the thigh and then vaulted the drainage lip with a speed that made her seem less like a medic and more like an argument against complacency. "Keys," Cora snapped at the left guard. The man sobbed something unintelligible. Colm, white-faced, yanked a ring from his own belt and shoved it through the fence. Dante caught it, jammed one key after another into the side wicket lock, and finally found the one that turned. The narrow personnel gate banged inward. Fred was through first, Cora second. Dante and Zoe followed, fanning left and right while Nico dragged the red cap's pistol away with the toe of his boot, and Mara came in low under the open panel like she had been born infiltrating bad ideas. The upper terrace erupted in shouts. Workers scattered. 2 more armed men appeared near the tanker, one raising a rifle, the other hesitating at the sight of Raphael and Colm yelling over each other in district jargon that sounded like line maintenance until the gunfire clarified the context. Dante dropped behind a concrete barrier and fired at the rifleman's feet to force him off balance. Fred took the second man with a shot that smashed the weapon from his hands rather than the man himself. They did not have time for a prolonged yard fight. Noise would pull more guards from above. Every second spent here made the hidden convoy on the ridge more vulnerable. "Who actually runs this place?" Zoe shouted at Colm. The clerk stared at her as if he had not been asked a human question in months. "Director Vale. West Housing Block. Upper Terrace Council Rooms." Unless Merrick moved her again. "Who's Merrick?" Dante asked. Colm's lips tightened. "Security Coordinator." Raphael barked a laugh with no joy in it. "He was pump maintenance. Now he has men," Colm said. There it was. The whole anatomy of decline reduced to one sentence. Another rifle cracked from above. Concrete spat, shards near Mara's face. She did not duck so much as flow sideways behind the gate post and mark the shooter's position with an ugly calm that reminded Dante too much of Quinn. Nico, to Dante's surprise, rose behind the tanker wheel well and sent a burst through the catwalk rail that drove the shooter back. Fred pointed uphill. "We take the booth, lock the road, find this director." "You're assuming she's worth finding," Russ said from behind him. He had somehow entered through the gate during the firefight and was now frisking the wounded red-cap man with professional disgust. Which I allow might be true. But there's paperwork in this one's pockets, and paperwork is often where cowardice keeps its secrets. 30 seconds, Dante said. Russ worked faster. What he found was not a full answer, but it was enough to rearrange the question. A folded access sheet. A roster with names crossed in red. A half-torn transport order carrying no Blackstone seal. Only a block stamp reading Civil Stabilization Unit 3. Under that, in cramped pencil, a note. Mercy Gate takes first convoy at dusk. Hold intake until Merrick receives the case. Zoe read it once and went very still. The case. The cultures. The convoy had never only been bait. It had been expected cargo. Chapter 7. Getting from the west intake gate to Blackstone's upper terraces required moving through a machine that had learned to impersonate a town. The lower road climbed between concrete retaining walls stained white with mineral runoff. Pipes as wide as truck bodies disappeared into manifolds below graded platforms. Maintenance sheds crowded the slopes in practical, ugly rows. Above them rose worker housing blocks built in tiers against the mountain, each one a square-shouldered stack of balconies, patched windows, and improvised stove vents. Laundry still hung between two of the nearer buildings. A child's tricycle lay tipped beside a sandbag line. Someone had painted a mural long ago on one wall, blue waves and green pines under a bright, impossible sun. Years of weather and smoke had darkened it, but not erased it. People watched from every opening. Faces at windows. Faces behind stair rails. Faces peering through the cracked blinds of offices converted to dormitories. The sight of armed strangers moving uphill under Rafael Ortiz's lead and calm days, shocked cooperation spread through the lower terraces faster than sound. Doors opened a careful inch. Closed. Opened again. Blackstone was a place where everyone had been waiting for the next rule change to come, carrying a weapon. Dante could feel them trying to decide which direction history had just entered from. Where's Vale? Raphael demanded as they hustled Colm along. Council rooms were moved from administration to West Housing 3 after the January fire, Colm said breathlessly. Then moved again to the old surveying hall when Merrick started insisting on checkpoint authority. Director Vale refused to sign the emergency labor decrees. Since then he keeps her close, but never still. Because static prisoners become symbols, Eva would have said. Dante could almost hear it. The upper terrace siren did not sound. That, Colm explained in a rush, was because Merrick had forbidden general alarm use after the third food riot. Sirens spooked people. Sirens created rumors. Better to localize panic and call it order. Dante was learning that tyrannies in hard times rarely announce themselves with banners. Often they arrive through the language of keeping everyone calm. They found Director Inez Vale in the surveying hall under armed supervision and paper dust. The building had once been a drafting space for hydrology crews. Tall windows lined one wall above shelves full of rolled maps and calcified binders. Now cots filled the open center, most occupied by elders and convalescents who had nowhere else to be put after one of the housing boilers failed. The old drafting tables had been pushed to the walls and covered in ration ledgers, district complaints, and pump maintenance reports. At the far end, beside a chalkboard crowded with reservoir levels and chlorine figures, stood a woman in a dark work jacket arguing with two men who wore pistols but no uniforms. She was in her 60s, broad-shouldered, iron-gray hair cut blunt at the jaw, and carried herself with the weary erectness of somebody who had once expected competence to matter more than theater. One glance told Dante why Blackstone had not fully fallen despite everything. Inez Vale did not look easy to frighten. She looked difficult to dislodge. One of the armed men turned at the sound of their boots and reached for his weapon. Cora shot him in the thigh before he cleared leather. The second man froze. Fred relieved him of his pistol with such speed the man barely seemed included in the process. Vale looked from the bleeding guard to Raphael to Zoe's hard case, and finally to Dante. Her eyes were startlingly clear. Well, she said, either Providence has become inventive or Merrick has made a larger mistake than usual. Depends who you ask, Russ muttered. Raphael stepped forward. Director. For the first time since the gate, his voice held something like home. Vale's face changed. Not softened exactly. Opened. Ortiz. I was told you were dead. I had a crowded week. She almost smiled, and in almost smiling became suddenly much older and much more human. Then she noticed Colm behind them. Have you switched sides, or only misplaced your spine again? She asked him. Colm flinched as if struck. I kept the west line supplied, he said. I delayed the registration tallies. I altered 2 transfer counts. And you still opened the gate to Merrick when he asked. Color climbed into Colm's face. He said Meridian would send filters. He said if we resisted, they'd redirect all relief south and let the terraces choke. Vale's answer came without heat, which somehow made it harsher. Yes, that is usually what men like him say. Dante did not have time to admire her. Director Vale, we have 43 civilians hidden above the basin, including children, a man with fever, and a woman close to labor. We have 4 binding cultures from St. Maro that may stabilize reservoir treatment if the West Purifier can still circulate. We also have proof Merrick expected a convoy at dusk and intended to seize this case on delivery. Zoe opened the paper Russ had found. Vale read it once. The muscles in her jaw flexed. Of course he did. What exactly is he doing here? Fred asked. Vale moved to the chalkboard and, with the blunt practicality of somebody too busy to dramatize corruption, began sketching lines. Merrick arrived 6 weeks ago with 8 armed men and letters bearing obsolete federal seals. He claimed authority from a continuity office no one had heard from in years. He offered security support in exchange for intake oversight, registration authority over incoming labor, and review control on our outer gate protocols. We refused the formal transfer and accepted the patrol assistance because the East Road had already become a killing ground. Then 1 purifier house failed, 1 warehouse burned, and 3 line crews vanished on separate assignments. Each emergency made his terms sound more temporary and more necessary. Now he controls the checkpoint rosters, half the ration escorts, and enough frightened men to call himself indispensable. Does he answer to Voss? Mara asked. Vale's gaze sharpened on her. He answers to power. If Voss offers a larger share, he will call that duty and sleep well. Raphael pointed to the reservoir figures. West Purifier isn't balancing. No, Vale said. Because the biofilm in the settling beds went unstable after the January contamination pulse, and because every technician I trust is either exhausted, dead, or under watch. Her eyes dropped to Zoe's case. You said St. Maro sent something that might help. It's not a miracle, Zoe said. It's a chance. We need sample access to the West Line, turbidity readings, flow control cooperation, and at least a few hours before some idiot dumps bleach into the system trying to make it look busy. Vale nodded, as if that last problem sounded not hypothetical enough. You can have the lab and intake house too, if Merrick doesn't take it first. Nico stepped to one of the drafting tables and spread his receiver notes and the stolen order. The convoy note says Mercy Gate takes first convoy at dusk. That suggests more than one movement. Maybe civilians first to create confusion. Maybe Meridian freight behind them. Or hostages, Cora said. Or both, Vale replied. Merrick has been consolidating arrivals by category. Skilled workers one way, families another. Anyone with line knowledge under armed review. He says it prevents theft. It mostly prevents solidarity. A murmur moved through the cots and the makeshift ward. Patients had been listening. Of course they had. In places under pressure, privacy thinned. Information became communal the way smoke did. One old man on a cot by the window lifted himself on an elbow and said, "If you have real help, stop talking and use it." No one in the room objected. The plan they assembled over the next 20 minutes felt more like triage than strategy, but triage was honest. Merrick held Mercy Gate on the east approach and a section of the central control walkway by the administration tower. His men rotated between there, the checkpoint barracks, and the ration yard. Vale still had loyalty among the West Line technicians, most housing stewards, and a handful of tired security staff too proud to call surrender governance. If the hidden convoy on the ridge could be brought down through the west intake road while the lower terraces remained calm, Blackstone might absorb them before Merrick understood he had lost the initiative. If Zoe could stabilize the West Purifier quickly enough, Vale could reopen 2 shuttered housing blocks and claim a public systems recovery in her own name. In a frightened settlement, legitimacy often flowed through whatever faucet still worked. The problem was timing. Merrick expected dust traffic at Mercy. He might already have runners watching the west side for exactly the kind of off-books arrival Dante represented. Worse, if he sensed Vale slipping free of him, he could shut interior sector doors, seize pump controls, or order a partial spill release to panic the terraces into accepting martial rule. Can he really do that? Dante asked. Vale gave him a look that suggested reality did not care what seemed prudent. He can open enough bypass to make everyone think the dam is failing. In a water district, perception is often more lethal than physics. Fred swore softly. They split into teams. Zoe and Raphael would go with 2 trusted technicians to Intake House 2 and test the cultures against current flow samples. Nico and Mara would secure comms in the surveying hall and coordinate signals to Harlan and Sumi on the ridge. Cora and Fred would move through the West housing block, rallying Vale's loyal security hands and quietly disarming any checkpoint men isolated from Merrick's corps. Russ volunteered to inspect the ration yard because, in his words, men storing food for leverage are rarely subtle enough to hide other crimes. Dante was to stay at Vale's side long enough to see the civilians through the West intake once the signal came, then join whichever crisis became loudest. It was a good plan if the world allowed people 20 extra minutes and honest maps. The world, naturally, did not. Before Nico finished tuning the relay, a runner burst into the surveying hall from the lower stairs, breathless and wild-eyed. "Director," she gasped. "Merrick has riders from Mercy. They're saying the first convoy is already on the causeway." Vale closed her eyes once. Too early. Dante felt every clock in Blackstone jump forward at once. Chapter 8. Blackstone moved from strain to crisis with the speed of a snapped cable. Orders ran through the terraces in layered voices. Some came from Vale's people, low and practical, instructing housing stewards to prepare cots and hot water in the West blocks, telling line workers to keep pumps stable no matter what rumor hit the stairs, directing anyone with district patches to report quietly to old assignments instead of new uniforms. Other orders came from Merrick's side, louder and more theatrical, demanding checkpoint counts, road clearances, and intake verification for the convoy approaching on the causeway. By the time the first westward signal lamp flashed from Nico's relay point to the ridge above, Blackstone had become a contest between 2 versions of authority wearing the same exhausted town as a costume. Dante met the first phase of that contest at the West Intake Road. He and Vale descended with 3 loyal housing stewards, 2 armed technicians, and Colmday, who insisted on coming because, as he put it with appalling honesty, "If I stay behind, everyone will assume I chose the winning coward again." No one had time to argue with guilt when guilt was volunteering its services. At the gate, Harlan and Sumi were already guiding the hidden convoy down from the ridge in short controlled bursts so no long line would present a target from the terraces. Families moved under blankets and tarps. Children were carried when possible and ordered silent when not. The lead truck rolled through the wicket section once the main chain lock was cut. The bus followed at a crawl, Axel groaning in protest, but holding. Every arrival felt like smuggling breath into a drowning body. Tessa began labor halfway through the second vehicle. The first contraction hit her so hard, she doubled over on the mattress in the flatbed and bit down on a cry. Milo nearly jumped off the moving truck in panic. "Not here," he kept saying uselessly, as if location were a thing pain obeyed. Zoe was at Intake House 2 with Raphael and the cultures. Vale needed Dante on the gate. The calculus of leadership could be disgusting in its clarity. He had no ability to deliver a baby. He did have the ability to keep the gate from turning into a kill box. So he looked straight at the housing steward nearest him, a broad woman named Salome with gray braids wrapped at the crown of her head, and said, "Can you take her?" Salome gave him the sort of look women reserve for men who ask obvious things in urgent tones. "I raised 5 and buried 2. Move your truck." Tessa was carried into the west block between contractions, Milo stumbling beside her with terror in every line of him. For one terrible second Dante wanted to leave the gate and follow, to witness at least one thing entering the world for reasons other than violence. Then a whistle blew from the upper terrace and the choice was made for him. Merrick's men had seen the West Road traffic. Shots cracked from above, not yet aimed to kill, more warning than execution. Blackstone's populace reacted the way populations under tension often do when uncertainty finally tears open. Doors slammed. People ran toward the sound instead of away from it. Somebody on the central stairs shouted that Meridian was moving families into labor barracks. Someone else shouted back that Vale was importing raiders through the West Intake. A third voice began screaming that the dam gates were failing. Seal the lower road after the bus, Vale ordered. Get these people into housing before panic sorts them for us. Dante climbed onto the step rail of the bus and shouted until his throat burned. West housing only. Follow the women in gray bands. Stay together by family. Do not run toward the central terraces. If you get separated, ask for Director Vale by name. It was absurd that a name could matter. It mattered anyway. People repeated it to each other as they moved. Vale. West housing. Stay together. The beginnings of order often sounded like chant before they sounded like policy. Colm took the rear with a clipboard he had somehow found again, counting heads not because the paper mattered more than people, but because in systems under stress, uncounted people were the first to be erased. Dante saw two civilians recoil when they noticed the blue thread still tucked under Colm's collar. Colm saw it too. Without a word, he ripped the thread off and let it fall into the wet grit. Small thing. Necessary thing. The West intake bell rang once. That was Nico's signal from the surveying hall. First result ready. Dante sprinted uphill to intake house 2 with Cora's warning still in his ears not to get himself killed in a plumbing building after surviving mountains, ambushes, and bureaucrats. Inside the lab, heat and chemical damp closed around him. Stainless counters stood under strip lights running on emergency feed. Sample jars crowded the sink. Charts lined the wall, all of them trending in the wrong direction. Zoe stood over a mixing rig with sleeves rolled high and Lena's notes clipped under a weighted wrench. Raphael adjusted flow valves with the reverence of a man handling both machinery and memory. How bad? Dante asked. Zoe did not look up. Bad enough to matter. Not too bad to save. He understood that as optimism from her. She tapped the side of a glass cylinder where cloudy sample water moved through a hanging matrix like breath through gauze. The Westline biofilm collapsed unevenly. Somebody overcorrected disinfectant after contamination. That killed half the helpful cultures and left the stubborn garbage thriving in the corners. Lena's binder can reseed if we get continuous low-dose feed and stop every idiot from treating clarity like purity. Raphael glanced over. In plain English, we can make the water safer if we keep control long enough. Hours? Dante asked. For proof. Zoe finally met his eyes. A day for confidence. Longer for full system trust. But if Vale can announce an improvement tonight and people can taste it by morning, Merrick loses one of his biggest lies. It was such a strange form of warfare, Dante thought. Not a bunker raid. Not a ridge fight. A battle for whether tomorrow's water would taste slightly less like metal and algae than yesterday's. Yet listening to her, he felt how immense it really was. Governments were stories backed by logistics. Voss understood that. So did Vale. So suddenly did he. Nico's voice crackled over the field handset, clipped to the wall. Dante, status. Standing. For the moment. Merrick's pulled 30, maybe 40 people toward the administration tower and Mercy stairs. Some are armed. Some are just terrified and following loud voices. Also, your pregnant civilian is progressing at a rate I find disrespectful to scheduling. Even Zoe laughed at that. Then the handset hissed again, and Nico's tone changed. Wait. New movement. East Basin scope shows convoy entering causeway. More vehicles than expected. How many? Dante asked. 3 trucks. 1 armored utility. Foot line behind. Hard to read in the glare. Fred's voice cut onto the same channel from somewhere in West Housing 3. And Merrick just barricaded the central control walkway. He's not trying to keep peace. He's trying to hold the valves. Dante looked at the wall map above the lab bench. The reservoir. The spill towers. The bypass gates. The purifier houses. Every piece of Blackstone suddenly became easier to understand and much more frightening. Whoever held the control walkway did not need to blow the dam to terrorize the settlement. They only needed to threaten the wrong release at the wrong hour. Vale entered the lab without knocking, face set in iron lines. The terraces are turning. Housing stewards can hold the west blocks. They cannot hold the whole district if people think water and ration access are being decided at gunpoint in the tower. They are being decided at gunpoint in the tower, Cora said from the doorway, breathing hard from the stairs. Vale did not waste energy disagreeing. Then we take the tower. What followed unfolded in fragments, as real emergencies always did. Cora and Fred led a west side push through the maintenance tunnels under the administration level, collecting loyal security staff and line workers armed with tools, hunting rifles, and stubbornness. Russ found a ration cage under Merrick's quartermaster office and kicked the doors open, which won them instant support from 30 hungry residents and complicated every future conversation about lawful procedure. Colm used his knowledge of interior schedules to route housing stewards around the central stairs before Merrick's men could seal them. Nico held the relay point and, with Mara feeding him visual reports from a high drafting window, stitched together a picture of movement none of the rest of them could have seen alone. At the center of it, Zoe stayed in the lab with Raphael and 2 technicians coaxing the first stabilized flow into the West Purifier loop. She should not have been left there without more protection. Dante knew that. She knew it too. But the system needed hands and nerve more than rifles in that room. Before he left her for the administration level, she grabbed his vest and pulled him close. "You do not die in a tower while I am fixing water downstairs," she said. It would be rude. It would be unforgivable. He kissed her once, fast and fierce, the sort of kiss people exchange when there is no time for elegance and no appetite left for pretending words cover all meanings. Then he was gone. The administration tower rose over the central terraces on a concrete spine, connecting the old control walkway to the spill instrumentation deck. Half office, half utility fortress, it had the joyless look of infrastructure built by people who trusted numbers more than feelings. Merrick's men had sandbagged the lower entrance and posted shooters at the upper windows. Civilians clogged the base plaza, some drawn by fear, some by rumor, some by the terrible magnetism any public confrontation acquires when a community senses its future being negotiated in plain view. Director Vale stepped onto a maintenance crate and addressed them before the shooting resumed. Her voice was not theatrically loud. It carried because it had been carrying responsibilities for too long to bother with drama. "Blackstone belongs to its people and its water," she said. "No imported officer, no forged seal, and no frightened clerk with a new badge gets to change that without your consent. West Purification is being restored now. Additional housing has opened. Incoming families are under district protection. Anyone telling you to move by labor category, surrender family members for separate processing, or report to emergency holding is acting without lawful district authority." The plaza did not erupt. Real shifts rarely did. They rippled. A woman near the stair rail lowered the bundle in her arms and straightened. 2 line workers looked at one another and stepped away from the barricade they had been carrying under orders they suddenly realized they did not respect. A ration runner in Merrick's armband quietly removed it and let it drop. Then Merrick himself appeared above them on the control walkway. He was taller than Dante had imagined, square-faced, wearing a dark field coat with a pistol belt and an old federal badge clipped where everyone could see it. Not Voss's elegance. Not Voss's theatrical patience. Merrick looked like a man who had discovered authority late and loved it too much. In one hand, he held a radio mic. In the other, he gripped the upper arm of a thin teenage boy with district overalls and a split lip. The boy's terror was so naked the plaza recoiled from it. Merrick smiled down at Vale. "Director, still making speeches after your jurisdiction expired. Admirable. Release him," Vale said. "He tampered with control access." Merrick shook the boy once, as did several of your loyalists. "I am preserving federal continuity here under emergency conditions. Anyone interfering with intake security, ration stabilization, or valve management is committing sabotage against the public good." The words floated down like rot dressed as law. Dante felt the crowd straining. This was how such men worked. Not only with bullets, with language designed to make cruelty sound administrative. Fred moved into position beside Dante under the western stair buttress. "Say the word." Before Dante could answer, Nico's voice burst over the handset at his chest, high with urgency and static. "Dante, East Basin update. The armored utility on the causeway just stopped. Side doors opening. I have visual on blue tabs and one flag I don't know." Mara came on the line a second later, breath tight but controlled. "Not unknown. Black field with white slash." Quinn saw it once on a Meridian convoy manifest. Priority command mark. Silence hit Dante like a blow. Above them, Merrick lifted his radio mic. ready to speak some new order into the plaza. Then every siren in Blackstone came alive at once. Not the little local alarms Merrick had been suppressing. The full district warning. Gate failure. Spill emergency. Evacuation cascade. The sound rolled across the reservoir and slammed into the terraces hard enough to turn bone cold. For one bewildered heartbeat, nobody moved. Then Nico shouted through static. Control board just tripped from the east side. Somebody is opening bypass on Spill Gate 3. Dante looked up at Merrick on the walkway, at the hostage boy, at the crowd below beginning to panic, and then east past the administration tower where the causeway cut across the reservoir in a hard line toward whatever command had just arrived under a black flag with a white slash. A figure stepped out beside the armored vehicle and raised binoculars toward Blackstone. Even at that distance, even through the late-day glare, Dante knew the measured stillness of the man looking back. Calder Voss had come to the water in person, and somewhere inside the dam, the gates were beginning to move. Chapter 9. The sirens changed the plaza faster than gunfire could have. One instant Merrick was still above them on the service walkway with one fist knotted in the boy's jacket, his radio lifted, his mouth shaping another order in that dead bureaucrat voice of his. The next, the full emergency cry of Blackstone rolled out of the dam and over the terraces so hard the concrete seemed to give it back in echoes. Men and women on the steps flinched as if the sound itself carried impact. Children began crying before they understood why. A pair of housing stewards near the lower rail dropped the crates they had been carrying. Somewhere beyond the tower, a gate motor woke with a groan so deep it felt more like an earthquake than machinery. Merrick's control broke in visible pieces. He jerked his head toward the east basin. The boy he held twisted in instinctive terror. Vale moved first, not toward Merrick, but toward the crowd. Away from the lower stair, she shouted, voice sharper than Dante had heard from her all day. Anyone with children, West Terrace. Anyone who can move, move now. Do not pack the rail. She was not glamorous when she took charge. She was better than that. She sounded like a woman who had spent years carrying hard truths into rooms that wanted easier lies. People listened because she gave them something concrete to do. Above them, Merrick tried to ride over the panic. Stand your places, he bellowed. This district remains under emergency command. Any unauthorized movement toward the east works will be treated as dash. The rest vanished under the roar from the spillway. Water hit the lower chute somewhere inside the structure with the blunt violence of a building being torn open. The sound was not yet a flood, but it was promise. Dante looked east past the administration tower and saw the first white mist lifting near the basin where the causeway met the far control house. Beyond that, near the armored utility that had just arrived under the black flag with the white slash, a still figure stood with binoculars raised. Even through distance and glare, Voss looked unworried. That was the part Dante hated most. Men under pressure were understandable. Men who had made pressure their natural weather were harder to predict. Dante. Nico snapped through the handset clipped to his chest. East Utility Team just disappeared under grade. I had 4 on visual, and now I have none. That means tunnel access or service stairs. Vale heard him. He is not here for the gate only, she said, turning toward Dante with sudden horror in her face. If they trip bypass and get Chamber 9 online, they can push untreated reservoir water into the old trunk line. Dear God. She looked up at Merrick. He knew enough to be useful and not enough to understand. Merrick finally understood that the crowd below him was slipping beyond command. In the same heartbeat, Dante understood that men like Merrick always mistook fear for loyalty until the moment fear found a larger object. The larger object had arrived on the causeway in person. The boy in Merrick's grip saw it too. He was 13 at most, thin in the shoulders and all elbows, the sort of child the post-war world seemed intent on building faster than it could protect. His eyes dropped from Merrick's face to the drop below the walkway, and then to Dante. Dante lifted one hand, palm low, and held the boy's gaze. When he looks away, he said, not loudly, but with every ounce of steadiness he had, you go to Vale? Not to me. To her. Merrick heard movement behind him and half turned. That was enough. Fred's shot cracked from under the western stair buttress. He did not aim at Merrick's head. Fred almost never wasted a bullet on drama when structure would do. The round struck the handrail beside Merrick's right wrist, showering metal into his face. Merrick flinched, the boy tore free, and Dante was already moving. He hit the lower stairs 3 at a time, shoulder slamming into the first of Merrick's security men as the man tried to bring his rifle down. The impact sent both of them into the rail. Dante drove an elbow under the man's jaw, stripped the weapon away, and vaulted the last 4 steps while the whole plaza dissolved into shouts. Merrick fired wild. The shot sparked against concrete. Vale caught the boy by the back of the jacket and dragged him down behind the supply winch. Zoe moved like something loosed from wire. She crossed the open stretch between the map table and the lower pillar, slid to one knee, and put a round through the radio in Merrick's hand. Plastic and battery fragments burst across the walkway. Merrick stared at the ruined device as if betrayal by machinery offended him on a personal level. "Get down," Zoe shouted to the crowd, and this time the order came with the authority of visible action. Bodies hit the plaza stones. Housing stewards pulled 2 old women behind a maintenance cart. Russ Barlow, who had spent most of the afternoon carrying contempt like a sidearm, suddenly found a useful shape for it. He seized one of Merrick's wavering guards by the collar and hauled him off balance long enough for Pike to disarm him with an efficient twist that looked almost bored. Dante reached the landing just as Merrick backed toward the interior door. Up close, the man looked less like a tyrant than a clerk who had mistaken access for worth. Blood spotted his cheek where the rail fragment had cut him. His mouth worked through 3 possible speeches and found none that fit the speed of the moment. "You brought him here," Merrick said. "No," Dante answered, breathing hard. "You did." The truth of it hit harder than any accusation. Merrick's face emptied out. Then the coward in him found motion before courage found substance. He grabbed for the emergency latch, shoved through the interior steel door, and disappeared into the administration corridor with one loyalist stumbling after him. Dante put 2 rounds into the locking plate as the door swung shut, but the deadbolt caught half-cycled and jammed. It would not open without tools or time they did not have. Below, panic broke toward the lower terraces as the sirens kept screaming. Cora was already there, caneless and merciless, physically redirecting people away from the east descent. Mara, leaning hard on her bad leg and her stick, stood at the choke point and used nothing but voice to turn the tide. "West blocks now," she barked at a cluster of labor crews frozen by indecision. "You can argue about politics after you stop being stupid." Eva Calder moved through the frightened families like she had been born for this exact hour, taking children from whoever shook too hard to hold them, assigning names and destinations, making order out of strangers before the panic could make strangers out of neighbors. Vale caught Dante's arm. "Listen to me. The old emergency blending manifold was built before the war to route treatment through multiple districts if one plant failed. It was supposed to save cities. Meridian repurposed the design after the collapse. If Voss gets access to Chamber 9 and the trunkline registry, Blackstone is not a town anymore. It becomes a syringe." Another deep metallic groan rolled through the basin. Somewhere inside the dam, the gates were indeed beginning to move. Nico's voice hissed through static. "Movement on the causeway. Black flag team splitting. 2 staying topside, 3 heading to East Works, maybe more out of view. And Dante, you need to hear this. The armored vehicle is not backing off. It's settling in." "Of course it is," Fred said as he came up beside them, reloading with calm hands. Voss never liked to watch his own work from far away if he could stand close enough to enjoy the panic. Zoe looked from the east basin to Dante, and then to Vale. "Tell us where Chamber 9 is." Vale swallowed once. "Inside the lower blend chambers beneath the old chlorination annex. There are 3 ways in." Merrick knows one. The district maps list 2. Jack found the 3rd. Zoe's head snapped toward her. "My brother?" Vale met her eyes with the look of someone who knew she had just opened an old wound in the middle of a battle. "He came through here months before he died. He accessed sealed survey files and warned me not to trust emergency command if Meridian ever came in person. I thought he was speaking in abstractions. I was wrong. For half a second, in the siren light and the spray and the frantic movement of the plaza, grief moved across Zoe's face so nakedly Dante felt like he should look away. Instead, he put a hand at her back. She straightened under it. "Then we use his road," she said. Dante looked east again. Caldervos had lowered the binoculars. Even from that distance, the man's posture suggested recognition. Not of a person, exactly. Of an opponent finally worth accounting for. "All right," Dante said. "Fred, Pike, Zoe, Vale, Raphael with me. Cora, Mara, hold the plaza with Eva and Russ. Nico, stay on the net and give me everything that moves. If Merrick resurfaces, do not let him turn the crowd. Not for 1 second. And if the lower gate goes?" Pike asked. Dante watched white spray rising higher over the east basin. "Then we get there before it becomes a flood." He lifted the captured rifle, checked the chamber, and headed for the interior service stairs under the administration tower while the sirens cried Blackstone into its next shape. Chapter 10. The inside of Blackstone sounded like a body under strain. Once Vale got them through the lower service door and into the maintenance spine beneath administration, the world changed from open panic to enclosed violence. Concrete sweated cold on both sides of the corridor. Overhead pipes rattled with water and chemical feed, some tagged in neat district paint, others marked with older federal stencils that had half peeled away. Each turn carried a new layer of sound, the continuous bullthroat of moving water, the electric whine of overloaded motors, and beneath it all the occasional metal thump of something enormous trying to remember which position it had been built to hold. Raphael led for the first 100 yards because he knew the local layout better than anyone still breathing in Blackstone. Twice he took turns before Vale could call them, not out of arrogance, but out of muscle memory. "Old storage here," he murmured as they passed a grated room full of drum racks and torn pallet wrap. "Disinfection feed on the right. Tool cage beyond the elbow. Then the annex stair if they haven't sealed it." He stopped dead at the next corner and raised a fist. The floor ahead was wet with more than condensation. A maintenance clerk lay face down in the shallow sheen, one arm crooked under him, flashlight still clipped to his belt. There was very little blood. Dante had seen enough dead in the last hard stretch of his life to recognize close, efficient killing when he saw it. The man had likely never even made a sound. Fred crouched beside the body, touched 2 fingers to the back of the neck, and then looked at the wall panel beside the locked side door. The camera wire had been cut clean. The override box hung open. "Professional entry," Fred said. "Black flag people, not blue tabs." Pike knelt at the panel. "Can you open it?" "Can I? Yes." "Can I fast? Maybe." Pike set his jaw and went to work with a stripped screwdriver and a small coil of wire from his pocket. "Talk to me while I do it." Vale answered without hesitation. Chamber 9 is older than the visible Blackstone plans. It was built into the Continuity Annex when the Reservoir District still answered to Federal Emergency Water Command. During the war, it became a test point for blended treatment, antidote dispersal, and, according to rumors Jack Holloway died trying to verify, weaponized contamination control. Zoe looked at her. "That phrase means exactly nothing." "It means," Vale said, voice tightening, "that if you control the chamber, you can decide what travels with the water. Medicine, marker compounds, sedatives, pathogens, dyes, anything the pumps can carry." Dante felt the scale of it land. And the trunk line registry? A record of which main lines are still intact and where they lead. Not to every city that used to exist. Only to the district's continuity planners believed might still matter after population collapse. Fred gave a humorless grunt. There it is. The old religion. Not saving everyone. Curating who counts. The lock clicked. Pike opened the side door 3 inches and froze again. Gunfire sounded farther in, short and disciplined, followed by a scream cut off too quickly. Then silence. "Not our people," Pike whispered. "Too controlled." They went through low and fast. The annex stair dropped into a broader gallery lined with pressure gauges and old chlorination tanks, huge rounded bellies of metal marked with warning placards from a world that had believed labels could protect the careless. One tank had been split open years earlier, probably for salvage. Another still held enough residue to sting Dante's nose through the damp air. At the far end of the gallery, a flood door stood half open under a blinking red lamp. 2 bodies lay near it, both in Blackstone maintenance coveralls, one sprawled on his back with surprise still caught in his face. Raphael muttered a prayer in Spanish and moved ahead. Vale caught his sleeve before he could step into the open. They'll cover the obvious line, she said. She was right. The first Black Flag operative revealed himself only when Zoe noticed the reflection of his optic in a pressure gauge. She fired before he did. Her round punched the glass near his cheek. He ducked. Pike rolled behind a valve wheel, and the whole gallery erupted. Suppressed fire snapped from the catwalk above. Fred answered with 2 measured shots that took the overhead light and then the shooter's balance. Dante slid behind a chemical drum, leaned out, and put 3 rounds toward movement by the flood door, while Raphael dashed for a dead panel that gave him side angle on the stairs. The fight lasted less than a minute and felt long enough to age in. One operative dropped from the catwalk with his throat open where Cora would have said someone had made a practical argument. Another tried to fall back through the flood door and found Zoe already there, driving him down with a brutality born of knowing exactly what he had come to do. The last one made it halfway to the lower stair before Fred shot him through the calf, and Dante hit him in the shoulder. They got to him alive, though only barely. He wore a black patch on his collar under the outer rain layer, white/stitched through it. Up close he was younger than Dante expected, with the flat-eyed discipline of a man who had been trained to obey structure so completely that pain became only another instruction. "Where's Voss?" Dante demanded. The operative smiled through blood. "Closer than your hope." Vale crouched beside him. "How many entered Chamber 9? The man looked at her with faint amusement. "Enough." Fred searched the body of the operative from the catwalk and held up a narrow brass cylinder the length of a finger. "Administrative key carriage," he said. "Blackstone issue." Vale's face went pale. "Half of one. The rest would be in sealed records or with district command. Or with Merrick," Zoe said. Nico's voice crackled over the radio before anyone answered. "You have Merrick movement in administration lower hall. He's got 2 with him, and he's heading east interior." "Dante, I also have Voss on open band for the whole basin. He's talking." The speaker system in the annex ceiling woke with a hiss of static. Then Calder Voss's voice slid into the room smooth as poured oil. "Director Vale," he said, sounding not winded, not rushed, not even especially interested in being dramatic. "You remain inconveniently resistant to scale. I admire that. I also find it expensive. Open the annex, and I will confine my response to leadership correction. Continue resisting, and I will let the East Spill tell your people what stubbornness costs in cubic measure." Dante looked up at the corroded speaker grill as though the man might materialize there out of contempt alone. Voss went on. "St. Maro has already brought instability to your district. Merrick at least understood that order requires concentration. He simply lacked imagination. You, on the other hand, keep confusing compassion with infrastructure." "Go to hell," Raphael said, not because Voss could hear the mutter in the room, but because some statements deserved witness. Voss's tone did not change. "Hell is logistical. I prefer systems." The line clicked dead. For a second nobody moved. Then Zoe saw it first. On the wall beside the lower flood door, nearly hidden beneath a chalk maintenance note and a smear of oil, someone had carved a tiny emblem into the concrete. Not random marks. A narrow vertical line crossed by 2 shorter strokes. The same symbol Jack had once scratched into the underside of a table in Fred's bunker to mark a place where he had hidden spare rounds and 2 chocolate bars for his sister when she was 19 and furious at the world. Zoe touched the mark with her fingertips as if it might still be warm. "He was here," she said. Vale nodded once. "He told me he never trusted doors built by committees." The carved emblem pointed not toward the open flood door the operatives had used, but toward a seam in the wall behind the split chlorination tank. Raphael shoved rusted shelving aside. Pike found the latch buried under mineral crust. When he hauled it, a narrow service passage opened into darkness and wet air. On the inside face of the hidden panel, written in grease pencil now half faded, was a message in Jack's rough block hand. 9 breeds below. Do not give them the map." Zoe closed her eyes. Then she opened them again, dry and hard. "We keep going." Dante checked Pike's shoulder, where a round had torn cloth and skin, but missed bone by luck or mercy. Pike hissed and waved him off. Fred chambered fresh rounds. Vale took the brass half-cylinder from his palm and tucked it into her coat, like she was accepting a burden she had delayed long enough. The passage sloped down under the old annex. Below them, somewhere in the body of the dam, Another motor engaged, and a deep new current began to move. Chapter 11. Jack's secret road did not feel like a road at all. The hidden passage narrowed until Fred had to turn sideways to get through one jagged pinch point where the concrete had shifted against raw rock. Then it opened abruptly into an old survey corridor dry enough to hold dust, paper smell, and the particular silence of rooms forgotten by every routine except the one that mattered. Their lights found metal cabinets, rolled map tubes, and a dead drafting table bolted to the floor. A shelf along the far wall held stacks of district ledgers wrapped in oilcloth. Someone had been here before the current crisis and not long ago. One lamp still held a warm filament when Nico had first raised the alarm. The impression lingered in the room like the tail of a held breath. Raphael let out a low, disbelieving sound. "This annex is not on any maintenance set I ever saw." "It would not be," Vale said. "Continuity planners buried truth inside bureaucracy the way some people hide knives in boot leather. If the right man needed it, he knew. If the wrong one asked, the paper route vanished." Zoe moved straight to the drafting table. Her hand went to the underside without hesitation. When her fingers found the taped packet there, nobody in the room had to ask how she knew. She peeled it free and stared at the oilskin envelope for one long second before opening it. Inside lay a brass key shaped to marry the half-cylinder Vale carried, 3 folded pages of coded notes, and a letter with her name written across the front in Jack's ugly, uncompromising hand. Dante looked away as she unfolded it. Some grief belonged to witness. Some deserved privacy, even when bullets were close. Jack's voice still filled the room when Zoe finally read aloud. "Because there are dead people whose language never learns how to leave. If this room is open," she said, and her voice shook once before she mastered it, "then either Blackstone woke up the wrong way or somebody worse than rumor found the district. If it is the second, do not let them have Chamber 9. It is not the treatment room Vale thinks it is. That is only the face they left on it. The heart of the place is the registry. 9 can push anything into the trunk if the manifold is keyed and the line is primed. If a man named Voss ever comes in person, he is not there for Blackstone. He is there for the districts beyond it." Fred went very still. Zoe kept reading. "You cannot hold the world by hiding in one safe room forever. I know you hate hearing that from me, because I am dead by the time this gets useful, and the dead have rotten timing. But if you are reading this, then all my roads finally led where I hoped they would. Trust Dante if he is still the man you described in the truck, the one who looked at strangers like they still counted. Trust Fred where he repents, not where he remembers old instructions. And if you must choose between the map and the town, choose the map only long enough to save the people, never the other way around." The line hit Fred like a physical thing. He did not defend himself. He did not argue with the dead. He only looked at the old drafting lamp and said, very quietly, "He was right about me more than once." Zoe finished the letter in silence. When she folded it, her hands were steady again, though her face had gone strangely calm in the way people sometimes get when pain becomes work. "What are the coded pages?" Dante asked. Nico, speaking through the radio in her pocket from his position above, listened while she read out the symbols. "Not code," he said after the second line. "Not exactly. Grid references married to flow marks. Jack built a crosswalk between Blackstone's local map and federal trunkline notation. Give me a minute." "Take 30 seconds, Pike said, pale with blood loss but still upright through stubbornness alone. While Nico worked, Dante crossed to Zoe. The others gave them room without pretending not to. He touched the back of the letter in her hand. "You all right?" "No," she said. Honesty suited her too well for comforting lies. "But I know what to do next, and right now that is close enough." He nodded. She looked up at him then, and for a moment all the steel went out of her expression. "Every time I think I have buried him, he opens another door for me." "Maybe that's not burial," Dante said. "What is it?" He considered the room, the hidden passage, the letter that had crossed the gap between a brother's death and this exact hour. "Maybe it is somebody loving you in future tense." Her breath caught, not from fragility, from recognition. She stepped into him before either of them had the chance to turn the moment into something smaller. The kiss was not long. It was not delicate. It tasted like metal air and fear and the strange mercy of finding one human truth inside a machine built for national trioff. When they pulled apart, Dante rested his forehead against hers. "If we walk out of this," he said, "I am done pretending I only need whatever comes next. I need next with you in it." The smile she gave him was tired and fierce all at once. "Good. Because I was starting to resent how slow Apocalypse made you." Nico came back on the line before Fred could decide whether to cough for privacy. "Got it. Jack's marks are not district outputs. They're line survivors. 6 confirmed trunk branches west and east of the range. Maybe more if the old feed pumps can be restarted. And there is 1 repeated designation. He circles 3 times. Static scratched. Spine." Vale took the coded sheet from Zoe and read it twice. "The spine was a planning name," she said. "Not a place. A connected set of buried relay stations and pumping corridors meant to preserve freshwater access between selected emergency districts. Most of us assumed it died with the grid." "Voss does not believe that," Fred said. "No," Vale answered. "He believes enough of it lived." Raphael had been searching the cabinets while they talked. He opened a lower drawer, swore softly, and lifted out a rolled vellum sheet sealed in cracked plastic. "Survey Master," he said. "Older than district issue." He spread it across the drafting table. Under the layer of Blackstone's visible service lines lay another pattern in faded federal ink: feeder routes, dormant valves, and a long directional mark eastward through the mountain chain toward a place labeled only with a crown-like emblem and the designation crown node. "Crown," Pike said. "That sounds unpleasantly important." "It means opening station," Vale said. "Or command point. If the spine is real, Crown could govern pressure distribution for the entire eastern branch." Nico's voice sharpened. "Then hear this before we romanticize maps. Merrick's on district band. He's telling the lower terraces St. Maro sabotaged the dam to force an occupation alliance. He's got enough frightened people listening to make it dangerous." As if the radio wanted to prove him right, another voice bled through in the background. "Merrick," loud now, desperate and righteous in the way only small men become when they fear being forgotten. "These outsiders brought war into our basin," he was saying. "Meridian offers stabilization." Director Vale lost control. "Return to command stations. Secure your families. Any citizen aiding St. Maro will be recorded as a collaborator." Russ's laugh erupted over another channel. "Recorded by whom, Merrick? Your ghost." Then gunfire cracked somewhere above them. Dante folded the survey map and handed the key pieces to Zoe. "You carry these." She blinked. "Why me?" "Because Jack left them to you. Because Voss will assume I have them. Because if I go down, I need the smartest person here still moving." Fred grunted approval. Pike muttered something about finally hearing a useful sentence out of him. Vale gave no opinion, which in her case often meant agreement with no time to polish it. Zoe tucked the key and the coded pages inside the inner pocket of her jacket. "Then let us stop losing Blackstone while we hold its future in paper form." They headed back toward the hidden passage. Behind them, the forgotten room kept Jack's dust, his lamp, and the shape of his handwriting on the table, as if he had just stepped out to check a valve and expected his people to use what he had left correctly. Chapter 12. By the time they climbed back into the living part of Blackstone, the district had split into 3 kinds of people. There were the ones who were afraid and knew it, who moved fast when given a task and clung to any clear voice that offered them direction. There were the ones who mistook anger for usefulness, who gathered in knots at corners and stairwells to repeat rumors until rumor became a form of shelter. And there were the ones who had crossed some quiet internal line and become steady under pressure, not because they were fearless, but because somebody else needed them to be. Blackstone, Dante realized as he emerged into West Housing 3, would survive or die according to which group recruited the others first. The housing corridor smelled of wet wool, boiled grain, antiseptic, and too many bodies sharing walls built for fewer. Children slept on folded tarps in corners under district blankets. Old men sat with mugs braced in both hands and watched the stairwell like they expected history to come down it personally. Tessa, face drawn and one hand pressed low to her belly, stood at the end of the hall arguing with Lena about whether she needed to lie down. Milo hovered uselessly beside them in the universal posture of a man who would gladly fight a war if someone would only explain how that helped with childbirth. Eva Calder intercepted Dante before he got 5 paces. Merrick's people took the lower pump office and the ration cage by South Stair, she said. 6 armed, maybe 8 if you count cowards who only find courage in groups. They have 2 water clerks and a boy from Turbine Crew. Merrick is telling everyone he can reopen peace talks if we return Vale and the St. Maro team to district custody. Peace talks, Fred said. That man could poison soup and call it administrative seasoning. Eva ignored him with the ruthless elegance of a school principal who had outlived nonsense before breakfast. Some of the lower terrace workers want to believe him. They think Voss came because outsiders crossed district lines. Fear makes stupid causality look comforting. Vale stepped onto an upturned crate in the corridor and did something Merrick could never have done. She removed hierarchy from her voice without surrendering authority. Listen to me, she said, and the whole hall quieted because unlike Merrick she had earned attention before demanding it. The attack on the East Works began before St. Maro entered Blackstone. Our gate failure was keyed from outside by Meridian Command and assisted by local sabotage. Merrick did not prevent that. He enabled it. What Calder Voss wants is not negotiation. He wants control of the water system beyond this district. If he takes Blackstone intact, every town still alive downstream becomes a hostage. There were no dramatic gasps. Real people under pressure rarely perform astonishment on schedule. But Dante saw the sentence land in the faces before him. A mechanic with burned knuckles looked at the woman beside him as if redoing the math of his own fear. A housing steward straightened from where she had been kneeling by a child's cot. Milo stopped vibrating and became, if not calm, at least directional. What do you need? He asked. That was the question a town asks when it starts choosing itself. Barricades on the west stair and no crowding near South Terrace, Vale said. Anyone who knows valve houses, lock rooms, or district storage comes with Raphael. Anyone who can carry hot water or linen stays with Lena. She looked directly at Tessa. You stay where the med kit is. Tessa's laugh came thin and angry. This child has picked a terrible day. Then make it a memorable one for the right reasons, Eva told her. A contraction took Tessa before anyone could answer. She gripped Milo's arm hard enough to turn his face white. Lena swore softly and shepherded them toward the old planning office that had become an infirmary. For one strange second, the whole corridor pivoted around that small, ordinary emergency inside the larger one. Dante watched it happen and understood why Voss frightened him more than Merrick ever could. Merrick wanted power because it made him feel larger. Voss wanted systems because systems let him ignore the human scale entirely. Tessa in labor, a child asleep under a coat, a man carrying pails to a hall full of strangers. These were not collateral details. They were the point. Nico came in over the stairwell relay, breathless with static. Black flag movement under east retaining wall. They are trying to link with Merrick through the service trough. Also, somebody just cut lights on lower South Terrace. Russ Barlow, posted at the corridor corner with a shotgun and the satisfaction of a man finally living in circumstances honest enough to match his temperament, jerked his chin toward Colm Day. Your time to become less disappointing. Colm, astonishingly, nodded. He still looked like a bureaucrat somebody had recently informed about gravity, but shame had sanded something useful into him. There is an overflow crawl space behind ration storage, he said. Maintenance used it to bypass the queue in winter. If Merrick thinks only district staff remember it, he won't cover it properly. Fred eyed him. And do you remember it because of official duty, or because you once stole extra beans? Both, Colm said. Let redemption keep its practical roots. They moved fast after that. Raphael took 3 technicians and 2 housing stewards to secure the lower valves. Vale stayed visible in the housing hall because public trust was now a tactical resource. Eva organized runners between floors with the speed of an experienced educator rediscovering what she had been built for. Zoe helped Lena settle Tessa and then returned with rolled bandages in one pocket and a pistol in the other, which felt to Dante like a summary of why he loved her that he would not embarrass them both by saying out loud in a war corridor. At South Stair they could already hear Merrick. He had dragged a loudhailer into the pump office and was speaking through it in the exhausting cadence of a man who believed history should take dictation from him. Citizens of Blackstone, he called, you are witnessing the direct consequences of undisciplined outside influence. Meridian Command remains willing to preserve district continuity if internal saboteurs are surrendered. Lower your weapons, return to workstations, and do not be manipulated by emotional opportunists masquerading as liberators. Emotional opportunists, Zoe murmured. That is one way to describe me. Dante touched her shoulder and nodded toward Colm. The former clerk lifted the grate on the overflow crawlspace and looked down into black water up to the ankle. I hate every choice that led here, he whispered. Good, Russ said. Keeps you morally flexible. They went in on their bellies through iron stink and cold seep, while Merrick kept preaching above them. Dante could hear the man's words through the metal floor and found himself almost grateful. The speech covered their noise and, somehow, made the coming violence feel cleaner. The crawlspace opened behind the ration cage. From there Dante saw the whole ugly scene. Merrick had 6 armed supporters, 1 at the pump panel, 2 on the hostages, 3 watching the hall with trembling self-importance. A water clerk with gray braids sat on the floor with her hands tied. The turbine boy beside her could not have been older than 17. He was trying to look brave for the woman's sake and nearly pulling it off. Colm looked at Dante. Dante looked at Fred. No speeches passed between them. Fred counted silently on his fingers. 3, 2, 1. Then Colm kicked the back of the ration cage open and shouted, with all the force of a man finally sick of himself. Try a different ending, Merrick. Everything after that happened in hard, bright fragments. Russ came through the side door like a grudge with legs. Zoe shot the loudhailer out of Merrick's hand before he finished turning. Dante hit the nearest guard in the ribs and drove him into the pump panel. Fred put one supporter down with a butt stroke and another with the kind of pistol whip that ended both resistance and future vanity. The turbine boy threw himself sideways, taking the older clerk with him just as Merrick fired toward the movement. The round shattered a valve indicator and sent needle shards across the room. Merrick backed toward the inner service door again, always toward doors, Dante noticed, as if walls had been his first and greatest faith. You are destroying this district, Merrick shouted. No. Vale's voice rang from the hall outside as she stepped into view with half the lower terrace behind her. You already tried that. We are merely interrupting the paperwork. It was over the moment the workers saw her standing there instead of hiding upstairs. The remaining supporters lowered their weapons by fractions, looked from Merrick to the people in the doorway, and recognized the oldest truth in local power. If the district no longer believed in him, then he was only a frightened man with a bad script. Merrick saw it too, his face pinched with outrage so deep it briefly resembled grief. Then, because he had chosen himself over everyone else too many times to stop now, he slapped the emergency release lever by the inner service hatch and bolted through the door into the lower utility tunnels just before Russ's shot tore metal where his shoulder had been. Nico shouted over the radio. Black Flag team linked with one local runner on South Utility. Merrick's heading exactly where you do not want him heading. Chamber 9, Vale said. Lena cried out from the stairwell above that Tessa's waters had broken. The dam groaned again, and Blackstone, having finally begun to choose the better parts of itself, discovered that choosing did not exempt it from having to fight. Chapter 13. Night laid itself over the reservoir in strips of black water and sodium light. From the west maintenance roof, the causeway looked like a blade balanced between the dark body of the basin and the deeper dark of the mountains beyond. The emergency lamps that still functioned along its length threw pale islands onto concrete slick with spray. Somewhere out on that narrow line, under the white flag, Calder Voss had anchored his command close enough to smell the fear he was manufacturing. The thought made Dante want something simpler than strategy. It made him want his hands around the man's certainty until certainty stopped breathing. He did not mistake that hunger for wisdom. He also did not pretend it was not there. Fred settled beside him behind the low parapet and adjusted the old binoculars. Black Flag overwatch on the utility roof, he said. One on the vehicle, maybe 2 in the dark by the east rail. Voss will not be standing where we most want him. He almost never does, Zoe said. She lay on Dante's other side with the rifle shouldered and her cheek against the stock. Even in low light, she looked exact. Not cold, not detached. Exact. It was one of the things Apocalypse had not managed to erode from her. Whatever else the world took, Zoe still moved as if clarity were an ethical choice. Behind them, Russ and two Blackstone mechanics eased a handcart loaded with hose clamps, batteries, and 3 improvised charges toward the service stair. Cora had insisted on coming until Mara physically blocked the door with her cane and informed her that even heroes needed enough sense to delegate. Pike, shoulder-bound tight and furious at its limitations, stayed topside to coordinate fields of fire with Nico. Vale and Raphael worked the internal routes with Colm's remembered maps. The plan was ugly but workable. Cut Voss's direct link to the east utility roof, sever the power relay he was using to pressure the spill controls, and reach the lower annex before Merrick delivered the rest of the administrative key. "We do this," Dante said, and Blackstone gets one full breath. Fred kept looking through the glasses. "Then take the breath. Do not waste it on victory speeches." Dante glanced at him. In the reflected lamp glow, Fred looked older than he had in St. Maro's bunker. Older even than he had on the road. Not weaker. More accounted for. Jack wrote that you only get trusted where you repent, not where you remember old instructions. Sounds like him. Fred lowered the binoculars. "You want the truth at a useful hour? Fine. I knew the continuity architecture existed before the bombs fell. Not the whole thing. Men like me never got the whole thing. We got rooms, routes, and the names of the men we were supposed to shield while pretending we were shielding the country. After the exchange, some of those men became scavengers with better diction. Others died before their plans could outlive them. Voss is one of the ones who learned how to inherit without ever building. You work for people like him," Dante said. "I work near people like him," Fred corrected. That distinction mattered more to me then than it should have. When the warnings about biological release started coming, I took what I could and got my children away from the official lines. Jack saw the cowardice in that before I did. Zoe saw it and loved me anyway, which was worse. Zoe did not lower the rifle. It was not worse. It was family. Fred accepted the correction with a small nod. Maybe, but family does not erase debt. It only tells you who you still owe. Nico's whisper cut through their earpieces. Movement. Black flag roof watcher left post. Probably to respond to lower utility. You have a window of maybe 90 seconds before someone smarter replaces him. Then we move, Dante said. They dropped to the causeway under cover of spray. The first section was exposed enough to make every instinct in Dante's spine curse him. Water thundered below on one side, where spill released in white violence through the chutes. On the other lay the broad, dark reservoir, deceptively still except for the pulsing wake around the anchored, armored utility. The men from Blackstone who had grown up under this dam moved with particular respect over wet concrete. Russ moved with disrespect toward all things living and dead, and somehow still kept his footing. Zoe moved like she had built the walkway in a former life and remembered where every danger sat. Halfway across, a speaker mounted somewhere on the armored utility clicked alive. "Dante Holloway," Voss said, using the surname as if testing it. "You continue to select the most inconvenient option available. That suggests principle or immaturity. In your case, I suspect both." Dante kept walking. "If you want a conversation, come have one in person. I am already having one in person. You are merely farther from me than you wish." The sound of him traveling over bad speakers somehow made him colder. Voss was not theatrical in the obvious way. He did not need to shout. He simply sounded like a man for whom every other person existed at a different level of abstraction. "You are defending a district that cannot sustain itself," Voss went on. "Blackstone's intake losses will cripple treatment within 2 winters. St. Maro does not have the agricultural depth to absorb its population. And the settlements beyond the range, if they still function at all, will tear themselves apart for clean distribution. The spine changes that. One chain of authority. One measured flow. Order follows water." "Order for who?" Zoe called back. Voss answered without pause. "For those who understand that mercy without discipline is only delayed collapse." Fred gave a sound halfway between a laugh and a cough. "There is the sermon. Men like him always build churches out of valves." A shot cracked from the east roof. The round sparked off the rail near Russ's handcart. Cora's replacement marksman on the west tower answered an instant later, and the roof watcher vanished from sight. "Windows closing," Nico said. They reached the transformer housing at the causeway midpoint. Russ and the mechanics went to work on the relay box while Dante, Zoe, and Fred covered the east approach. Below them, through the grating, water moved black and huge under the concrete spine of the dam. Dante could feel vibration in his boots, the machine's pulse running through structure and bone alike. The first Black Flag operative came up from the lower maintenance ladder on their right. Zoe dropped him with one round to the chest before his rifle cleared the rung. A second rolled out behind a guard housing and fired in controlled pairs. Dante ducked, returned fire, and saw Fred move left toward an angle no one younger would have believed his knees could still take. The old man did not waste motion. 2 shots. 1 target down. The mechanics finished wiring the charge. Back, Russ hissed. They peeled away just before the relay box blew inward with a flat, hard bang that kicked sparks across the wet causeway and plunged the east roof into intermittent darkness. Good, Nico said in their ears. Very good. East utility power just dipped. Spill motor slowed. Not stopped, but slowed. Not enough? Vale's voice came on from inside the dam. She sounded breathless, climbing. Merrick reached annex lower. Chamber lock cycle has begun. You need interior access now. Raphael cut in at once. Use the deck and stair at east roof. It drops into chlorination service and bypasses the public hall. Conveniently labeled? Russ asked. No. Inconveniently hidden. They found it behind the utility roof exactly where the captured operative had implied it would be, a narrow metal hatch under a maintenance trolley bolted half open. Steam rose from the shaft. The air that hit them smelled of damp steel, chemical residue, and age. Before Dante descended, Voss spoke once more over the ruined speaker system, quieter now. I do not particularly dislike you, he said. That may be why I am offering efficiency. Leave the registry and Director Vale. Take St. Maro and whatever civilians you can feed for 1 month. Walk west. I will not pursue. Dante rested one hand on the hatch rim and looked toward the armored utility where the voice originated. That is the thing about men like you, he said. You always think your worst impulse counts as mercy because you dressed it in numbers. For the first time, Voss's reply came with a trace of heat. No, I think your species keeps demanding tenderness from a century that has no supply left. Dante went down the ladder. Above him the causeway shook again with the laboring machinery of the dam. Below him waited Merrick, Chamber 9, and whatever version of the future Calder Voss had come to open. Chapter 14. Chamber 9 had been built by men who thought secrecy was a form of engineering. The decontamination stair emptied into a circular vestibule lined with cracked glass lockers and emergency shower heads coated in mineral bloom. Beyond that lay the chamber proper, larger than any room Dante had expected to find hidden inside Blackstone. Steel walkways ringed a deep central pit where 3 feed lines merged into a heavy distribution manifold the size of a truck. Tanks sat in alcoves behind sealed blast screens. Old federal symbols still marked the wall in faded enamel, not the public health warnings Dante recognized from ruined clinics, but internal continuity designations meant for technicians who already knew what the system could do. The ceiling vanished into steam and girders above. Every sound doubled on the metal, and across the central platform, under a hanging bank of emergency lamps, stood Calder Voss. He was slighter than Dante had imagined from distance, not in the sense of being small, but in the sense of carrying no wasted declaration on his body. Dark coat, clean gloves despite the wet, close-cropped hair gone silver at the temples before its time, and a face made severe not by ugliness, but by economy. He looked like a man who had gradually replaced every unnecessary part of himself with function and then mistaken the reduction for superiority. Merrick stood 2 paces to his left with the remaining half of the administrative key trembling in his hand. The sight of the 2 men together explained more about the world than 100 speeches could have. One was a parasite mistaking proximity for rank. The other was the sort of patient disease that learned how to use parasites as delivery systems. Director Vale was there as well, wrist-bound behind a support post. Colm Day knelt near the base of the manifold with blood on his shirt and one hand locked around a manual wheel as if he had died halfway to his own courage and then changed his mind. 2 Black Flag operatives covered the catwalks. A third worked the registry cabinet at the rear wall, where a narrow slot waited for the paired key. Stop there, Voss said. He did not raise his voice. He simply assumed the room would do it for him. Dante stopped because the operative on the upper catwalk had an angle on Zoe, and because Vale had lifted her chin a fraction in warning that said not yet. Fred fanned left. Russ and the mechanics stayed low behind the vestibule rail. The air smelled faintly sweet under the metal and chlorine, a chemical trace so light it was almost imagined. Director, Voss said to Vale without taking his eyes from Dante, you see? They came. Predictable affection remains useful despite its inefficiencies. Vale's mouth tightened. Predictable cruelty is even easier to map. Merrick found his voice before Voss needed him again. You were supposed to listen, he said to the room at large, as if anyone still cared what he had intended. If the district had accepted emergency concentration when I ordered it, none of this dash. Voss shot him in the thigh without looking. Merrick screamed and collapsed against the console. The chamber froze. Even the operatives seemed to recalibrate. That, Voss said mildly, is what happens when local administrators mistake facilitation for partnership. Blood spread under Merrick's leg in a quick dark fan. He stared up at Voss with the shattered incomprehension of a man encountering hierarchy in its pure form for the first time. Dante almost pitied him. Almost. Voss turned back to Dante. Now that the room is properly arranged, shall we proceed? The key, Miss Holloway. Zoe did not pretend not to understand. You knew Jack left it. I knew Jack almost always left something. Voss's expression did not change, but something sharpened in his eyes. Your brother had the irritating habit of discovering architecture and then infecting ordinary people with moral expectations about it. Colm laughed once from the floor and coughed blood after. He hated you too. Yes, Voss said. He did. Dante took one slow step forward. You came all this way for a map. I came, Voss answered, for leverage. Maps are simply leverage that fits in a drawer. He nodded toward the manifold. Most enclaves still alive are alive because geography bought them time. Valleys, ridgelines, old concrete. They think survival belongs to character because they misunderstand the role of plumbing. Blackstone is not valuable because it drinks. It is valuable because it can choose who drinks farther on. Vale lifted her bound hands slightly against the post. You still need the line registry and a synchronized manifold key. Without the full sequence, Chamber 9 only contaminates local feed. Which is why, Voss said, I am still speaking politely. The Black Flag operative at the registry cabinet inserted Merrick's half-cylinder and waited. The slot beside it remained empty. Zoe slipped the joined brass key from inside her jacket and held it up. Voss's attention went to it for the first time. It was a tiny shift. Dante had been waiting for one. He moved on the inhale. Fred shot the upper catwalk guard. Zoe threw herself sideways and slid behind a support girder, taking Vale's post as cover. Russ hit the emergency lamp bank with both barrels, plunging half the chamber into seizure flash red. One of the Blackstone mechanics hurled a battery pack into the manifold trench. The impact rang like a bell, and the room broke into motion. Dante vaulted the vestibule rail and slammed into the operative nearest Colm before the man could swing down on the old clerk. They went to the steel deck together. Dante trapped the rifle barrel against the catwalk grating, drove his forehead into the man's face, and felt cartilage give. A shot tore past his ear. Another operative came off the stairs from the cabinet platform. Pike, impossible stubborn bastard that he was, appeared in the deccan doorway with one arm bound and fired one-handed across the chamber. The round hit the second operative in the neck. Pike nearly toppled from the recoil and still had the nerve to look annoyed rather than heroic. At the console, Merrick tried to crawl toward the key slot even with blood flooding his pant leg. Voss stepped over him as if crossing a hose. He moved fast when stripped of speech, faster than Dante expected. By the time Zoe reached Vale and cut her free, Voss had drawn a compact sidearm and taken position behind the registry cabinet, using the steel housing and Merrick's dying ambition as cover at once. Colm, Vale shouted. The lower wheel. If they prime the trunk, we lose the basin. Colm looked at the manual wheel with terrified comprehension. It locks from inside the trench. It also seals the bypass. Raphael yelled as he appeared on the lower stair with two district techs at his back. If it stays open, spill feed keeps pushing. Colm laughed again, this time because despair and courage sometimes borrow the same breath. I have lived such a bad administrative life. Then he dropped into the manifold trench. The chamber shuddered as water pressure surged through the lower feeds. Steam rose thicker. Somewhere behind the blast screens a pump engaged with a sound like a train remembering how to move. Zoe reached the registry cabinet first. She slid Jack's key toward the slot. Voss fired, the round punching sparks off the steel an inch from her hand. Dante returned fire from the central platform, forcing Voss lower. Fred took the side angle. For 3 seconds, all that existed was motion, metal, and the insane possibility that the future of multiple living districts had contracted to the width of a brass key. Merrick dragged himself by his elbows toward Voss. "I can still help," he gasped. Voss looked at him, not unkindly, which made it worse. "No," he said. Then he shot him through the head. The sound flattened the room. In that instant of stunned human recoil, Zoe seated the key. The registry cabinet unlocked with a dense mechanical thunk. A panel slid back, revealing oilskin packets, microfiche trays, and a narrow metal case stamped Crown Node / Eastern Spine / Priority Continuity Access. Voss saw it and moved with sudden naked intent. Dante intercepted him at the cabinet. The collision drove both of them into the rail hard enough to shake the lamps. Up close, Voss smelled faintly of clean wool, cordite, and that same sweet chemical trace Dante had noticed in the air. Voss was not stronger than him. He was colder about using structure in a fight. Thumb to eye, heel to knee, elbow to throat. Dante took the first 2, blocked the third, and slammed the older man into the cabinet face. The metal case spilled free and skidded across the deck toward the trench. Below, Colm reached the manual wheel. "It's jammed," he shouted over the rising thunder. "Use your whole body," Raphael yelled back. "I am using all the bureaucracy I have left." Dante got one hand on Voss's wrist and stripped the pistol. Voss answered by driving a knife from his sleeve into Dante's side. The blade bit through coat and skated along rib instead of sinking clean, enough to burn and shock without ending him. Dante snarled and punched him across the mouth. Voss staggered, blood finally making him look mortal. "You could still leave with less loss," Voss said, breathing hard now. "You do not understand the scale you are defending." Dante hit him again. "I understand it better than you. It has names." The catwalk above them shook as one of the old support bolts blew from vibration. Steam obscured the far wall. Fred dragged Vale behind the lower bulkhead. Pike and Russ pinned the last operative near the blast screen. Zoe dove for the metal case just as it slid toward the trench and caught it with both hands at the edge. Then Colm found the wheel. The manual lock turned with a shriek that sounded like the dam itself objecting to being handled by such small creatures. Pressure slammed through the bypass lines. Every emergency light in Chamber 9 went white. Voss threw himself backward toward the service ladder as the manifold shutters began to close. 1 second later, the trench flooded half to the waist in a rush of redirected water. "Colm!" Vale screamed. He looked up from the rising spray, one hand still on the wheel. His glasses were gone. Blood had turned one side of his shirt black, yet the expression on his face was almost peaceful. "Tell them," he said, and coughed, smiling crookedly through it. "I finally picked right." The lower shutter dropped. Water and steel took him from sight. Raphael made a raw sound Dante never wanted to hear out of another man again. Voss used the moment. He vaulted the service ladder, kicked the locking pin on the Deccan hatch release, and vanished into the steam-veiled upper corridor with one Black Flag survivor behind him. Fred fired twice, but hit only railing and spray. Zoe clutched the metal case to her chest. Vale knelt at the trench edge as though refusing to understand what the sealed shutter had already said. Then the sirens changed pitch. Not failure now. Stabilization. Above them in the body of Blackstone, the gates were finally beginning to stop. Chapter 15. Morning after crisis always felt disrespectfully ordinary to Dante. He stood on the west terrace with a bandage under his coat and watched sunlight strike the reservoir as if the basin had not nearly been converted into a weapon before dawn. Steam rose pale from the spill chutes where emergency release still bled off excess pressure. Work crews moved below in tired, purposeful lines, patching rail sections, hauling cables, marking the dead with chalk and blankets until proper burial could be arranged. Somebody had already started brewing coffee in a dented district urn outside Housing 3. The smell drifted over concrete wet with the previous night's fear. Human beings, Dante thought, really would rebuild civilization around heat and routine if given even half a chance. Blackstone had paid for the chance. 3 district workers were dead, not counting Merrick and the Black Flag men. 2 more would lose limbs if Lena's judgment held, and nobody in St. Maro had ever had reason to doubt her when she sounded that tired. Colm Day remained inside the lower shutter chamber where no one could safely reach him yet. Vale had spent 2 hours at the trench rail after the lock cycle completed, not because the steel would open for grief, but because grief sometimes needed a fixed object to face. Pike slept now under sedation with his shoulders stitched and splinted. Fred insisted he was fine despite a furrowed graze along his ribs that would have put a younger man in bed and a less stubborn one on the floor. Zoe found Dante by the terrace rail carrying 2 mugs and the metal case from Chamber 9 wrapped in a wool scarf. "You are bleeding through your bandage again," she said. "You say the sweetest things in the morning." She handed him coffee anyway. "Drink before I become practical." He obeyed because love had improved his instincts. The coffee tasted scorched and miraculous. They stood in silence long enough to hear hammers from the lower terraces and the distant thin cry of a newborn from the housing block below. "Tessa had the baby just before dawn," Zoe said, softer now. "A girl. 7 pounds if old world scales still mean anything in a district like this. Lena says both will live." "That seems rude to death," Dante said. "I approve." Zoe smiled at the water. Then the smile faded. "Vale wants us in the survey room." Nico finished sorting the case contents. The hidden room under the annex looked different by daylight lamp. Less haunted, more dangerous. Maps spread across the drafting table in new stacks. Nico had commandeered the dead survey room with the enthusiasm of a man who loved information enough to forgive the circumstances of finding it. He had receivers open beside microfiche viewers, paper notes weighted by valve couplings, and the expression of someone one inside away from either triumph or collapse. Vale stood at the table with Raphael and Fred. Her face had changed overnight in the subtle but irreversible way some leaders' faces do when cost becomes specific. "We recovered most of the Eastern Registry packets," she said as Dante and Zoe entered. Voss took 1 partial tray during his withdrawal. Not enough to run the system blind, but enough to identify branch targets if he already knew what to look for. Nico tapped a penciled column. He got pages covering branches 1 through 3 of the eastern spine. He did not get the synchronization sequence, the full pressure schedule, or the crown node access logic. Those stayed in the case Zoe pulled clear. Without them, he can threaten districts if he reaches the right physical nodes, but he cannot govern distribution end to end. Unless he finds the rest elsewhere, Dante said. "Exactly," Nico replied. Raphael spread one of the recovered map overlays flat. "These 3 branches matter." He pointed in turn. Juniper Basin, Ferris Reach, Hollow Lake, old reservoir towns or feeder enclaves if they still stand. Branch 4 continues farther east to Crown. Branch 5 doubles south toward dry country AG corridors. If the spine still moves water, it moves it through places we have not even named out loud in years. Fred leaned on the table edge. Jack knew. Zoe nodded. She had Jack's letter folded in her breast pocket again, close enough to count as armor. He knew enough to leave warnings, not enough to stop all of it. Vale looked up. "He may have stopped more than we understand. There is a final file in the case sealed under his cipher mark. I waited until all of you were here." She passed it to Zoe. Inside lay 1 more letter, shorter than the first, and a strip of transparent film with hand-drawn route marks. Zoe read silently at first, then aloud. "If Voss reaches Crown before you understand what Crown is, he will not need bombs to finish what the war started. The spine was designed to keep selected populations stable through controlled freshwater access. Later revisions added behavioral dosing options under emergency law. Meridian called it continuity. It was triage with prettier stationery. I copied what I could and broke what I understood. The lock at Blackstone was 1 piece. Crown is the hinge. Do not defend only what you have. Move before he turns the surviving districts into a chain." The room went very still. Raphael was the first to speak. "How far to Crown?" Nico pointed to the far end of the overlay. "If the route holds." A brutal drive east and south by pre-war roads, then whatever remains of the front range service tunnels. If the old feeder cuts are blocked, we walk sections. If Voss moves with a lean command team, he could reach the outer node in days. If he needs to secure intermediate districts first, longer. Does he? Dante asked. Fred gave him a bleak look. That depends on whether he thinks people are obstacles or inventory. Inventory, Vale said at once. Russ, leaning in the doorway because no room full of maps was complete without one man pretending not to care while listening to everything, snorted. Well then, cheerful. There was another cry from below, stronger this time. Infant and offended and very much alive. The sound cut through the room like a small stubborn flag. Zoe looked toward it, then back to the map. We cannot take Blackstone's whole population east. We cannot leave Blackstone without a pact. And we cannot pretend St. Maro is enough anymore. No, Vale said. We cannot. She turned to Dante fully then. Last night your people fought for a district that did not belong to them. Blackstone does not forget debt when debt is paid in blood. I will formalize mutual governance and defense with St. Maro if you will accept it. Shared rations where possible. Shared training immediately. Shared authority on external threat response. Not annexation. Not occupation. An alliance. Dante thought of the bunker, of the plaza, of Colm at the wheel, of Tessa's child arriving while the dam shook. Yes, he said, but on one condition. Vale arched an eyebrow. When people argue later about who saved what, he said, we tell the truth. Blackstone saved itself. We only showed up in time to help. Something like relief moved through her face. Agreed. After the meeting, he and Zoe went up to the roof of the old surveying hall, because sometimes love needs sky even in a broken town. The reservoir lay wide below them, not peaceful exactly, but functioning. Function, they had both learned, was its own form of grace. Zoe sat on an overturned cable spool and rested the heels of her boots on the tar paper. I used to think survival meant finding one safe place and making the walls good enough, she said. Then St. Maro happened. Then Blackstone. Now this. She tapped the folded film strip in her pocket. My brother dies leaving maps. My father survives long enough to fight men he should have fought 20 years ago. You keep choosing people over fortresses. It is all very inconvenient. Dante sat beside her. That is my most consistent trait. She leaned into him, shoulder warm even through the coat. Do you regret it? He looked east where mountains layered into distance, and every unseen valley might still hold strangers drinking from lines they did not know were about to matter. No, I regret that it keeps costing people like Colm when men like Voss write the terms. She turned her face toward him. Then let us start writing some of our own. He kissed her more gently this time than in the survey room, slowly enough to remember the shape of her mouth as something other than emergency. Below them the town kept working. A baby cried again. Somebody laughed in exhaustion. Hammering resumed near the west rail. The world had not healed. It had merely, and magnificently, refused to finish dying on schedule. Nico's call came up the stairwell before peace could become indulgence. You two need to hear this. They found him in the comms alcove with headphones crooked around his neck and his whole body lit by discovery. I caught a burst from Voss's withdrawal band, he said. Encrypted, but sloppy under time pressure. He is not going directly to Crown. He is heading first for Juniper Basin. Why? Zoe asked. Nico swallowed. Because the registry marks Juniper as active population, estimated 5,000 before the later annotations. And because one note on the stolen tray says Branch 1 can be manually primed at source. Dante stared at the map. 5,000. Not a bunker. Not a convoy. A town. Voss was not just moving toward infrastructure. He was moving toward people who did not yet know their water had become part of someone else's war. Chapter 16. Blackstone buried Colm Day 3 days later when the lower shutter crew finally recovered him from the access trench. The service workers wanted the ceremony short because work still pressed from all sides, and because grief in the post-war world had a bad habit of colliding with logistics. Eva Calder ignored those objections with the authority of a woman who had spent decades telling practical men that children, and by extension human meaning, did not improve when rushed. So they gathered on the west terrace above the water with the district mechanics in patched coveralls, The housing stewards shoulder to shoulder, St. Maro's fighters scrubbed and tired, and Tessa in a chair with her newborn wrapped against her chest. Vale spoke first because she owed him office. Raphael spoke second because he owed him friendship. When it came time for someone to say what Colm had done, nobody reached for elegant lies. They said he had been afraid, often. They said he had made excuses, many. They said that when the hour came, he had still climbed down into the machinery and turned the wheel. In the end, that was enough to make even Russ stare hard at the water and refuse comment. After the burial, Blackstone changed speed. Not into peace. Peace was still a fantasy for songs and graves, but into organized motion. The pact with St. Maro went formal on paper by the second night and practical by the second morning. Fred drilled a mixed squad of district workers and bunker fighters on stairwell defense and rotating watches. Mara supervised ration math with the vindictive precision of a woman who trusted arithmetic more than promises. Cora and Pike rebuilt fields of fire at the west approaches. Raphael reopened 2 treatment loops under Vale's oversight. Lena and Zoe turned the infirmary from an improvised corridor ward into something almost respectable by salvaging cots, curtains, and dignity from every building in reach. Dante spent so much time in meetings he began to understand why Merrick had once mistaken rooms for power. The difference, he discovered, was that useful meetings ended with labor and bad meetings ended with speeches. On the 4th night, Nico called everyone who mattered back into the survey room. He had pinned Jack's overlays beside recovered registry pages and marked a fresh route across them in blue pencil. "I think I finally understand the sequence," he said, eyes bright despite exhaustion. "Crown is the hinge, yes, but Juniper is the primer. The eastern spine was built so an upstream node could pressurize dormant branches if the central pumps failed. That means if Voss seizes Juniper's source facilities and gets even partial synchronization from the stolen registry tray, he can force Branch 1 live and threaten Branch 2 and maybe Branch 3 through pressure games alone. Not full control. Enough leverage. Enough to make people kneel before they understand why," Fred said. "Exactly." Vale placed both palms on the table. "Then we cannot wait for him at Crown. We intercept at Juniper or on the road." Raphael exhaled through his nose. "Blackstone cannot spare many." "No," Dante said, "but it can spare the right few if the rest can hold." The room shifted from analysis to decision with that sentence. Some choices arrive like weather. Others arrive because someone finally stops circling them. Zoe looked at the maps, then at him. "You are going." He met her eyes. "Yes." She nodded once, not because she liked it, but because pretending otherwise would insult them both. "Then so am I." Fred opened his mouth, likely to produce a lecture about youthful recklessness and operational restraint. Zoe gave him the look daughters reserve for fathers who have survived long enough to mistake survival for leverage over grown women. Fred shut his mouth again and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Vale chose her personnel with the clean sadness of a leader counting the cost before paying it. Raphael would go because Juniper's source schematics meant more to him than to anyone else. Nico insisted on coming because the route logic lived fastest in his head, and because, as he put it, "I am tired of hearing history through static after it has already happened." Pike, against medical advice and common sense, declared that one-armed shoulder still exceeded the tactical value of 3 untrained optimists. Russ volunteered for reasons that sounded mercenary until one listened closely enough to hear loyalty disguised as irritation. Cora refused to be left behind until Mara pointed out that Blackstone needed one ruthless older woman on the walls more than it needed 2 on the road. The compromise ended in mutual abuse and visible affection. When the room emptied, Dante found Fred alone by the hidden cabinet, rolling Jack's brass half-cylinder between thumb and forefinger. "I keep thinking," Fred said without looking up, "that if I had burned every continuity file I ever touched, maybe none of this reaches Blackstone. And maybe Jack never finds the map," Dante said. "Maybe St. Maro stays a bunker until it starves. Maybe Voss finds the registry without opposition. Regret is useful until it starts pretending it is prophecy." Fred gave a low grunt that might have been approval. "You sound older." "I feel it." "Good." Men with too much youth are easy to recruit into other people's designs. He finally looked up. "Take this." He held out the half-cylinder. Dante frowned. Why? Because Jack left roads. Roads require people willing to carry pieces of them. I kept too many pieces too long. Dante accepted the weight of the brass. Small things, he had learned, often carried the worst responsibilities. They left at dawn 2 days later under a sky so clear it made the mountains look sharpened. The departure was not grand. There were no banners, no swelling rhetoric, no final meals worth calling feasts. There were hugs given too quickly because lingering made them harder. Vale clasped Dante's forearm and told him Blackstone would hold. Lena kissed Zoe on the cheek and threatened to break Pike's other shoulder if he tore the stitches. Tessa, pale but fierce with her daughter in her arms, asked them to bring back a world her child could dislike properly when she was old enough. Milo, who had discovered fatherhood and war in the same week, cried openly and denied nothing. Mara pressed a small folded inventory sheet into Cora's hand and said, "If you die, I am still charging you for the ammunition." Cora called her unspeakable names and kissed her temple. From the high terrace, Dante looked once more across the basin. Blackstone stood scarred, working and awake. St. Maro's people moved on its walls as if they had already learned where the concrete dipped under rain. The alliance was not yet tradition. It was only fresh choice repeated enough times to begin resembling structure. Still, there it was. A beginning built in the same week as a burial and a birth. Nico climbed into the lead truck with the receiver case on his lap. Raphael checked the route one last time. Zoe took the passenger seat beside Dante, as if there had never been any other arrangement worth considering. Fred leaned in through the window before they rolled. "If you reach Juniper before Voss does," he said, "listen before you lead. New towns have old pride. If you arrive second," he let the sentence hang and then finished it plainly, "make the first minute count." Dante nodded. The convoy pulled out east by the service grade, smaller than the one that had once approached St. Maro with fear at its front, but better in every way that mattered. Behind them, Blackstone diminished by slow degrees into concrete, water, and smoke. Ahead, the mountain roads bent toward unknown districts, hidden valves, and a war that had just outgrown one basin. They had been driving for less than an hour when Nico stiffened over the receiver. "What is it?" Zoe asked. He turned the dial, caught the burst again, and lifted one finger for silence. Static boiled, thinned, and then resolved into a woman's recorded voice clipped with old system diction. "Priority continuity notice. Crown node handshake failure persistent. Eastern spine districts remain active. Repeat, active. Population counts exceed forecast. Manual intervention required." The message looped. Nico looked up slowly. "It is pre-war," he said. "Automated relay. But the important part is not the age." Dante kept his eyes on the road. "Say it." Nico swallowed. "Population counts exceed forecast." Raphael stared ahead at the pass opening before them. "How many districts?" Nico looked at the marked pages, at Jack's route, at the crown designation, and then back out through the windshield as if the mountains themselves had changed scale while he blinked. "More than enough," he said. Silence filled the truck. Not empty silence. Expanding silence. The kind that arrives when a story you thought was about survival reveals it has become a story about civilization, and about who gets to shape whatever crawls out of the ruins calling itself human. Beside him, Zoe set her hand over Dante's on the gear shift and held on. The road bent east, and somewhere beyond the next range, under old concrete and living sky, whole populations were still waiting on water.